Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. Our program is about to begin. Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. Our program is about to begin. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Semafor co-founder and CEO, Justin B. Smith.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you so much for joining us here. Welcome to day 2 of Semafor's Fall World Economy Summit. I'm Justin Smith. I'm the co-founder and CEO of Semafor. We're genuinely thrilled to have you all here today. 3 years ago this week, we launched Semafor to try to make sense of a world that was both, on the one hand, more polarized and complex than any of us could imagine, but also at the same time more interconnected. And the purpose of our company, the mission of our company, was to try to address this complexity. It started with the goal of really intentionally creating and building a news property that could somehow try to be straight down the middle, that could try to fight the bias and the polarization through different types of editorial innovations, different types of editorial formats, but also a news brand that could be global from birth and take into kind of the global context that is so important. And finally, a news brand that was modern enough to understand that everything is, this information is consumed in short form, and that you can actually create short form content that is also deep and profound and complex. And so that's our proposition. When we founded Semafor, we also had this idea that Washington, D.C. was really emerging as a very interesting place in the global economy and also the global business community. We started hearing from CEOs who we write for and who are many of our readers and customers that they were wanting to come to Washington all the time. And so we, as a 3-month-old company, this is now 3 years ago, we started this platform, the World Economy Summit, in the spring of 2023. It's now our flagship convening. We do one in the spring, one in the fall, and it's events that are tied against the backdrop of the IMF World Bank meetings when 150 central bankers and finance ministers are visiting Washington. But as I have said before, those meetings historically have been private, government-to-government meetings, a little bit like a private Davos, if you will, with very few conversations that were public or on the record. And so what we've built today, yesterday, and of course in the spring as well, is sort of a stage, a public stage, an on-the-record journalistic stage for this community that's meeting in Washington today. So before we begin, I would just like to say a few words of appreciation and thank you to some of our partners. Semafor is a journalism company at heart. We have a newsroom of almost 50 world-class journalists in 9 bureaus across the world. It's expensive, which is one of the reasons why quality journalism businesses have at times faced challenges. And so it requires the support of great partnerships and brands. And so for the World Economy Summit, it has really been made possible with partnerships with Bank of America, and BCG, who've actually been with us for 3 years since the very beginning. So thank you for your constant support and belief. A new partner this year, a company that's obviously in the news all the time, OpenAI, which has an interesting presentation outside the hall. And then presenting partners, the Business Roundtable, PwC, the Public Power Corporation, TIA Wealth Management, and an experiential partner, Genesis. So thank you so much for coming. This is the Gallup Great Hall. Gallup is a core strategic partner of Semafor. We actually incubated the company in this building. And all of you may see this green booklet, which is, I really urge you to grab one before you go, because it's data and information that's actually been published for the first time in conjunction with the World Economy Summit this last 2 days. And what Gallup has done is they've introduced new ways of thinking of measuring global economic performance. So rather than looking at GDP, which is the traditional backwards-looking economic measurements, GDP growth and GDP size, they're actually looking at gross domestic ambition, looking at how the ambition of the workforces of different countries compare across the world, and gross domestic thriving, how positive and optimistic and how much hope workers across the world have. And this is really, really quite consequential work. Actually, they invested $250 million over the last decade or so to develop these numbers, and so we're releasing them here today. So with that, thank you so much, and let's get on to some conversations and hopefully some news. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're pleased to begin today's program with our track, What's Next for Global Finance and Markets, in partnership with Bank of America. Please welcome Cam Fowler, CEO of Early Warning Services, and Gina Chon, Executive Editor at Semafor.
Thank you, Cam, and thanks to all of you for joining us this morning and those watching online. Cam, you run Early Warning Services, which people may not be familiar with that name, but they are certainly familiar with Zelle, the payment services. You also have Pays, the digital wallet. So you guys have just hit a trillion in transactions, and you have a great sort of purview on how many Americans are sort of using your payment rails for their business, for their everyday lives. What is next for you guys, especially as the focus on the payment space with crypto and various digital assets, stable coins, are really part of the Washington conversation?
They are indeed. Thank you for the question, and nice to be here. So Zelle did recently reach the $1 trillion mark, and that's $1 trillion in money moved in a year. Zelle, as was mentioned, is part of a broader company called Early Warning. Few people have heard of it. It is owned by the larger banks in the country, and we have 3 businesses, of which Zelle is one. The $1 trillion mark is very interesting in that it is a large number. Americans love and trust Zelle. They do. And there's a bunch of different reasons for that. To me, maybe most importantly, is there are 150 million users driving that transaction volume. They're using it 4 billion times a year. So 4 billion transactions. And what's, to me, more important than $1 trillion or 150 million or 4 billion is 2 numbers, actually. The first one is 95% of the 2,200 banks that offer Zelle to its customers are small banks, credit unions, MDIs. These are normal people moving money. Normal people moving money. And they're moving money at an increased rate of more than 20% a year. Okay, so there's a conversation going on in the world about AI and crypto. It's an important one. It's going to make significant changes in lives. There's also like a real economy conversation that goes on that talks about GDP, inflation, jobs, et cetera. Very important. That's a discussion of the real economy. A rear view picture, I would say, of what's going on in the economy. Zelle is a little more right now, how people are moving money to live their lives. And that's why it's important to remember the 95%, as in not necessarily folks in this room or folks in New York or in San Francisco, folks across America. That's point number one. Point number two, 25% of the money that is moved is between small businesses and people and small businesses. And by small business, I mean micro, like solopreneur, 1 to 3 people type. And that's really important as well, because underneath that money movement are folks that are starting businesses, they're paying businesses, they're part of the gig economy. And so that gives you an indication actually of kind of where real work is going on and where people are being paid. I'd close it all by saying, though, Zelle is as powerful and as trusted as it is because it meets a very specific customer need, and that is safety, speed, free. Safety, speed, free. So when we get into a broader conversation about payments, we should keep in mind the customer need, number one. Number two, clear regulatory framework. It's, moves around a little bit, but it's relatively clear. There is technology that can solve, and here this isn't about whether you believe in stablecoin or whether you believe in ACH. It doesn't matter. Remember, the need was speed, real time, okay? And then finally, and I think the most important bit of the whole thing is trust, and there's a trust deficit, I think we can all agree, in the world today. Americans trust Zelle. And so that's an important thing for us to keep in mind as we think about new products. For us, we can talk about it when you like, but a new product is Pays, digital wallet, identical dynamics. There's a customer need. What is it? Online checkout needs to be easier, faster, safer, number one. Number two, there's technology that allows you to do that without another username and without downloading an app and without putting your credentials online. And that's why we have 150 million cards in just a year moved into the Pays wallet, because that need is being met.
So talk about what's next in terms of the competitive landscape, because I'm sure many people in this room use Zelle, people watching online use Zelle, but obviously you've had others come in like PayPal with Venmo. We talked about crypto and stable coins, and there's a lot of new entrants in the payments space. What does that mean for Zelle and for Pays?
Sure. I don't have many customers of the 150 million who ask me when we will launch a stablecoin. That's not the question. The question is, when can I do certain things? When can I have higher limits so I can pay my rent, so I can pay more employees, so I can when potentially could I move money internationally, seamless in the way that I do with Zelle right now? So those are the questions that we get. Of course, in the payments ecosystem, you have a full range of players with a full range of solutions, from incumbent rails that are here now, ACH to RTP, and on, emerging rail or settlement capabilities on chain and crypto. To me, as long as you're answering the question, what's the customer need and is it safe, everything should be in play. In terms of what's next, I really believe that there will be a meeting place in the solution here that involves incumbent banks who have done a terrific job innovating through time, from banknotes to cards to ATMs to Zelle, with the introduction of new technologies that deal with new issues, including or more complicated ones, including cross-border and such things.
And you mentioned the regulatory framework. Zelle was in the Biden administration, definitely a target along with various other companies. We've seen that totally switched now with the Trump administration. The lawsuit against the company and some of the bank owners by the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau was dropped, and the agency itself is basically defunct. Is this a better place for you? Are you kind of living large now, or are you a little bit worried that the pendulum has actually swung too far?
I think your last point's the most important part. Like, I don't sit on stages like this and advocate for more or less regulation. I don't think that's helpful. What we have always believed in is consistent, clear, consumer innovation-oriented regulation is best for the industry and best for all. That is when innovation thrives, and that is when we ensure that the consumer is protected. I will say, I believe that we Zelle specifically, struggled with a situation in the past scenario where the largest personal payment rail, Zelle, with an extraordinary safety record of 99.95% of transactions across $1 trillion, had no suggestion of fraud or scam. There's no safer way to do this business than that, including cash and ATMs and checks and all of these things. So that we struggled to get that sort of message out and ensure the world understood just how important Zelle is and how trusted it is. That was a difficulty, I suppose, in the past administration. In this administration, though, the focus is still the focus, which is what are the set of guardrails that we should all be sticking to ensure that we get that right balance of innovation and trust. Genius starts us down that track. But let me know where you want to go next.
Yeah, no, well, just sticking with the regulatory part, and then I definitely do want to get to the Genius Act on stablecoins. I mean, is it good that the CFPB is basically, no longer exists? Do you want actually something that addresses that sort of in between where it's not a bank that has deposit insurance and is regulated by the FDIC, the OCC, and a whole alphabet soup of agencies versus, basically sort of free range?
I think my point is the same. Clear, consistent, consumer-oriented, ideally with a longer term. Like it's the pendulum doesn't help or serve anyone. When we swing the pendulum back too far, as in limited or no, I think we all know through the cycle where that ends up. That's when new rules get created and new organizations get created and we need to put guardrails up. We swing it too far the other way, innovation gets crushed, and it doesn't set the right tone for growth and innovation and hope, which I think we should all be focused on.
Yeah, and with the Genius Act now, we've had some of the incumbent banks, Bank of America and others who are involved with your company and others say they're exploring their own stable coins. Possibly a consortium is looking at ones that are pegged to G7 currencies. How are you seeing this situation? Is it an opportunity? Is it a threat?
I think that it's an opportunity. I think, of course, it is. The Genius Act is quite monumental in that it sets out at least a clear path for thinking about the topic, how it should work, what the rules generally will be. Obviously, we need to learn more about what the specific rules will be, but in general, we should be open and excited about another innovation as long as we're keeping the point in mind. And the point is, to what end? Who benefits? And if the answer is the consumer, for reasons of safety, speed, security, value, then terrific. But as a first step, we should be open and positive about this.
Yeah. Well, and to that point, we had Mark Wiedman, who is the number 2 at PNC, who you also know, talk about the Genius Act and this focus on stablecoins and what it sort of opened up in some of the legacy players thinking about what they actually have right now in terms of payment rails that aren't turned on all the time, other things that maybe they should start thinking about in order to have more of a 24/7 kind of system for consumers to move money.
Yes. Well, I think he makes a good point. There is incredible infrastructure here in the United States that has moved money safely and soundly over a long period of time, and it has more potential. So in any source of innovation, that should be explored. Zelle isn't the largest and fastest growing personal payments network in the United States because of the rail that it runs on. It is because it's solving a customer need. Could Zelle potentially improve through time with the implementation of some newer technologies that is enabled by Genius? Quite possibly, and if it does, it will. But it needs to start. It needs to start from there.
Yeah, and just really quickly, there was a lot of talk about pressure on consumers. You guys have a great bird's eye view on that. Are you seeing consumers hurting right now?
What we see across these, billions of transactions is a few things. Number one, the fastest area of growth in Zelle is the small business segment that I pointed to early. It's growing at more than between 20 and 30% a year, depending on the segment. So the fastest growing part of Zelle, getting payments from the business to people and people to the business. That is the fastest growing. Rent, babysitting. Really fast-growing segments, and those should tell us something, which is about intentionality. It doesn't say whether people are struggling or not, but it does tell me that people are making very clear choices about where and how they are spending their money, and these payments we expect are happening higher up in the order in the consumer's life.
That's really fascinating. We'll look forward to hearing more from you. When you get past the 1 trillion in transactions to maybe 2 and see
Won't be long.
what you see from that. Thank you so much,
Thank you for the time. Thank you.
Joining us now is Hani Kablawi, Senior Executive Vice President and Head of International at BNY, and Andy Brown, Managing Editor at Semafor.
Hani, thanks for being with us.
Andy, thank you, and Justin and Semafor for having me.
For those of you who don't know Hani, he is one of the world's most experienced investors, which is as it should be because his bank, BNY, looks after 58 trillion, with a T, of assets, which is actually 20% of global assets. But more to the point, for the purposes of our conversation, he's completely international. He looks after international at the bank. And I just found out that he's been on this amazing road trip, which has taken him all over the world. He's been to China, he's been to Kazakhstan, he's been to Uzbekistan, he's been to Abu Dhabi. So I thought we all know what's going on in the US economy. The markets here have been sizzling. But perhaps we're not as familiar with the rest of the world where the markets have been sizzling even hotter. So what I'd like to do, Hani, is just go through your road trip, every country you visited, and if you could highlight for us one or two things that you thought, oh my God, this is so interesting, I didn't know this, people in the United States should know this to help them make decisions about how to allocate their investments. Maybe we should start with the most, in my mind at least, exotic location that you visited, Kazakhstan. What should we know about Kazakhstan?
Okay, so thank you again. Frontier market, looking to invest in bringing themselves up to emerging, all about trying to attract investment and capital into the country. That's actually true of all of them, whether they're frontier, emerging, or developed. And the theme that crosses all of them is that the ones that are most successful over time are the ones that are able to sustain alignment between public sector and private sector, executive branch, whatever you want to call it, whatever political system and structures they have, that they have alignment between public sector and private sector, and that if they sustain it and they've got clear strategies, they will achieve their KPIs over time. We've seen the vision programs out of the Gulf. We've got one now in Kazakhstan, to your point, 2035, I believe. Maybe two things on Kazakhstan specifically.
Yeah, give us an example. How does that public-private alignment work in Kazakhstan, and why should we be interested in that as an investment?
Yeah, so central bank as a regulator, the financial markets regulator, the executive branch, so advisor to the president on financial and economic affairs, and the senior most bankers in the country are effectively all aligned around a strategic vision for the country. It's not easy, but they're aligned around the strategic vision for the country and they're trying to execute against it. It's the vision programs, right? So you've got your Saudi Vision 2030, you've got your Abu Dhabi Vision 2030, you've got now Kuwait 2035, and Kazakhstan has one of those. And effectively, it's a list of deliverables that they all need to achieve. And if it requires regulatory relaxation of something or another, if it requires a certain tax policy, they will get together and they'll talk about it and they'll look to achieve it.
And which way is the country looking? Is it looking east towards China? Is it looking west towards Russia and Europe? A lot of transshipment trade now for Russia takes place there, right?
Yeah, no, there's definitely a Silk Route element to the country from an investments perspective. The interesting thing that I found is that Kazakhstan invests a lot in Kazakhstan, and then the Kazakhs invest a lot in the U.S., in U.S. equity markets. So you got the outbound investment from Kazakhstan of retail and wealth is going to the Magnificent Seven. So the U.S. exceptionalism story still sticks, it holds, but when it comes to infrastructure investment in the country, they are all aligned around their vision.
Abu Dhabi. So we have a framework for peace in the Middle East. A great achievement by Donald Trump and the administration. Yeah. How is that playing out from an investment perspective?
Yeah, it's a bigger story. So I'll say the piece will bring dividends across the region, but Abu Dhabi's story is one of the administration there feels they missed prior growth opportunities, the internet growth opportunity, the EV growth opportunity. And so what they've done this time is they've said, we're not going to miss digital assets and we're not going to miss the data center hyperscale opportunity. And again, aligned from top down with their wealth funds and their private investors are all investing in both of these things, in digital assets. Early days, but there's real investment in digital assets. They've got a lot of excess energy. And so a smart young man a few years ago went to the Minister of Investments there and said, we have a lot of excess energy capacity, especially in the winter. Why don't we mine cryptocurrency? And as a result, they're now sitting on something like $3 or $4 billion of crypto assets that they've just mined from excess energy capacity.
And now they're getting the semiconductors from the US.
They are getting
they're going to build the data centers.
And that's a really big story, yeah. So, and there's real money and power behind it, and they're bringing in foreign investors. They're cross-share holdings, right? So there's shareholdings by them into large American companies, including OpenAI and others. And what's happening is they are building hyperscalers in Abu Dhabi, and again, lots of energy that's readily available on the very efficiently. And what they're trying to do is not just grow their own capacity for consumption in Abu Dhabi, but they're going to try to build data embassies in other countries. Countries that might say we need local data residency requirements, but aren't able to build their own hyperscale data centers, could potentially embassy into Abu Dhabi and use some of that capacity that's being built there.
So if we think about this,
oil, so data is the new oil, right? Like we've always said, data is the new oil.
Yeah.
But I'm not sure we all understood what it meant.
Right.
That's a pretty good interpretation of data as the new oil.
Right. So if we think about this peace framework, not just as a potential solution to one of the world's most intractable problems, but also as an investment thesis, how do you play it?
How do you play the peace dividend?
Yeah. What do you invest in? What are you looking at?
I mean, it depends on what sort of an investor you are. I think that large, sophisticated institutional investors with a strong governance and lots of risk management practices will probably go and get crowded into institutional plays in places like Saudi Arabia and Abu Dhabi and the UAE more broadly, maybe Qatar. But then there are those investors who are used to investing in frontier and emerging markets, and you'll look at places like Egypt and Lebanon and say there are real discounted assets over there, including some treasuries and Eurobonds. And is there a peace dividend that pays off at some point?
I'm hearing a lot about Syria. We have speakers from Syria here today. How do you think about Syria?
We as BNY will always look at markets like Syria and say maybe later. There's a lot that has to happen for us to get crowded into Syria, I would say.
Okay, China. What did you learn in China?
So the Chinese private sector is very interested in continuing to list in the US. The US listing venues are still the most liquid in the world. They're the fastest growing in the world, mainly because you have a retail and pension sector that continues and a growth rate that continues to be net, long-term positive for any issuer of equity in the United States, and China definitely wants a piece of that. So I think it's one of the subheadings of what would a potential meeting look like. There's definitely a lot of interest from Chinese private sector in listing in the U.S. There's also a lot of interest in continuing to invest and having access to U.S. markets, investing in the U.S., investing in the technology companies that we've spoken about. And so there's continued red carpets being rolled out, I would say, in China, trying to make sure that the private sector to private sector conversations continue to be positive. And obviously, we're all going to, at least in part, be driven by what we see happen in the big meetings.
So before we get to the issue of safety, I know you want to talk about safety. I want to talk about an issue that's coming up now in the markets. I've been reading this in the financial press, and they call it the debasement trade, where investors are bailing out of sovereign assets and the currencies that underpin those assets because they're worried about debt and that these sovereign issuers are going to inflate away their debt. Some of that money is going into gold. How do you think about this debasement trade?
I think fiscal responsibility will continue to be a net positive for any country. That so we look at places like Korea, Taiwan, Japan in the medium to long term, and say they will benefit from fiscally responsible practices if they can get the politics right. We like places like Korea because you've got, no matter which government is there, by the way, you have an aligned, back to the alignment story, an aligned central bank, Ministry of Finance, Securities Commission, so regulators and politicians effectively trying to achieve the same thing, which is, in Korea's case, trying to get from emerging market status up to developed market status, because they know there's a wall of passive investment that would follow that. And I think that so the alignment plus fiscal responsibility is a net positive for countries.
Okay, safety. As I say, you have $58 trillion, just announced that yesterday. What could go wrong, and what are you doing at BNY to make sure it doesn't go wrong?
Yeah, I mean, so it goes beyond safety. The safety story is really important. So 58 trillion is assets under custody and administration. We aggregate it, anonymize it, and then we draw conclusions on where investors are flowing out of and flowing into. So there's a lot of data and insights and analytics available by sitting on 58 trillion, but actually there's a real responsibility that comes with sitting on 58 trillion, right. And that responsibility sits under the heading of operational resiliency, technology resiliency, and cybersecurity. So continuing to invest in those things is always going to be important. But then once you've invested in these things, and that's all about data structures, data resiliency, integrity, then you've got an AI trade that sits on top of it, and you can extract real benefits for your shareholders and for your clients through insights and efficiency. And that's a lot of what
I'm imagining that cyber is the big risk.
Cyber's been risk number one for us and for others for a very long time. And it is why we probably invest in cyber disproportionately more than we invest in anything else.
Hani, it's been great. Thank you. Thanks for taking us around the world, for setting us up for the conversations for the rest of the day. Really appreciate it.
Thanks, Andy. Thank you very much.
Please welcome Pierre Wunsch, Governor of the National Bank of Belgium, and Kayla Tausche, award-winning journalist and former CNN senior White House correspondent.
Hi, good morning, and hello, everyone. I am so delighted that Semafor and Gallup invited me to lead this conversation with Pierre Wunsch, who is the governor of the National Bank of Belgium. It's Belgium's central bank. It's a critical spoke in the wheel of the Euro system, informing what the European Central Bank does, and with such an important perspective on the economy at large here. So thank you, Governor Wunsch, for being here.
Thank you for inviting me.
Many in the audience and many on stage are here for the IMF and World Bank meetings in addition to this summit. And the IMF put out its global growth forecast this week, suggesting that the US and the world overall will see better growth than it anticipated just a few months ago, but European growth is still middling. What factors do you see at play?
We also have a small upgrade of growth in Europe. So I would say, we are certainly not overperforming, but we are growing close to potential, but it's still weak. So it seems like we've been extremely resilient, confronted with all these shocks, but our capacity to accelerate and really start growing faster seems to be actually quite limited. It might be the case that most of the adjustment on the macroeconomy, which used to be on the unemployment front, is now the vacancy rate that's moving. So you may have a weakening of the labor market without seeing much in terms of unemployment. And that might explain the resilience of the economy, but it also means that you don't have this kick when unemployment goes down that we used to have in the past.
Part of the rocket that's booming growth in the US, at least according to the IMF, is artificial intelligence. Does Europe feel like it needs to play catch up there?
It certainly feels it needs to play catch up. The question is, can we? I have the impression that it's moving so fast in the US when you see the level of investments. I understand it's like 40% of growth in the recent quarters is somehow related to investment in AI. I mean, that compares probably closer to zero in Europe. And let's face it, I think we're going to be number 3 at best. I don't know, 10 years from now, but in the coming years, we're going to be number 3 at best. And so the big question from a macro point of view, of course, is not so much maybe about who's producing AI, but diffusion. And we will have access to the technology. If AI is a game changer, then it will be to the benefit of all economies. Now, you also have the other question, which is, who's going to capture the value of AI? Who's going to be able to capture rents? And of course, we see like 3 trillion of investments in the US. But compared to the previous waves, I mean, if we come back, long time ago, mainframe PCs, Europe was never able to build mainframes and PCs competitively. And then mainframes disappeared and PCs became a commodity. So the cost of not being able to produce that was not high. The Magnificent Seven, network economies, social media and the likes, because they were network economies, you had rent extraction. We also see that with cloud. You have a lock-in with cloud that allows those firms to have a high rent profitability. What's going to be the game for AI? You have 4 or 5 big players, then you have tier 2 players, you have part of it which is open source. And one scenario is it's a bubble. There is some advantage for the first mover, but it's not that big, and you will have 1 or 2 making a little bit of money, but not as much as they've invested, and the others going bankrupt. The other one is that it's really big, so the big players will make a lot of money, but it will still be to the benefit of others. But Europe is not playing in that game.
Mario Draghi put out a report about a year ago suggesting that Europe is overregulated, it's too risk averse. Do you think that culture needs to be shifted, and can it?
I completely agree with the observation. I mean, we tend to regulate a lot in Europe. I think the difficult part is we might have been in overdrive, and then we can correct a little bit. That will happen. It's actually taking place. But which part of it is much deeper, much more like culturally our attitude towards risk, towards even success, and I would tend to believe, and that's actually Agion, who just got the Nobel Prize, he said, we don't like disruptive innovation in Europe. We like incremental innovation. So we are good at building combustion engine cars, planes, pharmaceutical, if it's incremental progress. If it's about disruption, we're not playing. And I would tend to think that that's very deep. That's part of our culture. We want to be in control. We put more emphasis on redistribution. And so we don't like when it's the Californian model, moving fast and breaking things. That's very un-European. So yes, I think at the margin we'll correct some of the excesses of the last few years. Can we really go for big disruption and accept those and accept people making like in AI 200 million for one person? Again, when people make money in Europe very fast, you have like a debate in society. Shouldn't we tax that? And that's deep. I think it's not going to change very fast.
When you look across Europe and around the world, where do you see the biggest sources of government instability and economic instability?
Well, I'm not sure the big question is about instability. The question is about more about uncertainty.
Volatility,
uncertainty, volatility, and I guess it's fair to say that the U.S. has been producing a lot of volatility and uncertainty in the recent year. And despite that, indeed, the U.S. economy is not doing too badly compared to what we thought maybe 6 months ago. And likewise, Europe has been resilient. I guess going forward, we're afraid of, two things. Well, more than two, but the evolution, of course, of the trade war, whether it lands somewhere and then it becomes a new normal, but at least the volatility is out, or whether it's going to come back all the time. And the other one is financial stability, and that's really, part of it is sovereigns. We see the difficult budget discussions in France, but also in Belgium. US has an unsustainable deficit, and at some point it will lead to some risks and
At what point does that benefit the euro and weaken the dollar?
At the margin. I guess the consensus on the story there is that a lot of people had exposure to the US equity or others, but not hedging the dollar. And because the dollar tended to appreciate and people thought that tariffs would lead to an appreciation of the dollar, they were open on those positions. Now they've closed those positions, they've hedged the FX risks. And then people say it's more or less a one-off depreciation of the dollar. I should do like that. If it's more than that, and then it's really the story of the US partly losing, the US dollar, its reference stage is on the world stage. I don't think that would move fast, and history is really telling us that those moves are extremely slow. The time it took for the pound to lose its global reserve status was, decades.
So you don't see this as the golden age of the euro at the expense of the United States?
No, I think we have a good quality of life. I think it's important to repeat that in the debate, because when I say we have another attitude to risks, we want to be in control, part of it translates, I think, in a quality of life that some envy us. I'm not saying everybody. At the same time, you hear a lot of people saying, Europe is not playing in the game if it's moving very fast. Well, I think that's fair.
There's been some divergence between what the European Central Bank has done and what the Federal Reserve has done. And there's some suggestion that perhaps they're going to be switching places with many cuts from the Federal Reserve in the months to come, and perhaps the ECB staying put for a time. The ECB has a benchmark rate that is half of that of what the Fed has right now, but I'm wondering if you think that the ECB has cut too much, the Fed has cut too little, and what they should do now.
Honestly, I dissented twice in 21, and I was among those that believed we should have moved a bit faster. But then we really caught up with hikes of 75 basis points, which means that if we would have moved a bit earlier, it wouldn't have made a big difference, because we really caught up. And I would say since then, we've done close to a perfect job. Which part of that is chance? I don't know. But we are a target. I don't see big risk to the inflation on the upside or downside. If you would torture me and I would have to choose between risk on the upside or downside, I would say probably a bit more on the downside because of appreciation of the euro, cheap Chinese imports, an economy that's still relatively weak, the fact that we did not retaliate. But essentially, we're in a good place. And I know I'm just repeating what Christine is saying, but she's right.
There was a deal that was struck between the US and the European Union back in July that would set a tariff rate of 15% for European goods coming into the US. So certainly there is some predictability on that front, but how does the ongoing friction between the US and China spill over into Europe right now? And what is your take on the very strict export curbs that China just unveiled?
Indeed, the most visible impact is that you have a reorientation of Chinese exports to Europe, but also to the rest of the world. And they are actually growing fast, despite going down in the US.
Is there pressure by the Trump administration to have Europe mimic what the US is doing?
I probably wouldn't do that. I don't think we've seen anything extremely explicit or organized, but that's probably a question going forward. Is the US administration going to put consistent pressure on Europe to sort of choose a camp, which of course would put us in a very difficult situation. That's probably above my pay grade. I'm only a central banker. But that's something, of course, that we would be monitoring because it would have economic implications. But today, the challenge, to some extent, is indeed this growth of Chinese exports in Europe that might have an impact on prices, but also more broadly speaking, is it sustainable? I mean, is it sustainable that China keeps growing at those rates? It's big. China is big. So at some point, I mean, we've seen in the US now, there is a consensus between Republicans and Democrats that they want to put some barriers to Chinese imports. I would not exclude that we have those discussions at some point in Europe. I mean, we are very much open to trade, but if at some point you have the discussion in the US, we see high penetration of Chinese imports in Europe, and that would lead to job destructions, I cannot exclude that the political narrative would change, at least in some countries, and then maybe at the European level.
We have just 1 minute left, and I want to end very close to home for you, which is in Belgium, which is the home to the hundreds of billions of dollars in Russian assets that is at the heart of discussions for how do you mobilize them? Can you mobilize them? What is the risk that Russia comes after those assets? What's the risk to Belgium? What's the risk to the European Union if they do that? As an economist in Belgium, what is the financial risk to the country in real terms? And what safeguards can you put in place if that were to happen?
I mean, the short part of the story is that you cannot put, in this case, Euroclear at risk. I mean, they don't have the balance sheet to pay back 150 billion to Russia if there is no form of precaution being taken on that front. I think the seizure of the asset as such would have repercussions, and we need to be very cautious on that. What we've been doing is using the proceeds of the interest on the assets in one way or another, using those proceeds in a way that allows for mobilizing more resources for Ukraine without seizing the assets. I think that would be the first best from my perspective, yes.
We appreciate your time, Governor Wunsch. Thank you so much. And thank you to our audience today. Thank you.
Please welcome Claudio Irigoyen, Head of Global Economics, Bank of America Global Research, and Justin B. Smith, Semafor co-founder and CEO.
Good morning. Welcome, Claudio.
Thank you.
We were just talking about living in New York City and whether that's too much for the senses. But we're actually going to shift gears. We're really thrilled to have Claudio with us. Thank you also to Bank of America, who's one of our partners here. Obviously, this is the World Economy Summit, and this is one of the conversations which probably most directly addresses the brand, which is the macro picture of the global economy. And I think we talk about complexity, we talk about change, we talk about not being able to see clarity. Obviously, getting clarity for our audience on the global economy would be a wonderful goal here for this conversation. So I thought we'd talk a little bit about the big picture and then dive deeper into some of the more specific questions on productivity and trade. So let's start here in Washington, in the U.S., obviously the largest economy, and the impact of the U.S. government shutdown. So it's 3 weeks now, no end in sight. What do you see as the short and long-term implications for the U.S. economy and the global financial markets?
So first, for you to have a sense of how much does it cost, 1 week of government shutdown is about 1/10 of GDP. However, when you you go back to normal, you pay people retroactively, so you sort of compensate for that. So if we're talking about 1 month or so of shutdown that we had already in the past, it's not a big deal.
So that would be one month would be 0.4% of GDP, but they would be some of it would be made up.
Exactly.
Later. How much would be made up? All of it, or?
I mean, 3/4 of that maybe is made up. So at the end, it's a rounding error.
But the longer the shutdown, is it harder then to make it up?
Well, that's
Takes
the
longer.
point. So there are two important issues if it goes late 2-3 months. First, if the layoffs are permanent, and if we're talking about thousands, it's fine. If we're talking about, for you to have a sense, also 170K people laid off means 1/10 of unemployment rate going up. So that's a big deal. Are we thinking about those numbers? Probably not. This is like an extreme case. But this is when you start saying, well, this is a big issue. On the other hand, there is an indirect effect, which is that you don't have data available for policymakers to make timely decisions. In particular, we have the FOMC meeting at the end of October. Seems to be that we want to have the CPI data no matter what. BLS said that they're going to publish it. But the rest of the data, you had to rely on private estimates. So obviously that affects the decision-making process, in particular in this scenario in which it's not easy because you have inflation pointing in one direction, the labor market pointing in the other direction. It's not even obvious that it's really weakening because there is a tightening of immigration taking place too. So for the Fed, it's important to have timely data, good quality data, and this is an indirect effect of the shutdown too.
So kind of a summary bullet point would be what? The impact of the shutdown could be severe, but if it's short, it'll be like past shutdowns, not a huge disruption?
We never had in the past a severe impact of a shutdown because they were relatively short-lived, no more than 35 days or so. If we have a 2-month or longer, this would be a significant change relative to the past, and then we need to think about maybe 2-3 of GDP that will be lost permanently.
Okay. So shifting now to this trend that we're seeing about the many countries embracing industrial policies to boost different strategic sectors, how do you see this trend reshaping both global trade dynamics but also long-term productivity?
I think it's all about geopolitics, and I was mentioning this in a meeting yesterday. When I talked to the hedge funds, they want to know whether rates will go up or down next week. But when I talk to the CEO of a company, they want to understand how geopolitics will look like 5 years from now, because that's the amount of time that you need to relocate supply chains in a meaningful way, because you don't want to depend on a critical input coming from a country that if there is a geopolitical accident, end up on the other side of the geopolitical divide. So in terms of productivity, industrial policies will impact negatively on global growth, simply because when you think about globalization means you produce in the countries where it's more efficient to produce. Now you are thinking about producing in countries where it's safer to produce. So it's more of a risk management approach. And obviously that has some costs. But at the same time, and this is going to make it way more complex to understand the contribution of industrial policies versus something else, you're having an AI revolution that it's supposed to improve productivity. In some countries more than others, but at the end, the new technologies will become available for everyone, so some economies will leapfrog later in the game, but will jump into much more productive technologies, and then you're going to have an improvement in global growth because of better technologies. At the same time, a draw on the other side or moving in the other direction because of industrial policies that might be costly for global growth.
And what are you seeing in all your data in terms of the U.S.'s new tariff policies, tariff and trade tensions? In particular, how vulnerable are emerging markets, and how are different regions of the world positioned, good or bad?
I think if you go back to the first Trump administration, when we started to increase tariffs, way more gradually, of course, and then the Biden administration that didn't remove any of those tariffs, you can see that trade started to diverge in meaningful ways. So the share of China in US imports dropped significantly, and some countries took over that market share. At the beginning, it was mostly Vietnam, then more recently Mexico. The reasons why Vietnam took over market share and Mexico took over market share are completely different. In the case of Vietnam, there is more clear evidence that there could be triangling of exports, Chinese exports through Vietnam, and that's the reason why this administration said it's not going to be just tariffs on China, it's going to be more broad-based tariffs because we want to avoid the triangling of exports to the US. So this is already happening. Obviously, China will be impacted. They have their own issues, but tariffs that obviously don't help. I was in Beijing 3 weeks ago, and it was clear to me that they're going to have a very hard time dealing with the overcapacity issue they have, given the weak demand they have because the property market's still struggling, and people mostly save in real estate, so consumer confidence still weak. So they're going to try to export away that overcapacity to the rest of the world ex-US because the US market is more difficult now. And they're going to keep exporting deflation in goods to the rest of the world. So that will have implications for inflation dynamics in many emerging markets, and that will allow central banks in emerging markets to cut interest rates somewhat faster than what people might have thought. But it might be a matter of time until some countries or some regions say, we are being flooded by Chinese products and we need to do something about it, and maybe we want to impose tariffs. I mean, you have the example of electric vehicles in Europe. Europe used to be a model of buying cheap energy from Russia and exporting manufacturing goods to the rest of the world. So now you don't have more cheap energy from Russia anymore. It's going to take a lot of time to develop new alternative energy sources, and you don't export as much to the rest of the world because the US is buying less, and China is not only buying less, but China is competing in many markets with Europe.
So you obviously hear chief economist, Bank of America, huge player in this community that's meeting in Washington this week at the IMF World Bank. How does it feel this week, especially compared to previous years or previous periods, with the growing fragmentation of economic governance? And can you shed any light into that? How different it is, and obviously, the underlying question is: are we really entering into a period of regional blocks and the end of multilateralism or reduced multilateralism?
I definitely think that geopolitics is changing in a structural way, and alliances are changing in a structural way. But it's probably too early to tell how those alliances will look like 3 years from now, and probably a good example is India. So India would love to play the neutral game. Like I do business with everyone. I don't have to take sides. But geopolitics is changing in a way that countries will have to take sides. And the picture today is Modi in a picture with Xi Jinping and Putin. Is that a sustainable situation? Is that a permanent change? Probably not. But this is important because maybe if you had asked me that question 2 months ago, I would have said maybe India can benefit from the relocation of supply chains. Now it's not so obvious, but maybe in 2 months. It's back to 2 months ago. Yeah.
So one last quick question, because we're almost out of time. Obviously, AI, this notion that it's an invention of a method of invention, and what are your views on, and Bank of America's views on AI as a force for global productivity, and will the gains be realized equally across the world?
Yeah, I mean, this time in Washington, I remember in the spring meeting it was mostly about tariffs and what's going to happen. But this time in Washington, they say, "How are you? What do you think about AI?" So this is the charter.
And what do you say when they say, "How are you?"
I say there are two dimensions: investment, the choke points to investment, and the impact on labor today versus the impact on labor in the future. So first, There is a debate about whether AI is already impacting on the numbers that we see in the labor market, the reduction in payrolls. How much is immigration, how much is lower demand for labor, how much is substitution away from labor into new technologies. We don't see that yet in a meaningful way, could be in the future, but we see AI contributing significantly to investment. And it's mostly software, computers, peripheral equipment. Data center, everybody's talking about data center, but to be honest, the contribution of data center is important within infrastructure, but not so much overall AI investment yet. However, there are a lot of questions about whether we are creating or we have enough supply of energy, in particular electricity, to deal with the expected increase in the demand coming from data centers, and that's an open question. And I think that some countries might benefit on that. Maybe Argentina, Chile, Brazil might offer some excess supply of electricity to locate data centers there.
Great. Well, listen, Claudio, thank you so much for joining us, and thanks to Bank of America for your partnership.
My pleasure.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Please welcome Kyriakos Pierakakis, Minister of Economy and Finance of Greece, and Liz Hoffman, Business and Finance Editor at Semafor.
Good morning, everyone. Mr. Minister, thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
So, a decade ago, Greece was the financial basket case of Europe, and Germany and France were giving you a hard time. You just officially shed your reputation as an emerging, you're developed back in the developed economy world, and the Russell Index, the FTSE Russell.
For the Athens Stock Exchange.
FTSE Russell. Your sovereign bonds, I think, are trading now inside of France's and Italy's. So, like, anything to say to your friends to the north?
That if we delivered it, they can too. I mean, in a sense, delivering reform is challenging, and Greece had to experience very hard times. We lost 25 points of our GDP. In equivalent metrics, this is the equivalent of the US Great Depression. Withstanding this is a manifestation of the strength of the Greek people, and it's also a manifestation of the support that we received from our international partners. But the types of reforms that we had to deliver on that lost decade for Greece were harsh, immense, extremely difficult. We had to do it at scale. We had our political troubles in doing that. We required 3 bailouts instead of 1. One would say that we did that after having excluded all other possibilities. But in a sense, now we're back on track. And I would say that Greece is not only back, but it's up and running. And we want to attract more investment. We will be delivering more reforms in the near future. And we firmly believe that we can grow even faster.
What is the next reform that's on the list?
Well, broadly speaking, right now, if you look at from Greece from a helicopter view, fiscally, our debt is de-escalating fast. We started at 210%. Now the projection for the draft budget for next year is 137.6%. It's still quite large.
Of GDP. It's about 100% in the US.
Yeah, but it's declining fast. We're generating surpluses in our economy. We had a surplus of 4.8% last year. So all of those things accumulate. Our growth, the projection is 2.4% for next year. But we feel that we can do even better. So removing red tape from our economy, catalyzing cross-border mergers and acquisitions, which is the biggest discussion in Europe right now with the Draghi report and the Leto report. All of those things taken together, plus leadership, economic leadership on M&As, on privatizations, on all the spectrum of things that can catalyze further economic growth is for us the next step, and we plan to be delivering it week after week, I would say. We have done more than 100 reforms in the last 6 years. The government is now fully digital. We have digitized more than 2,200 digital public services.
You were the digital minister before you
I used to be the digital minister for 4 years. So Greece was amongst the first countries to transition to 5G in Europe, together with Estonia and a couple of other countries in the European North. We digitized more than 2,000 services. This is probably the most popular reform that we have done as a government. All of those things taken together manifest that our government is more efficient and it's more open to investment.
How did you do that? Because, I mean, everyone in the room will remember famously, 10 months ago, a bunch of technologists swept into the White House and said, among other things, we're gonna clean up all of these websites and we're gonna make the government much more technologically efficient. It's gonna run like Silicon Valley, and we haven't seen much for that yet. How did you actually go about replacing pretty arcane processes with digital ones?
Well, to be frank,
every government should attempt to do this. And in the United States, I think that it should happen even more. I used to be a student in the United States, so I vividly remember, that on the one hand, you have the technological powerhouse of Silicon Valley. On the other hand, you don't have the translation of that technological primacy in the public services that are offered either by the federal government or by the states. And I would say that this is the case throughout Europe, in most places. I would actually focus on the fact that this discussion is not about technology. Technology is part of the answer, but it's not about it. It's about design thinking. It's about rewiring the way your government offers public services. And while you typically, when you do public policy, you typically have an economist in the room and a lawyer in the room. Unless you have someone who understands technology in the room too, you're basically not in the 21st century. So we did that during COVID-19, but the focus was not on, asking, what can we do with AI in the government? In my view, that's the wrong question. You should think, what type of need, what specific need of citizens am I trying to answer? And then there are proper technologies or less proper technologies to integrate in the answer. So we had that mindset, that line of thinking, and it worked. And this is why we were very good in COVID vaccinations. This is why now we have digitized more than 2,000 services. This is why we're cutting red tape. This is why we're simplifying our public services. And this will be a growth dividend on top of the other strategy, on top of being fiscally prudent.
You said you are running a surplus. Not that many countries are, including this one. As you got from a pretty steep deficit to a pretty healthy surplus, how much of that was making tough decisions about public spending, and how much of that was pretty strong growth in the underlying economy, particularly post-COVID, as a lot of the services activity came back?
Well, after 2010, we had to make very harsh decisions. Labor reforms, economic reforms, pension reforms, we did all of that thing, and it was harsh, as I mentioned. We lost 25 points of GDP. Arguably, if we had moved even faster on certain reforms, the depth of that crisis wouldn't have been such. Overall, I would also add that I vividly remember an article written by Thomas Friedman in the New York Times at the beginning of the Greek crisis, when we signed our first bailout package with the IMF. The end of the article said that I'm not going to be looking at the bond spreads, which we already discussed in the comparison with France and Italy. I'm going to be looking at what young Greeks will do during the crisis. If you see them leaving, start selling bonds. If you see them staying and coming back, start buying back. So what happened is 600,000 Greeks left during those years. And we have a significant demographic problem in Greece. So this made the problem even more acute. In the last years, more than 300,000 to 400,000 have started coming back. So now we have put our fiscal house in order. We generate surpluses. We have done our difficult share of reforms. Now the mindset needs to shift towards more growth. And this requires cutting red tape, cutting bureaucracy, digitizing the economy, increasing productivity, and thinking a lot within Europe about mergers and acquisitions. And on that, if I may add, when the whole tariff discussion started with the United States and the bilateral relationship between Europe and the US and how this would be affected, the IMF, we're here for the IMF made a calculation about the hidden cost of the barriers that exist between European economies. The calculation was 110% equivalent in services, 45% equivalent in manufacturing, same like tariffs between the member states of the European Union. So the issue was, okay, we're discussing with the US, but we have barriers between ourselves. So we should build the single market. We should further build the single market, remove those barriers, and act like being really a federal economic union. We haven't done that yet. So if we deliver this, there will be an obvious growth dividend out of it. So we need more mergers and acquisitions happening across our borders within Europe, and it can be delivered fast.
I think just a couple of weeks ago, Euronext is buying the Athens Stock Exchange, and these are assets that lots of countries would guard pretty closely. They care a lot about their national stock exchanges. Was that the kind of thing that you think would have been hard to do before, but is necessary now?
Yeah. Plus, we have been preaching about we used to call it the Capital Markets Union in Europe. Now we call it the Savings and Investment Union. It's the natural evolution of the Capital Markets Union. We preach a lot about it, but we need to act upon it. It's William Faulkner's advice to young writers that I remember: show, don't tell. We need to specifically signal leadership on those types of things by doing such moves like the one that you mentioned. So for us, Euronext was such a move. We want to become the 8th stock exchange of Euronext. There are other 7 European stock exchanges that participate on that network. We as a government are extremely positive about this. UniCredit's deal with Alpha Bank, they're buying more than 30% of Alpha Bank. They had trouble in other places in Europe when they wanted to make similar decisions. In our case, we signaled that we're fully open. And an international investor told me, for us, what you did with UniCredit was the litmus test of meaning it. We passed the litmus test. We mean it.
One of the contributing factors to the Greek crisis, a decade ago, was a collapse of confidence in the country's official economic data. There were some falsifications in the 2000s that really eroded investors' ability to trust the numbers coming out of the government. You can see where I'm going with this, but any words of warning for the U.S. as the government's going to restart in the next couple of weeks? We're going to start seeing numbers, but there's a lot of political pressure and not a clear sense that we can trust them. I mean, what should we take from the Greek experience?
Well, my best answer to this from the Greek case is that the current head of the Greek Statistical Authority was selected to become the deputy head of the European Statistical Authority a couple of weeks ago. So this is a manifestation of the curve of all the change that has occurred in Greece in the last years. Plus, the whole digital experience that we have had is a measurement experience. Arguably, what you can't measure, you can't reform. And I remember from my years at school studying computer science, I remember this equation: information equals data plus interpretation. So you need to have the same objective data, on top of which you can argue, on top of which you can't disagree, but you need a basis of objectivity when you're having the discussion. And this is why we need those authorities to be independent, and we need them to be to capacity build them as much as we can.
Is this broadly a moment, do you think, for Europe to pull together politically, economically? We're a year out from the Draghi report, as you mentioned, and there were a lot of prescriptions in there. It lost a little bit of momentum, it seemed, for a while, and then the geopolitics changed, and it feels like there's a little bit of momentum for European leaders to unite, frankly, a little bit in opposition to the United States. But
no, the moment of pulling together is not necessarily the here and the now, because we should have done it 10 years ago, 20 years ago on many issues. On certain things, we tend to debate them more than what we should be debating them. Let me give you one example again from technology, because technology, the difference about technology is that the curve of change is exponential. The human brain thinks linearly, and the political systems evolve sublinearly, we would say in mathematics. So in this regard, we're fighting the wars of yesterday, politically speaking. Whereas vis-a-vis technology, we should be anticipatory to the maximum extent that we can. And in this regard, take the transition to 5G. In Europe, we had two significant players, Ericsson and Nokia, who were core competitors of Chinese players in the 5G era. And under the first Trump administration, the US government took a very firm stance on 5G, on the usage of technological equipment on behalf of Western players. This was a policy that fundamentally benefited European infrastructural players. So what did we do in Europe? Did we take advantage of this? The answer is plainly we didn't. And this can become quite vivid by the fact that we had 27 spectrum auctions for 5G in Europe. In the United States, you had one. You have one regulator in the United States for telecom, the FTC. In Europe, we have 27, with 27 different schemes of regulating telecommunications in an industry which has its challenges. So what we did in Greece was we took the funding out of the spectrum auction, and we used some of it to create a fund which would then invest in 5G applications. But Greece has a specific scale. Imagine if this had happened with one auction at the pan-European scale, investing in an ecosystem around the infrastructural players of Europe. This required us to be anticipatory. We weren't. So in this regard, should we pull together, be that in banking, be that in the Savings and Investment Union, be that in technology, which will govern most of the decisions that we have in front of us? Absolutely. Are we belated a little bit in doing that? I would arguably say yes. So we need to move forward quickly. And it's not about preaching it, it's about doing it.
Backstage, you were showing me the digital services app where you showed me you can get a divorce online in Greece. But I asked, it said powered by AI, and I said—
You cannot get married online, though.
It should be harder to get married than divorced. But it's powered by OpenAI, and I wonder if you worry that Europe doesn't really have a top-tier player in those. I mean, obviously Mistral and some others, but when you wanted an AI provider, you look to the U.S. Like the European tech scene, the venture capital, the number of unicorns coming out of Europe, very, very, very small. Do you worry that there's a competitiveness gap, particularly at this sort of AI inflection point?
I mean, I have to say that I'm more worried about not building the competitive advantage that you can potentially have in the area where you already have it, like the case I mentioned before on 5G infrastructure. On other areas, I see a natural synergy between the technological ecosystems of the United States and those of Europe. Our problem in Europe is that we need to build the single market. Arguably, at some point, let's say you have a European startup, a Greek startup, or a French startup. at some point, while the startup grows, you will arguably need access to American financing. And this is okay. We love having this access and growing our companies. But ideally, you should have a banking system in Europe which would enable you to grow your companies domestically. They could have a destiny in Europe. Not only their R&D departments, as is the case in most places, but the whole project would materialize in Europe. So building the single market, developing the financial mechanisms, developing the technological know-how, building links with European universities, all of those things can happen. It's not inventing the wheel. It's about speed and scale. It's about nimbleness. And it can be delivered if you have a clear north and the compass. We have the north. The problem is that on many such topics, when we're debating them in Europe, typically, we're for it, but we have an asterisk when we integrate our national sensitivities. So in this regard, we need to understand that the opportunity cost of not moving is huge. We need to move fast.
Well, thank you so much for coming. That's all we have time for.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Please welcome Joe Lavorgna, Counselor to the Secretary at the US Treasury Department, who joins Semafor's Business and Finance Editor, Liz Hoffman, on stage.
Morning, Joe.
Good morning, Liz. How are you?
Good. How are you?
Good.
Good. Thank you for joining us.
I feel like my chair is too far back.
I was thinking that with the last one, but we're gonna tough it. We're gonna tough it.
Okay, we're gonna tough it out.
All
Okay,
right.
great.
I'm from Central Pennsylvania, and I'm headed back there this weekend.
Michael Patchin's from Mechanicsburg or Harrisburg.
Harrisburg.
Stillers
I'll find you
fan.
later. And I'm headed back there this weekend, and I'm sure that somebody is going to ask me, why are we bailing out Argentina?
Okay, so number one, it's not a bailout. I want to make that clear. Second point is that you have to understand that Argentina, from a geopolitical perspective, as it relates to them being in our hemisphere, where the government is very pro-Western, obviously, very pro-markets. Milei's done a phenomenal job in turning that economy around. The administration wants to make sure those programs continue in a very effective way. And certainly with China encroaching on the region, Argentina really becomes a very key geopolitical place that we have a strong interest in. And that's the main reason why we're trying to get them over this, what I think was a short-term hump.
Can you give any specificity to what the secretary said yesterday? That, this started out, it sounded like public money, and now perhaps there's a private consortium. What are you talking to? What's it look like?
On the public side, it's essentially taking SDRs and then from IMF, I believe, and then it goes to the Fed, and that's swapped for dollars, which then are lent through the ESF to the Argentine authorities and get pesos back.
That was a lot of acronyms, but the issue is
Right.
that Argentina needs dollars,
so that's
right?
20, right? That's right. They need dollars at the moment, and this private consortium would buttress obviously the ESF, but I don't know the specifics on it yet. It's not clear that those have been made available. But the point is that the administration is very serious in making sure Argentina has the support so they can continue policies which are very advantageous to us as a key ally in the region. I think that's the key point. So this is a very unique geopolitical position that they're in, and if we could help, we feel like certainly in our best interest to do so.
What's the incentive for private financial players who are being asked to make a lot of investments here
Sure.
too, by the way?
Well, I think the reason is that it's just another way to solidify and buttress the support that they need in the short term, basically. It's just, and I think Argentina is one of those places that's historically has been a tremendously wealthy country, still has tremendous things to offer. The economy's turning around, and for all I know, may have been even instigated by folks in the private sector. So I'm not sure how that came about, but I think it's a way to fortify the fact that the administration is successful in getting Argentina the support that it needs.
The job numbers last couple of months and some revisions have been pretty weak. Sort of two theories. One is that it's companies, that it's a demand problem, and companies are pulling back on hiring because of their uncertainty about lots of different things. The other is that it's more of a demand issue, largely related to immigration. Which of those kind of makes the most sense to you?
So what makes the most sense is that the labor market's been downshifting basically since 2023. If you look at the numbers that were first reported and where we are now, it's roughly 2 million jobs. We've overstated over the past 2 years. So the downtrend in employment has been pretty significant. That began well before the Trump administration took office. Some of my friends on the left might say, we left you a good labor market. No, you didn't. Labor market was weakening. The strength in the labor market we had was largely due to excessive government spending. And we ran a 6.5% budget deficit with a world of full employment. That's unsustainable. So the labor market is downshifting. I'd say in spite of the downshift in the labor market, confidence in the president's policies are reflective really in the fact that you've had this CapEx boom, incipient CapEx boom start at the beginning of the year when I think many people knew that the OBBB would be retroactive to January. Now people say, oh, it's all AI. Well, AI certainly is a factor, but we're seeing very good gains outside of just the information processing and related equipment as it's known in the GDP accounts. We expect with the economy performing very well in Q2, 4.5% real growth, ex-federal government, growth potentially at 4% for the third quarter, that this hiring rate, which was slowing well before President Trump took office, will reverse next year because all of the really good parts of the bill, the 100% expensing for factories, which is still, those guidelines are being written, they will be finished hopefully soon. That's going to lead to a huge construction investment boom next year, and the labor market then turns up.
To the extent that immigration is a factor.
Oh, you asked about that. Yeah. So
Yeah,
on
sorry.
the immigration side, so the reason, so a couple things. One is if you look at immigration, there's two parts of the payroll data. I'm getting a little bit detailed, but maybe this is too much inside baseball, so stop me. But you have the household survey and you've got the payroll survey. And the household survey has been saying that the prior administration's labor market hasn't been very strong, and the job numbers have now been getting revised to move in that direction. If you're an illegal worker, you're not responding to what's known as the household survey. However, if you want to look at the household data and you say, okay, what ethnic group would most likely show an immigration effect to be the Hispanic labor force participation rate, that level is effectively no different today, or the last data report we had before the government was shut down because of the Democrats, but we don't have 60 votes. What can I tell you? So anyway, the labor force participation rate is basically unchanged from where the national rate peaked back in November of 23. So labor force participation has been falling since November 23, but it's not been because of Hispanics leaving the labor force, which is proof positive that this is an immigration story.
That it is an immigration
story. It's not an immigration story. That's right.
Okay. When the shutdown ultimately ends, any insight on that, by the way? You betting man?
I wish. Well, I'm a betting man, but no, I don't know when it's going to end. Hopefully, sooner than later. Leader Thune's going to have his 10th vote on it today. So I don't know. I mean, the thing is, the secretary mentioned, and it's important. It's in CEA. It's from CEA, and some private sector work that we're losing effectively $15 billion per day. Sorry, not per day, per week. Excuse me, on the shutdown. But I think from a confidence perspective, the longer the government is shut down, then business confidence weakens a bit, consumer confidence weakens. Like, come on, can't we get things up and running again? I mean, the private sector is humming. Why can't we get the government to reopen? So I hope it's soon, but I don't know when it is.
When it does reopen, we start to get Bureau of Labor Statistics, inflation data, jobs data. Should people trust them?
Yeah, I think this notion that somehow that the BLS, I could, from most of my career, but vast majority of my career being in the private sector, there was always questions about the BLS data because oftentimes it did not jibe with what other anecdotes had suggested. And when you had the significant pattern of downward revisions, I mean, basically, if you take out the 3 months of last year from October, November, December, it's something like 86% of the time BLS payrolls were revised down in the prior 3 years. I mean, it's just like such a consistent bias that there was already a lack of trust in the data. So yeah, the data will come out and the Wall Street economists and analysts and portfolio managers will digest it. But, the data needs to get better, and the president wants the data to be better, and I think better in terms of its collection so people can believe it. So we'll see what the numbers show, but I think the numbers will be okay. But, hopefully they'll come out sooner. The longer we go, of course, people wonder how was the data collection done while the government was closed. So there was that issue. You may not trust a couple reports because the survey hasn't been done as effectively as it would have if the government was open.
And I understand what you're saying, that there's long been questions about the validity of that data, but like something very big happened over the summer, which is that the president fired the head of the agency that collects it because he didn't like the numbers. And so I wonder when we come back from this, whether just sort of the way we approach the data that the government is putting out has just sort of been sort of irreparably changed.
See, I think the president was rightly frustrated in terms of the fact that you got to be kidding me, more downward revisions, historic downward revisions, and that's complete incompetence. And I think that it was more reflective of the fact that, okay, somebody's not doing their job at BLS. People may not like how it happened, but the president is very results oriented and had to make a change. When the numbers come out, trust me, if the Wall Street financial services people are sophisticated enough to know whether the numbers don't make sense. And a lot of times, we look at things like net birth to death adjustments in the payroll data. It's like, where do they get these numbers from? Like, what I'm saying is people were questioning these data for a long time. So I think whatever comes out will be much better and will be trustworthy, whoever winds up ultimately running the commission.
Goldman Sachs had some numbers out last week that just over half of the tariffs are being borne by consumers. I think about 25% by companies, a little under 20% by foreign suppliers, and then some, single digits, who knows, evaded. How does that jive with your expectations?
I don't know where they're getting those numbers from, because if you look at the PCE deflator for goods, it's basically been flat. You had this big run up under Biden, about a 14% increase from January of 21 up to June of 22, and prices have effectively been flat since then. If you look more recently at data from the CPI and look at things like automobiles, clothing, pharmaceuticals, you basically see no price pressure since April when the tariffs went into effect. That's not to say at some point consumers won't pay a price, and if it is, it'll be a one-off, but it's relatively de minimis to this point. I don't see it in the numbers.
But when you say you don't see it in the numbers, there's $200 and something billion that the Treasury has collected into the fisc. So someone is paying that, and we haven't really seen it in corporate earnings.
Paying,
so where's it coming from?
So I think it's a combination. I think it's predominantly at this point by the foreign exporter, and to some extent perhaps in the importer's margin. But again, when you look at like the equity market and look at large caps and small caps and look at where margins are, that suggests to me that the profit hit isn't particularly large, so a lot of it to this point is actually being absorbed by foreign exporters, which anecdotally we saw back in 2018 and 19 with China absorbing the bulk of it. So maybe they are absorbing most of it, but 25% to me, I don't see it in the data.
Speaking of the equity markets, there was a story in the Wall Street Journal the other day that kind of revived the idea of the Trump put. It was sort of saying that Chinese officials sort of think the president's weak spot is the stock market, which is kind of by a lot of measures already pretty priced to perfection, and maybe one bad headline away from a pullback. How attuned do you think the president is when he approaches policy to the S&P? When you look at equity levels, do you worry that is a weakness?
Yeah. So we had the equity market fell 15% in April, and it had, I think we're up like 35%, 40% off the lows since then. It's the biggest recovery off a 15% drawdown on record. And certainly the president cares about the equity market to the extent that it reflects confidence in the outlook, but that's not the only metric. He cares about many other things. And the stock market and just even the bond market, I think, is even perhaps a better reflection of the president's policies. You mentioned tariffs raising all this revenue. The U.S. bond market rates are down about 55 basis points since the beginning of the year. And my prior private sector already was saying, President Trump, he's got to be worried about this, worried about that. And I said, no, President Trump knows how to negotiate. He knows how to gain leverage. He's got a great advocate and ambassador in Secretary Besson. Trust me, the world isn't ending. This, they told us to people in April. And sure enough, it hasn't. And when you look at interest rates with 10-year yields down around 4%, when they've gone up in the UK, they've gone up in Japan, they've gone up significantly, they've gone up in France, and you look at term premium, the U.S. term premium is relatively low, and that relates in part to the tariffs and the confidence that this administration is going to bring down the cost of living, that the tariff effect, if it shows up at some point, will be de minimis. I mean, the fact that I think if we were just having our own discussion and debate about tariffs, here we are in October debating what the effect of it is, I think that automatically tells us that the people who said tariffs aren't a problem are correct, because I heard in March and April and May and June and July, the tariffs are coming, Well, it hasn't happened. But I think on the fiscal side, when I look not just at equity markets, but financial markets, look at credit spreads, all those things reflect strong confidence in the president's policy. So I look at the whole mosaic of what markets are signaling. And again, if we can get the government open and have the government get back to doing its job and helping the economy grow, and we're going to boom in 26.
All right, we'll have you back to talk about it.
Thanks,
Joe.
Ladies and gentlemen, our next session, Economic Frontlines, will now begin. Please welcome Amos Hochstein, Managing Partner at TWG Global, and Ben Smith, Co-founder and Editor-in-Chief at Semafor.
Thank you for the applause, Maggie. Anyway, so we'll mostly talk about our new AI overlords. But before we get to that, all your former White House colleagues are now teaching school, but you came out of the White House with a lot of velocity into the AI industry. But before we get to that, I guess I have to ask you. You were right in the middle of these Middle East negotiations. You made a rare deal around Lebanon. Is the deal that Donald Trump made with the Israelis, is that something that you guys could have gotten, or could only Trump have made that deal?
Well, first, I think it's a great deal, and I'm very happy that it happened. And I give a lot of credit to the administration, to the president, to Jared and Steve for getting it done. Seeing 20 people who've sat in a hell for 2 years, going back to their families, no one can criticize that. That is a good deal. Seeing the bloodshed stop in Gaza is a good deal. That is a good thing. And the only tinge of disappointment, sadness that I have is that I think we could have had this earlier. Remember that in January there was a ceasefire, which had 3 stages to it. And the first stage was the female hostages as well as the older men coming out over 42 days. And on day 14, negotiating phase 2, which is Israeli withdrawal and the rest of the hostages. And phase 3 is the day after. And so I think that could have continued. I don't know that it would have been possible. It's impossible to know. But that doesn't take away from the fact that I think the administration gets a lot of credit. I think some of the lessons are, one, all the people, I'm still baffled. This is not about politics. From the far right and the far left, the people who criticize and said we need a ceasefire now, end the war, that don't understand that you don't just end wars. They have to have a deal. And now they're criticizing the fact that there's a deal. We have to call it like it is. It is a good thing that the administration achieved a deal, and I hope it lasts, and I hope that it stands. It's the Middle East, so you never know, but I'm very hopeful.
Let's talk about AI. You are now, with no pause in your life, have moved into the other most complicated and risky part of the business world, which is investing in artificial intelligence, where enormous amounts of money are pouring in, as we were saying before. No one is making any money. And there's a lot of argument over where in kind of the stack ultimately the value is going to accrue. Is it the people who run the models? Is it the applications? Is it just the people who build data centers? And as in you're really thinking about placing huge, multi-billion-dollar bets in this industry, how do you think about that? Where do you see the value?
Well, you're right. I left and I immediately went into TWG, and part of it was because when I was at the White House, one of my proposals outside the Middle East was to be the energy advisor to the president. And that's where 2 years ago I started seeing this massive gap that now we talk about all the time, but nobody was talking about. And I was sitting in meetings with the leaders of our AI companies and hyperscalers, and they would talk about all these things, all their plans. They would come to the White House and talk about these plans. And I once raised my hand and I just said, you're talking about a gigawatt here and a gigawatt there. Like, where's this? I'm the energy guy. And
pretty soon that adds up to real energy.
And everybody said, no, it's going to be fine. And I think so there's 2 pieces that I see, which is why I went to TWG. One is, how do you actually look at AI? You said nobody's making money. I think a lot of people are making money, but no revenue is being generated. Yeah. A lot of people are getting rich, but no companies are making money out of AI. And so how do you look at it and turn it into a B2B? How do you turn AI into a business and a product that is commoditized and then is used? And so TWG, as you know, we signed a a JV with Palantir on how to take our AI business and grow it faster, and that is AI specifically for financial services and regulated businesses and other related industries. But again, with the idea of not that I'm the AI genius, but rather how do you use AI to make money?
And to pause on that for a second, huge investment, XAI, Palantir, you guys, big resources. How's that going? Do you have customers? Do you have, and this is a business that would, I guess, analyze all of the unstructured data that financial institutions have, audio recordings, PDFs, all that. How's that going?
Well, first of all, it's going great. We'll have other things to say at the right time.
You can make a little news here.
And when the right time to make news, we will. I think we made the news when we founded the company, started the company inside TWG, and then signed the JV with Palantir several months ago, and then added XAI and Grok as a provider and a partner into that, and so that we can develop the right model to be able to achieve exactly what you just described. And to do that, we have a growing part of that business is really building with clients that we already have and working with financial institutions on the use cases. And I think that we're very excited about this opportunity, and we think this is how AI will have an effect, not just on people's lives. Right now, people think about AI and it's essentially a replacement of like a Google search.
Yeah.
But rather, how do you use it to make businesses more efficient? And at the end of the day, can a business say, once I deployed AI, I spent less and I made more?
So what is this replacing? If I'm a bank, which piece of software am I dropping? Which consulting firm am I dropping to pay you?
Well, I think first it's about how fast can I get to my goals, prove a loan, or do any of my business faster, more efficient, more accurately. So it's true my work. So one is it's gonna cut down on workforce, and it's gonna require fewer employees, and that's on the I spend less.
Nice to hear somebody be honest about that. Every other executive in the world says, "Oh, we're gonna move people around."
So I think people will move. I'm not one of those who believes that this is doomsday. I think that we are going to move people around the economy, but haven't we always done that?
Yeah.
With every advent of new technology, fewer people worked in one area. We have a lot fewer people working in mills and in agriculture than we used to, and they work in other things. And people say, okay, what are they going to do? I said, well, if I told you in 2003 that people are going to be working on AI, you'd think that we were talking about a sci-fi movie. There were no jobs. We couldn't name the jobs that we have today, so why would I think that I can name the jobs of what they're going to look like in 5 or 10 years from now? I think humans are going to be required, but it'll be movement. I don't know that they'll move within the organization.
Right.
But I think that we can make companies more efficient. So one is that, and the second is how do I make more money by being more efficient? Clients want to use me because I am differentiated. I can work faster,
right,
more accurate, and I can give you a better product at the end of the day.
And I think I cut you off on your way to talking about energy.
So the second piece of it is really where I think is exciting is we have a huge gap on the energy and AI.
Would you say it's a crisis?
I think if things don't happen soon, it will become a crisis. I'm not an alarmist in general, but I do think that we're not going in the right direction. And part of it, there are a couple of components to it. One is the AI companies and hyperscalers. These are folks that are working really fast. They're looking at their competitors here in the United States. They're looking at their competitor being China. They want to get to the frontier models faster than everybody else. And they're deploying enormous amounts of capital, like we've never seen, and working really fast and really aggressively. On the other side of the ledger, I have utilities, power companies, the public utility commissions. I have small town mayors, communities who work in years while the other guys women are working in quarters or even days and weeks. And so the culture clash between those two is very significant. And so the second piece is how do you actually build the amount of power? When we talk about let's look at the public comments by Sam Altman or Elon or Dario at Anthropic and saying how much they're going to need, right? They used to talk about, I'm going to do a gigawatt cluster. Now we're talking about 5 gigawatt clusters, and I want to build 200 gigawatts eventually over the next 10, 12 years. We don't have that power. We don't have that supply chain of materials and turbines and converters and switchers. We don't have the master electricians that know even how to do all this work. So we have to think about how are you going to do this, and how does this not impact communities? And how do you do this in a way that prices don't start escalating at the same time? So I think we have to figure this out, and I think what's happening today is the first step is always know the problem, identify the issue, and I think the AI companies are finally coming to the fact, okay, I'm really smart at technology and AI. I may not know energy. I may have to actually think about this and learn how does energy work.
What do you make of the administration's hostility to renewables in this context? How much is that part of the problem, part of the solution?
I'm sympathetic to the argument, and as you know, I've taken a lot of heat for this when I was in the Biden administration, because as hostile as they are to renewables, the other side is unrealistically hostile to natural gas or other sources. And the reality is that people like to say we're not in an energy transition, we're in an energy addition because our demand is going up. And people in the administration are saying that. But you can't call it an addition if you're actually going to take away the renewables. I don't think there should be hostility to renewables.
What do you make of it? Is it sort of rational policy? Is it sort of they think renewables are woke? Like, what is that?
I do think that there's been the whole climate debate from day one for the last 25 years, since sort of the Al Gore kind of coming out with the movie and all that stuff, has become, instead of a energy issue, it turned into a political issue. Mm-hmm. I can't think of another country in the world where that's true. Now, I think that going green and turning it into a religion has made things, look at Europe, it's a disaster, right? Europe went way too far too fast. Reality bites you when that happens. And now you have a backlash in Germany and France because prices go up and the availability. And the reality is we can't flip a switch and move to renewable energy. And we can't, but we can make things cleaner. And so we should focus on the goal, which is lower emissions. And the other goal, making sure I have as much energy as I need. So CCUS, right, carbon capture is a good thing. And we should deploy it in oil and gas, not because I think we should have oil forever, but because we're going to need oil for a really long time.
You have a lot of expertise. We got a minute and a half left. 2 more topics. Big tug of war over selling chips, in particular to our allies in the Gulf, tug of war in the White House. Do you think we're being too restrictive? Do you think we've hit the right place on that?
We had a tug of war in the Biden administration to the last day of the administration.
And I think you were tugging pro-selling. You were pro-selling American chips, right?
Well, one side says we have a fight with China. They're a little bit behind. So what we should do is build a wall around the United States and a moat around the wall. And if there's any cracks in it, add another layer of bricks to the wall. My view is that doesn't work. And we've never been able to restrict technology. So what we should do is take it the exact opposite. We have to win this war. I agree with President Trump on this. We have to win this war with China, this competition. And to do that, if we do it alone, I believe today we will lose that war. And for that, we need allies. Sometimes you need allies because you want to have the ability to sell your products more. Sometimes you want allies because you don't want the other side to have them. And so I think if you look at countries like UAE or even Saudi, they have money and energy, and UAE developed an expertise. We should use that. We should work with them. We should work with everybody we can.
Has this administration gone far enough?
Well, I don't think that any of these chips have been licensed yet, so I don't really know how it is. I think we should go to allies, whether it's UAE or it's Europe or anyone else. And by the way, I'd rather work with UAE than with Spain. Spain is maybe a European country, but they've put Huawei in their intelligence systems. So I'd rather go to countries and say, on this issue, it's binary.
Do you think Howard Lutnick specifically is an obstacle to this?
I have no idea. You would have to ask.
Only one more question about one more divisive subject. You guys are thinking about buying the Lakers. Are you concerned that LeBron James is a declining asset?
I think LeBron James has had a very, very good career. I will let the Lakers speak for themselves for now.
All right, thank you so much, Amos.
All right, take care.
Joining us now is Zach Perret, CEO of Plaid, and Rohan Goswami, business reporter at Semafor.
Hi, Zach. How are you?
Doing great. Thank you for having me.
Thanks for being here. So, for those of you that don't know, Plaid is the company that sits between the screens that connect your bank to your 401k provider or your mortgage provider. And, it's a beautiful thing because it's pretty seamless, but it's also kind of hard because a lot of people don't really know what you do. So maybe briefly, just tell us what Plaid does and how you guys work.
Well, explaining financial infrastructure to a crowd of people has always been hard, but I think this is a special crowd, so I'll do my best. We build the infrastructure that lets you connect your bank account to any application kind of out there that you might want to use. The history of how we got here starts with I grew up in a small town, rural North Carolina, and not very many banks in the place that I grew up. What we found is that a lot of people in the community I grew up in had to drive a long way into a big city to get access to a bank account. And I never understood as a kid why you couldn't just put the loan on the internet. This seems fairly obvious. We all used our smartphones for everything, but we couldn't get a loan online. So in 2012, 2013, we started the business to allow you to link your bank account to any application that you might want to use. When you think about applying for a loan, you have to get a lot of data from your bank account into that loan application. It needs to be structured correctly. Historically, you used to have these things that we called shoebox mortgages, so a shoebox full of papers that you printed out and brought to your mortgage broker. We needed to figure out how to digitize that. So that's what we do. On our back end, we've integrated with every bank in the US and many of those in Europe and so on and so forth. It allows you to connect any bank account that you have to any digital finance application that you might want to use. Let's take Venmo, for example, the way you link your, say, Wells Fargo bank account or Small Bank of North Carolina bank account to the Venmo app. That's what we do. And at this point, we have tons and tons of applications built on top of it, everything from lenders to cryptocurrency companies, investment applications, bookkeeping, budgeting tools, so on and so forth. So we've built a fairly large network that does this connection, and have recently expanded into credit scoring and fraud analytics too.
We could talk about credit scoring a little bit. But let's talk about Europe first, because we have a pretty good track record at building great tech companies and doing great things with them, but the Europeans kind of seem to eat our lunch when it comes to fintechs and how widespread they're adopted there. Why is that? What's the issue?
We have a chaotic history, or somewhat chaotic history, of financial regulation as it pertains to kind of anything that's not just core banking. In Europe, they came up with this concept of open banking. How do I allow a consumer to use their bank account and the data within that bank account outside of the bank's four walls? In the US, we had some very basic provisions related to open banking, but Europe came out with very clear structures, very clear rules that required banks to build APIs, to serve data to consumers when the consumers wanted it. And we saw this explosion of neobanks and fintech applications in, call it 2015, 2016, 2017, in a way that in the US, we just didn't see that for a while. So I think the clarity and specificity of the regulation was a big boon to European fintech. These days, you see like the largest neobanks in the world are companies like Revolut, which grew quite quickly in Europe. Also in South America, you saw Nubank come and just have this amazing growth trajectory. Yet in the US, there's always whiplash on our financial services regulations, both in terms of open banking, but also in terms of things like bank charters and giving access to neobanks to the tools they need to build.
Do you think it's just regulatory, though? Is there something cultural about the American consumer that maybe they don't want or they don't need a smart, clean solution to banking? I mean, it's baffling.
I think there's a big piece of it that's regulatory. I think there's a big piece of it that is just industry structure. Mm-hmm. So we have a lot of big banks that have a lot of power. Those banks probably wouldn't love a totally new set of entrants coming into the space. The American consumer is interesting, though. Historically, the way that the American consumer lived their financial life was you grow up in a small town, you have one bank in that small town, you get every single financial product from that one bank, and it's oftentimes a birth to death type of banking relationship. These days, though, people don't do that. They don't stay in that same small town. They move around a lot. People travel. They use the internet for all sorts of things. And consumers want variety and choice in the financial applications and the financial products that they use. In fact, we talked about putting the loan on the internet. Instead of having just one bank that only gives you one loan option, Today, if I want to go get a mortgage, I can go get 5 mortgage offers in a day. Just by going online, using Rocket Mortgage, using any other of these mortgage aggregators. And what am I going to do? I'm going to comparison shop. I'm going to see which one has the best rate, the highest loan amount, or whatever features I'm looking for. I'm going to be able to find that really quickly, and there will be competition. And so we live today, as Americans, very fragmented financial lives. But most people actually really appreciate it. So consumers these days, they like the fact that you can use Robinhood to make investments because it gives them certain investing options. They like the fact that they could sign up for Coinbase and buy a Bitcoin because their bank might not support buying Bitcoin. They like the fact that they can go out and find the best mortgage offer for them. And so we've actually seen increasing fragmentation in the financial system. Consumers today are using 8 or 10 apps to manage their financial life as opposed to one banking relationship. And I think this is net very good for consumers because they're winning. They're getting access to better tools at a cheaper price.
Isn't this kind of like cable bundling on bundling, though, where everything gets separated and then everyone gets frustrated that things are separate? I mean, I'm thinking about, we talked about ChatGPT, and I know a lot of people who use it as a lawyer, as a therapist. Are you seeing your partner companies, right, Robinhood or the banks, are you seeing the customers that are integrated there start to move some of that capability onto ChatGPT?
We haven't seen it yet, but we will.
Yeah.
You and I might differ in how we think about our financial lives. I'm like super pro try everything new, and I'm willing to accept risk for that. If ChatGPT could let me move money around, if it could make investment decisions for me, if it could figure out which bank account my paycheck should go into, I would give it all the trust in the world and be happy to let it run with that. I'm not going to assume what you're like, but I'm going to use you as an example here. You might not trust ChatGPT quite as much. A lot of people probably wouldn't as well. And so the form factor of financial services needs to vary for each user. We have different risk preferences. We have different desires. We have different levels of interaction. I want my financial life to be fully automated, and I never want to think about it. Mm-hmm. You might want to actually exert some control over it. And so I suspect that the world of chat apps will create obviously more options for consumers and how they're going to use it. But it is inevitable that eventually, AI is going to drive our financial lives. And whether we choose to use it a lot or a little or maybe not at all, that's a personal decision.
Can we go back to open banking and regulators? Because, there was a moment last year where it seemed like the CFPB, the government, was really ready to step up and foster and make it easier for consumers to kind of own their data. And then we seem to backpedal a little bit. You're in DC now. You're probably talking with policymakers and regulators. What are you hearing from them? What are you telling them? What are you hearing from your customers when it comes to open banking?
So open banking in the U.S., as I said before, it's been it's had a lot of whiplash. If you rewind to where it started, under Dodd-Frank, there's a section called Section 1033 that says consumers own access to their financial data, and they are able to give representatives the right to go get that data, pull it into the applications that they need to use. And we think that the foundation of this concept of open banking is actually great. And one of the things I liked about the US is that we actually allowed the market to start to build out structures and start to figure out what works and what doesn't work. We had a long period of time where the statute was clear, but the rules hadn't been written yet. And so we saw kind of the free market emerge and figure out what works and what doesn't work. Then what happened was under the Biden administration, there was a rule for 1033 published. Actually, the original beginnings of that rule started under the first Trump administration, but then they didn't finish, so it handed off to the Biden administration. There was a rule that stipulated how banks should share data and kind of what sharing data meant. It also, banned the concept of banks charging exorbitant fees, for example, to collect your data and use it. And then on the day that rule went into effect, it was, of course, sued by a group of the banks. That then moved into the Trump administration. There's been some back and forth on that. In the second Trump administration, there was some support initially of the bank position, but I think maybe that was not fully considered support. Then now the administration has come out to say they're going to go write a new rule that will replace the old rule. So there's been a lot of back and forth on this. I would say the biggest concerns for us, one is just clarity, ensuring that consumers have access to their financial data. It would seem crazy if you couldn't get your bank data and put it into a budgeting app. But in fact, if we remove the concept of this 1033 rule, if we give too much authority to how the banks might want things to be, you could actually not be able to get your data and put it into a budgeting app. That seems insane, but it is possible. So I think that's one really important concept. The second really important concept is fees. So banks are arguing for the concept of charging an exit tax on your data. If you want to take your data out of the bank should be able to tax you in order to do that. If you wanted to move your money out of the bank, they should be able to charge an exit tax on moving your money out. Now, In the short term, that might increase the amount of bank deposits, and obviously that is their incentive. In the long term, though, I think it's going to erode consumer trust in our financial institutions. If we don't allow consumers to have choice in who they bank with, have choice in the financial applications they use, consumer trust is going to erode. People are not going to want to be in these banks where they're locked in. And maybe that actually, in the long term, gives some benefit to the innovators that don't lock consumers in as much. But I don't think that any of us should have to go through that journey with really high fees and exit taxes.
I mean, on the exit tax front, Jamie Dimon, among others, has I think, fairly argued that banks incur a huge amount of cost to hold and transport this data. I mean, this is their cost that they're bearing. Is there a solution that you have in mind where it's more equitably distributed? The actual cost of dealing with all this?
So my first and probably easiest answer is that technology can solve a lot of this really easily. So standing up an API, building an API, it takes work. But it doesn't take an insane amount of work. Running an API actually is quite cheap. We transfer tons and tons of data at a very, very low price. And so once you get to scale with these technologies, the costs are actually a lot less than many of the things that we've seen in the press in the past. And so while I understand that there is non-zero burden to allow a consumer to share their financial data externally, I think that that's a core part of the offering that a bank gives to a consumer. I think it's a core thing that a bank does for consumers. So I think the technology can solve it and make it a lot cheaper. And then second is I think it's just a core part of the banking relationship that every bank has to have.
Yeah. This benefits you, but there are thousands of banks in America, and you connect almost, or if not all of them. And I know, there's been a lot of chatter in this industry about bank M&A, about bank consolidation. Does that hurt your business? Is that a problem for you if there are less banks to connect to each other?
It's interesting that you say that. So I'll answer the question, but first I just want to state, I think there are more banks in the U.S. now than there were 5 years ago.
Okay.
And they're not, federally chartered banks or state chartered banks, but we're seeing this explosion of neobanks, this explosion of fintech companies. So if you consider the concept of a bank to have a charter, yes, there are less because it's really freaking hard to get a charter. But if you consider the concept of a bank to being a place where I can store my money, a place that issues me maybe a debit card, a place that I can write a check from, and a place that I can kind of pretty frequently trust to have my money in the right place, then we're actually seeing this explosion of neobanks come up. And so I actually think we're seeing more banks as opposed to less. That said, there should be bank consolidation. I grew up, as I said, small town North Carolina. You go to every small town, there's a different bank. That bank probably doesn't have a website. Oftentimes doesn't have that good of a consumer app if they have one at all. And many of those, yes, they should be consolidated. It actually makes a lot of sense to bring on a technology platform and make it a lot easier for their users. So I think consolidation in some sense is a good thing for the industry, but I don't think we're looking at the right numbers.
Do you think, typically M&A and innovation do not go hand in hand, right? The less players there are in a space, that usually isn't a good thing. Do you think that less banks would actually be good for the neobanks, for the disruptors that are trying to get in the space?
I think a more level playing field would be good.
Okay.
So allowing the neobanks to apply for a charter, allowing the regulatory regime to really support the concept of a neobank, I think that would be probably the best thing.
Yeah. Well, we're at time now, but I really appreciate it, Zach. Thank you so much.
Thank you for having me.
Joining us now is Jeff Simmons, CEO at L&Co, who joins Andrew Edgecliffe-Johnson, CEO editor at Semafor, in conversation.
All right, well, thank you, Jeff, for joining us. This is our second or third conversation. We met earlier this year, and I did not know until we met that L&Co takes its name from Eli Lilly and Company, which you were part of for many decades, essentially the animal health part of Eli Lilly, until you spun off about 7 years ago. And you straddle sort of the worlds of pharmaceuticals and consumer products. You're looking after everything from pigs to pooches. Can you give us just a quick introduction into the unique dynamics of this business?
Yeah, I think it's an industry. We're 70 years as a company. It's a $40 billion industry. We really started as a divisional industry. Pfizer, Novartis, Lilly had animal health businesses that took human molecules and put them and applied them into animals. We now have become more independent. We spun out 7 years ago. A few of the others have as well. There's 4 or 5 consolidated bigger companies. But look, we're all about our mission, and it demands a 25 up to 45 P multiple. So it's stronger than even a pharma and a CPG, but we bring a little bit of the best of both. So Elanco's all about, hey, we make animals' lives better, we make life better. We got the two, really three P's of trends: the pet trend, the humanization of pets, longer, healthier lives of pets. Protein, animal protein is booming again. Most animal protein ever consumed in the history of man was last year, and that's not slowing down. And the planet and how we actually can reduce and actually have climate neutral farms. So, but you've got this brand loyalty CPG. You've got a high barrier to entry with pharma. You're in 20 species. I joke with my human pharmas, you're simple, you're only in one species. We're in 20 species of animals in 100 countries. So that diversity creates a lot of durability. I think for 30 years we've grown every year as an industry, but maybe 1 year. So
those pharma companies that focus on just the one species,
it's simple business.
They've had one pandemic to deal with in that period. You've had three. Can you talk us through that?
Yeah, so the Elanco story, if you Google it and look at it, is we're 70 years, but the last 10%, the last 7 years, we rang the bell in September 20th, 2018, and the exuberance of IPOs, the stock went to $34, and we knew right then. I looked at my CFO and said, "This is not good. This is way out of range for what we should be at." And then really just hell happened after that. We had not just COVID, we had bird flu really start to take over. We had African swine fever hit China. It took out a U.S. pig population in less than a year. So that's kind of the three pandemics. And then the trickle effect from that was inflation, high interest. But the story of us is just before those pandemics, Bayer, because of the Roundup situation, they actually sold their animal health and we bought it for $7 billion. So we took on Bayer, did a leverage buyout the same time as an IPO, which was the right thing to do. We needed size, scales, more pet, and we knew the day we announced that our stock would go from the 25s or whatever down, and it did. And then the three pandemics happened. So I would say 7 years later, we're starting to see the other mountain, and things are progressing really nicely. But that was our IPO story. So and 3 or 4 activists in there and a few other things.
As well as 3 pandemics, you have to deal with 3 different regulators. You're regulated by the FDA, USDA, and EPA. A lot is changing in this town around the regulatory scene. What has been the most consequential change for you?
Yeah, so definitely 3 regulatory bodies. That's been common. So if it's on the outside of the animal, it's EPA. If it's anything to do with the immune system, vaccines, others, it's USDA, and then most of the other drugs are for health, and they're in the FDA and the Center of Veterinary Medicine under the Human Health Services. So, look, I think the good and the bad right now in Washington is MAHA's been a good thing for animal protein. I mean, it's we want a gram of protein for. I've got 6 kids, and they're all in their 20s, and right now it is all about more protein, a gram for every pound of body weight. So. The dairy industry is putting about $15 billion in this year. If cottage cheese is up 55%, yogurt, milkshakes, everything. So that's been a good thing. MAHA has been a good thing for animal agriculture, been a really good thing for American animal agriculture. Beef, dairy, and poultry and fish are the winners, I think.
Have you been looking to shape the MAHA agenda? How do you play into it?
Yeah, I think some of it is, hey, we want to, there's no question there's a real opportunity for American agriculture. So, 80% of the grains are consumed by animals. So everyone talks about the soybean and the corn, but we are the consumers of that. And then we produce a product that is really traded. So I would say MAHA helps trade and helps American agriculture. For us, it even helps the 30,000 vet clinics across the country. So I think that's been a positive thing. I think that I think you had my friend Impossible Foods yesterday, but I think taste, cost, nutrition win, and we just want to make sure that MAHA stays focused on that. And science-based has to be balanced with evidence-based, and we are a big believer that science has to stay in the center. We can't get into just non-regulated evidence-based only. That's a concern you got to watch right now. I think there's a lot of nutritionals on your TV commercials. And I need to push back as a leader of science. Science is our North Star, and it always should be. And the day we lose science, we got a problem. Right. And so I have to say that because I'm a big believer in that, coming from a human pharma to an animal health company. And that's for the safety of all people, most importantly, and animals. And then, so that's MAHA. Then I think the other one's just regulatory reform. You and I have talked.
Yeah. So like human pharma, you have to go through a process with the FDA.
I'm open. I was there this morning. 7, 8 years ago, we were 13, 14, 15 months ahead benchmarking Europe. We would get drugs approved close to a year and a half. Today, we're 13 months behind Europe. And it's not science-based.
Is that because things slowed down here or sped up in Europe?
A little bit of both. A little bit of reform. So we have a good agenda. Animal Health has met with the FDA. This new administration is saying, no, we want to change this. We want to stay science-based. We do not want to jeopardize science, but hey, why does it take 180 days to reply to a data set when you can do it in 90? And we're giving you user fees, millions of dollars every year, to fund this, so we just want some accountability. And I think there is a 7-point agenda with animal health. Commissioner of the FDA met with us, and they're committing to this, and I would say we're one round into it, Andrew, and I think I can say at this point in time, good progress. We haven't scored a touchdown yet, but I think we're making progress.
What's your expectation on the chances of the US catching up with Europe again?
There's absolutely no reason we should not.
Right.
Bigger organization, more money, more funding. We're a US-based industry sending submissions over to Europe, and Europe still lives by precautionary principle, and we're still science-based. No reason. We've fumbled the ball here, and we got to get it back. And I think the FDA agrees with that. Right. Well, today's FDA, I think, agrees.
How does that play into the broader investment case for the US right now? You have been investing in the US, including a new headquarters. But how do you look at where you put the next dollar of investment and how the US ranks?
Yeah, I think this is still the most competitive country. We just opened started a global headquarters and innovation center. We opened it on October 1. It was started before COVID. We've created a whole new world kind of ways of working and a global headquarters. We just put $140 million into a new monoclonal antibody plant in Kansas. And we've got a few proposals actually on the desks of Washington saying we'll even expand more. It is a net exporting industry, animal health. We'll do more. But we've got to make sure that, from tariffs to global competitiveness, it's absolutely critical. And I think that's really, really important.
What impact are you feeling from tariffs right now?
Very little right now, other than probably the volatility of the rumors and the noise, probably in the stock prices as we go up and down. But I think we're a cash-based industry that doesn't have most favored nation pricing, different than human pharma. So our goal is to be treated that way, more like a CPG company or a farm feed additive company. If we lose on tariffs, and I don't think we will, but if we lose on tariffs, the reciprocity will come back to American farmers. And that will be into food cost, or veterinarians, and that'll be into your vet bills. And so I think that's understood, and there's good constructive dialogue going with the Commerce Department on that.
Right. When we talked earlier this year, it was very much about the kind of cultural work you've been doing inside the organization as well. One of the things I didn't realize so recently is you're a believer in 5-year plans. Tell me why and how you actually make them relevant to people.
Well, when you're a divisional, and we're always, well, if Lilly had any money left, they'd give it to you. And so for 7 years, we've had to fight our way to the table, and it's created an entrepreneurial spirit. But I think everybody needs, I got looking at the big bureaucratic, maybe parent industries that we came from and said, people want constancy. They want consistency and careers. And there was too many visiting people coming through that we just said, we're going to take and have 5-year plans. And we're just finishing our Elanco 2025 will be our 5th 5-year plan.
Right.
And it's hold it constant. And I say a 5-year plan is long enough for careers to fall into, long enough to remember, and long enough to recover, but short enough to remember. And I think that's really important. So we give everybody a clock. We put clocks on every major site. We count down 5 years. For the last 5 years, we've had 3 words in 5 years. We're all about innovation, and there's goals underneath that. We need 7 blockbusters. We need growth. We grow every quarter, every year, and how we do that, and cash. And our strategy leads to these 3 outcomes. So I think it creates people, something that they can hang on to and remember, and it creates the right urgency.
So you talked about the pet side of the business and extending life expectancy for our cats and dogs. We had a session yesterday on the longevity economy. It was very much about humans, that single species. What's the longevity economy looking like on the pet side of the ledger?
Yeah, so look, I think we always say we touch every life every day when it comes to pets and protein. 8 out of 10 homes have a pet, and the protein boom that I mentioned. So on the pet side, and that's only 2 or 3 out of 10 in a China or a Brazil. So you can imagine why our industry, the globalization around this trend is huge. So yes, pets have the same problems we do. Autoimmune, derm is a $2 billion industry. Parasites is about a $6 billion industry. Pain is a 1 headed to $2 billion. So pain is an issue. But yes, obesity, cancer, CKD. We have a major project in Sweden right now with life expectancy. And our industry charge has been over this 10-year period, we're going to add 20 to 25%. So think about getting a puppy with your child, and when they come back from college, they're still in the family. And they not only come in the house now, but they got to be able to run upstairs at 18 years of age and jump into bed, because that's where dogs stay anymore, right? And we like that. So, and we love the trend. Gen Zs are spending more on their pets, and yes, they're having less kids, and that's another trend that, sorry, that's the way it was. I grew up in a doghouse outside farm kid, and now I'm 4 generations of labs all the way in and up on the bed. So
wow,
so that's good. That's good for our business, and good reason for the P multiple in our stock.
So what I take away from this is that the humans are just going to keep eating more cottage cheese, and the cats will now have 12 lives rather than 9.
There you go.
So Jeff, thank you very much.
Thank you. Thanks for the opportunity. Thanks.
Please welcome Kevin Zinger, founder and executive chairman of Divergent Technologies, Phil Frank, CEO of Rendezvous Robotics, and Morgan Chalfont, Semafor's deputy Washington editor.
Kevin, Phil, thank you so much for being here. I'm really excited for this conversation. So I wanted to jump right in and just ask you both do really interesting work. From both of your perspectives, what are the stakes of the US tech race with China?
Well, if you want me to go first,
Feel
Phil,
free.
what I would say is that vis-a-vis China, we are in what I'd say is a strategically dire, but not hopeless position. Like strategically dire because the United States, since the Civil War, has had a 40% plus global manufacturing market share, was about 45% during World War II. That allowed itself to shift and become the arsenal of democracy for a bunch of different reasons, which we all know. By 2000, that was 27%. It's now under 15%. China in 2000 was 7%. It's now over 40%. China is basically in the position of being the arsenal of whatever, where America was the arsenal of democracy before World War II. And that's the situation we're in. Mm-hmm. And I'd say we're not going to reindustrialize and catch them by simply scaling up what we did before. Mm-hmm. We need a technology leapfrog. The good news is the technology is there, and not only there, it's no longer in an R&D form. It's ready to scale.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I would say obviously a lot of recent news about supply chains, most importantly rare earths with China. I look at it as the way that, that's important to us is there are 3 effective supply chains important for reindustrialization. And we're thinking about reindustrialization as the next frontier, which is space. And whoever controls, I would say, or invests heavily in infrastructure and space, because every great era of industrialization has been built on the back of infrastructure, which means you need to go build things. And we need to go build things. We need to make them on Earth and take them up there, but do it in a different way. The 3 supply chain questions, I think, with China in particular right now are, one is a physical one. That's, the news from Friday, but others. The other is intellectual property. And that is one where not everybody's playing by the same rules. So it causes folks like ourselves to have to lean heavily into protecting intellectual property so that people can't copy it. And it moves us away from patent regimes. And then the final one, as I would say, is like talent. We are no longer importing talent from around the world. We're growing it here at home when it comes to our industry and the space industry. So SpaceX and Blue Origin and Rocket Lab and Firefly, all great companies. There's a tremendous, it's a new era of engineering talent here in the States.
And I'm glad you mentioned the rare earth issue. I do want to come back to that. But first, I wanted to drill down a little bit more, Kevin, on the ability of the U.S. to, catch up to China in terms of industrial capacity. What's the biggest hurdle there, and is it actually possible?
I think it's possible. Obviously, I have a very particular point of view. So I started a company 10 years ago, really seeing that for a bunch of different reasons, you had companies like Apple and Tesla decide they were going to team up with Foxconn or Shanghai Automotive. And what happened was there was a massive transfer of process IP for manufacturing, new technology, then training people to go through a fast cycle and develop that supply chain and develop new technologies. And that manufacturing know-how is key strategically. 10 years ago when I looked at it, I said, basically, Western companies had created Industry 4.0 in China. 2.5 years ago when I started doing aerospace and defense work with our technology, you had people at the general admiral level go, we've got to do Industry 4.0. That's where I knew that I was right, which is we needed a leapfrog because people were just talking about Industry 4.0 and it had already happened somewhere else, right? In our major peer rival with more capacity. So to me, what we needed to do to leapfrog China was create a fully digital system, meaning we have capability in machine learning and AI here. That can translate into automated engineering of an optimized structure. The way then you express that in a way, and I'll call it design agnostic manufacturing, the problem with, and it's a structural problem, drawing capital into manufacturing is, a manufacturing company traditionally has to create expensive tooling for one product and an expensive factory with fixturing for that one product, right? It's like a music box playing one tune. When you generate that structure, if you're able to print it in the same machine at industrial rate and cost, you've solved that problem. So we created a printer, the first printer, the only printer out there that's actually able to do that. Then you have to assemble those pieces. And so rather than assemble those pieces by fixturing a factory, we created the assembly features in the pieces that get printed. So literally out of one factory, we're generating everything from micro torpedoes to Aston Martin Vantage chassis frames. We're a tier one supplier to companies like Aston Martin, Bugatti, Mercedes, McLaren, Porsche at scale, and then assemble it. So having something that is fully digitized, that can be distributed, that's design agnostic, that can go from building a hypercar for McLaren to building a hypersonic missile for Raytheon, which we're doing, that to me is the leapfrog we need.
And what you're doing is you're 3D printing weapons, right?
We're 3D printing everything from street legal production cars as a tier one supplier to some of the top automotive brands in the world at volume, to there have been announcements by RTX, Raytheon, Lockheed, and others. So we're working with every single major prime about our doing everything from cars to missile systems to torpedoes to collaborative combat aircraft, all with the same software, all with the same printers, all with the same assembly system, and not as prototypes, but actual volume production.
Fascinating. Phil, I want to come back to the US-China issue. Obviously, huge in the news right now is the spat over the rare earth curbs on the part of China. How does that affect your work, and are you just crossing your fingers, hoping that Trump and Xi will get a deal later this year?
You know, we've spent a lot of time thinking about particularly, a core part of our product is magnets. And we originally started with electropermanent magnets and then moved to a variety of other things, which I won't go into necessarily, but we need to be able to control objects that are propulsionless in space and basically have it be autonomous. So the supply chain, which I said in the beginning, the physical supply chain, the news from Friday, and whether or not that actually gets enacted or there's some level of truce, I do believe that we need to have a more resilient, complete supply chain within domestic control. The problem has been, and I listened to the talk yesterday from USA Rare Earth, and the problem has been that there has been not enough demand. We say that there's all this demand economically, but if it takes $20 billion to build everything from mining all the way through refining, and use refining that is not really dangerous, so which is the way China does it, we need to have that. But that, to me, is part of the resilience of the supply chain. I think it's going to come. There's a lot of things right now that require massive investment to be able to build that resilience, and it's a national security issue at the end of the day. So for us, yeah, we think a lot about it. We're trying to find alternative ways that we can de-risk that. But ultimately, just like SpaceX did, we are verticalizing our entire chain from soup to nuts in order to be able to control it.
And obviously, you know, it's not only about China, it's also, you know, the other countries that China is increasingly partnering with. So, I mean, how worried are you about this alignment between China, India, and Russia?
Well, you know, it's interesting. On the rare earth topic, and it's not necessarily between those three, but between China and other places that actually produce rare earths. It's almost like De Beers, right? It's like a diamond cartel. They're saying to these folks, you can go produce it, or like mine it, but the only person you can be able to sell it to on the planet is us, so therefore we get to set prices and we have leverage. I think that those type of economic structures in a value chain are incredibly damaging, and the only way you can get around that is be able to create more ownership. You know, under policy and under, you know, what we need to do as a country.
That makes sense. Kevin, to come back to you and continue this geopolitical trend, obviously something that we, you know, hear a lot about is the prospect of a potential conflict over Taiwan, something we hear U.S. officials raise concerns about increasingly. How unprepared is the U.S. for that type of conflict at this point from a manufacturing weapons perspective?
It needs to increase its preparedness, particularly in, and it's not a secret, I mean, the administration, the Department of War now, you know, has stated it numerous times over the last months. We need to increase munitions and missile system production. The reality is, in the last year, China, if you just saw the CSIS report that came out in the last week or so, increased their munitions and missile system production by 5 to 6x over the last year. I mean, we need to start lifting our knees and pumping our arms. What I would say is that, you know, the good news, at least from my, you know, individual anecdotal experience in my company working with the primes, working with the Department of War, is they understand that. They understand that it's urgent. If you take 2027 as a date that's serious, we have no time to waste, not only to try to increase traditional manufacture of weapons like a Tomahawk cruise missile system. We need to very rapidly, with commercially proven technologies, transfer that over to defense and, you know, by magnitudes increase our munitions and missile system manufacturing and also our sustainment. If you can, in any printer anywhere, you know, print a, you know, bell crank for the rear tail rudder of a C-130 when you need it, for example, or a heat exchanger for an amphibious vehicle, all of which we demonstrated and are now doing for U.S. sustainment, I think then you have a very powerful asymmetric weapon vis-a-vis China. But in the end, I'd say, to quote Admiral Paparo, who is our main commander in the Indo-Pacific, right? The 60% of our forces that are China-facing, you can't AI your way out of a material deficit, right? Like you need to produce, which we do, warheads, missile bodies, wings, empennage, tail system, gas turbine jet engines, rockets. All of that can be rapidly digitally engineered and mass manufactured with additive manufacturing and automated assembly. And we need to do it now.
And you mentioned the Tomahawks. Obviously, that's been in the news because of the possibility that the U.S. could send them to Ukraine. Are there lessons that can be learned from, the Ukraine conflict and just the difficulty that, the burden that's placed on the U.S. production?
Adaptation. Like adaptation will win. Going back 10 years ago, the name of the system we have is the Divergent Adaptive Production System, because, for example, if you've got AI that can, against a set of requirements, and those requirements can change, literally instead of in months or years and multiple engineering teams, fully engineer a structure, do it in hours, and then have it printed in hours and assembled in hours, then you're able to respond with relevant speed to what happens on the battlefield and adapt. And I think the most crucial thing is to use that US capability in machine learning, in automation, in material science, and now with the machine we have in actual industrial scale 3D printing, to take advantage of that adaptive speed so that, and we've done it with software, right? We have a strategic partnership, for example, with Palantir now. Palantir teamed with us because 2 years ago in a conference, I was with Shyam Shankar, who's their CTO, and he said, hey, you have to decouple software and hardware development because hardware is just too long to develop. And I said, what if hardware development was as quick as software? He's like, then that's the game changer. That is the game changer, and we do have that capability.
And Phil, I want to come back to the space race, because obviously this is something you're really focused on. Can you tell the audience a little bit more about what your company actually does and how do you evaluate the US versus China when it comes to space?
Yeah, so we are building a technology that was developed at the MIT Media Lab and spun out into our company that is basically autonomous self-assembling space structures using electromagnetic formation flying, no propulsion, and think of it as a way to maximize lift capacity and Starship or Falcon 9, pack as much as you can into the fairing of a rocket and then assemble it in space. So we believe the future of all structures and infrastructure is assembled in space. You just can't continue to escape the gravity well with what you need to be able to build up there, whether it's in longer term factories or space-based solar power or the like. There are early applications that are a little bit simpler, but require massive surface areas, so large flat planar structures like large RF antennas, large solar arrays for high power missions. All of that is in demand today. It's just never been done. I think from a space perspective, the difference between the US and China, it's just non-economic on their side. I think our administration has leaned into looking to private companies to be able to accelerate and catch up with some of our adversaries. And that has been helpful because it has reoriented investment into a place where doing something as crazy as what we're doing becomes a reality. It just takes a lot of money. Like I said earlier, I think one of the concerns that I have, having worked in and around intellectual property for so long, is keeping things trade secrets as opposed to patenting them, because there's folks that just don't play by the rules.
Right. We're almost out of time, but Kevin, I did want to squeeze one more in. Obviously, you do a fair amount of contracting for the federal government. What's it like working with the Trump administration? Like, what are their main priorities when it comes to the work that you're doing?
Well, I'd say there is a sense of urgency and action that is from, I'd say kind of an ethos wanting to be disruptive. So for example, if you look at somebody like Dan Driscoll is the Secretary of the Army. I mean, from the top down, there is a real push to say, okay, if outside industry has raised money, has something in a commercially adjacent area that's commercialized, and we can use it now, we shouldn't go through this is a process where we've got some book about here's the standards and it needs to be pushed through that shredder for years before it gets deployed.
Interesting.
And so there is real top-down pressure. Its effectiveness will be proven between now and 2027.
Thank you both so much. This was a wonderful conversation.
Thank you.
Thanks, Morgan.
Please welcome Valerie Urbain, CEO of Euroclear, and Kayla Tausche, award-winning journalist and former CNN senior White House correspondent.
Hello again, everybody. For those of you who are not familiar with Euroclear, it sits at the center of financial activity for commercial entities, central banks, and sovereign nations in Europe and increasingly beyond Europe. It allows these clients to make safe, quick, and secure transactions, and I believe you have $41 trillion in client assets. Valerie Urbain is the CEO of Euroclear, and I'd love to start at a 30,000-foot view. We're at the World Economy Summit, so I'd love to hear where you are seeing capital moving and what that tells you about the economy.
So we talk a lot about deglobalization, but I must say that we don't yet see that in our figures. You were quoting about the 42 trillion of assets that we hold, but we also, every month we are settling securities transaction for an equivalent of the world GDP. So I mean, we do have quite a good view on what are the flows across the different pools of liquidity. And we continue to see a lot of cross-border transactions between, Asia and Europe, or the US and Europe. And I must say that I've been touring the world to see my clients. And while a year ago, Europe was not very much top of the agenda of the Asian investors, today they are a lot more considered as a source of diversification. So while we are talking about indeed some sort of deglobalization, at the same time, people are looking for diversification in their investment. So it's interesting to see that the world is a bit changing. The second thing I would say that also with all what is happening in the world, there is also now a consciousness at the level of Europe that we really need to develop our European capital markets. We need to deepen it. We need to broaden it. We need to allow the European savers, to become investors and to really, start supporting startup to scale up. And that's certainly something on which we are lagging so far in Europe, certainly versus the US market. And so to some extent, deglobalization, geopolitical moves or whatsoever, as far as we are concerned, we do see more as bringing new opportunities rather than the contrary at this stage.
It's interesting to hear you say that fragmentation is not yet happening, because you would think that with Brexit now a decade in the past, the election and then re-election of Donald Trump, stricter export controls not only from the US but from so many countries around the world, that there would be walls going up between some of these economies. But you're not seeing that. Do you expect to see that in the future?
Not, as far as I'm concerned, I would say no, in the sense that, Europe, also because of the geopolitical situation, Europe is now, recognizing that it needs really to work on its European sovereignty, to really invest a lot more in defense, in energy, in digital transformation, climate changes. So the financing need of Europe, if we focus on Europe, are gigantic. And while there is indeed quite a number of money which is saved in Europe, it is not necessarily used, as I said, in the real economy. But even that, even if we manage to do this switch, it won't be enough. So I think Europe needs to continue to be very open and to continue to be attractive to international investors, be them American or Asian. So I still believe that given where the economy is going to, there will continue to be a lot of funding requirements, which will continue to fuel movement of investment across the world.
You mentioned Europe's need to fund its own defenses. Euroclear has been at the center of a very heated debate over what to do with hundreds of billions of dollars in Russian assets that have been frozen for now nearly 4 years. How to treat them now that they've matured and are sitting on your balance sheet as cash. We've seen the Biden administration try to mobilize the interest from those assets in the form of a loan to Ukraine, not without some obstacles to doing that. But now we've learned that the Trump administration has reportedly issued a position paper urging the G7 and its allies to do everything it can to unlock those very assets that are on your balance sheet. Do you feel a new sense of urgency in this debate?
Definitely. And first of all, I wanted to maybe nuance what you were saying. I mean, the Biden administration, with the support, of course, of Europe and the G7, indeed managed to really mobilize the revenues on the interest, right? So today we are already contributing about 5 billion to the Ukraine, reconstruction, or at least support, I would say. But to come back to your point, there are indeed a renewed conversation about, how to use better the cash, which indeed has matured from the investment of the Central Bank of Russia. Now, on that topic, since the start, Euroclear is a private company. We are not decision makers, but as practitioners, we feel that it is our responsibility to ensure that we explain to the decision makers what are the implications of any decision, what are the potential unintended consequences, because again, there is one thing which is, maintaining the risk profile of Euroclear, but the second thing as well is to continue to have capital markets which are attractive. And it's a bit back to what I was saying initially, if Europe needs to be financed, it needs to remain, trusted by the international investors. And so there is indeed a proposal which is being worked out. We haven't yet received the details, so we are waiting to work with the European Commission to really understand, what is being on the table, and to therefore see what would be the legal consequences as well as the liquidity and security.
You have been making money on these assets since 2022, since they've been frozen. And I imagine you set aside some money for litigation reserves as well. We heard the governor of the National Bank of Belgium say that your balance sheet simply isn't big enough to handle the risk on your own. How much money do you need to handle that risk, and do you feel like you have willing partners in that?
But again, I wanted to correct what you said. Yes, we are making money on on this cash which is sitting on a balance sheet because we are investing this cash. But all this money now is being given through the windfall contribution mechanism. All this money is given to the European Commission. So since the beginning, the board of Euroclear and its shareholders has really, played the card of transparency, where we have completely, on a quarterly basis, disclosed the P&L and the balance sheet related to the Russian activity versus the BAU. And in addition, the shareholders also had, decided not to get any dividend or any return on those special revenues. And in the meantime, the windfall contribution came into play, and so this money is being given back to the European Commission. Now, what you were referring to is indeed the fact that, today, we used to have a balance sheet of 25 billion. Today, we have a balance sheet of 200 billion. The balance sheet is composed of liabilities and assets. So clearly, we continue to have a claim from the Central Bank of Russia on the cash that they are leaving on our balance sheet. And the assets are being deposited on the market. And a lot of discussions had revolved around the idea of seizing the assets. And our position has always been that you cannot seize the assets and leave us with a liability, because then indeed our capital is not big enough to support that.
When I talk to US officials, you hear sort of a devil's advocate argument in response to what you said. And a couple of the arguments that I've heard these officials make is, number one, it can't be enjoyable for you to have these assets on your balance sheet and for discussions at conferences like these to turn to that issue. Why not move them off the balance sheet into a different vehicle that the European Union can share in that risk? Or are you sure Russia's even going to come after the assets? They haven't in the last 3 to 4 years, so what tells you that they're actually going to sue?
So basically, my answer to your question is that yes, we didn't choose to be in that situation. And we have 200 people on a daily basis who are managing those sanctions. So it's a very big undertaking.
200 people?
200 people who are really, ring-fenced to only work on the sanctions. So it's a very heavy undertaking for Euroclear. The second thing is that when we talk about, putting them aside or whatever, again, you have to look at solutions which are legally sound and robust, because so far, anytime, in the attempt, if you wish, to push this asset again in an SPV or whatever, this is confiscation of assets. And that goes against the sovereign immunity, that goes against, the property rights. And so, it completely re-questioned the rule of law, which so far has been underpinning the trust in the capital market. So if there was an easy solution, I think we would have already found it. As I said, there is a new idea on the table, and we are really now waiting to really work with the European Commission to see how feasible it is. And
you mentioned trust. How much do you worry about the trust of clients, existing and future clients in China, in Hong Kong, in the Middle East, looking at the situation with Russia and worrying about doing business at Euroclear if in fact there were a sanctions regime in the future that would prohibit them or freeze their own assets?
So that's a real risk, and that's a discussion that we are having almost every week, because fair to say that Euroclear, we benefit from a very long-standing franchise with central banks in the world. So we have many central banks using us for their foreign reserves. And as you rightly say, in Asia and Middle East, there are a lot of scrutiny on how we are managing these sanctions and what are the decisions which are yes or no, compatible with the rule of law. So yes, that's definitely an area of concern. We also see, today Euroclear is acting as the market infrastructure for some market. And those markets start to wonder whether they can be completely dependent on Euroclear, So definitely it has some repercussions on the long-term relationship that some markets may have with us.
When you assess Euroclear's own risks, how much do you think about those potential future national security events, whether China invades Taiwan or is prepared to invade Taiwan by 2027, as some US intelligence has suggested?
I would say that to some extent we have, we have proven that we can be a very secure financial market infrastructure, in the sense that every day we are managing the sanctions. I think we are managing it very well. We are, making sure that we are fully compliant and that we are indeed safekeeping the assets properly. So I think we have gained a very deep expertise on how to manage all of that. We are using also new technology like AI, by the way, to really try to smoothen the process. So I think, yes, unfortunately, we have gained this expertise, and the clients are very, found commendable the transparency with which we are acting, and also the level of information of disclosure that we have with them, I think that weaponizing the financial markets always has consequences.
Of course. With just 1 minute left, I would love to end on where you're seeing clients expressing caution, whether it's interest rates or trade or certain types of transactions or certain end customers. Where are those cautious spots in the market?
Well, I would say that our clients are always asking us something day after day, which is resilience and reliability. Because I think that we have seen in the last 4 or 5 years, lots of exogenous incidents really affecting the financial markets. And given the systemic nature of our business, they really, count on us to be extremely resilient, to be reliable, whatever the volumes are. This year we are around the Liberation Day. The volumes were rocketing. At the moment of COVID, we had, from one day to the other to do everything from home. So I think clearly this is always what the clients are asking. And I think when you're talking about cyber, about security threat, they also expect us to invest quite substantially on these resilience elements, which we do. And I would say that's probably the thing which is top of the mind of our clients.
Euroclear is at such a critical juncture. We really appreciate your perspective. Valerie, thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
And thank you, everyone.
Please welcome Mohammed Nidal Al-Shah, Minister of Economy and Industry of Syria, and Dr. Abdelkader Husri, Governor of the Central Bank of Syria. Semafor's senior editor Prashant Rao moderates this conversation.
So I'll start out by saying of all the panels that I've been discussing this week, this is the one that everyone says they're most interested in, most looking forward to. They're most keen to hear from both of you about the state of the Syrian economy, where are things going, what are the challenges you face. Before we dive in, Mr. Al-Shah, we'll get to the news first, and then we'll step back and talk about the Syrian economy and the challenges you're facing. The president was in Moscow this week. I'm curious if you could tell us what has been the takeaway from that meeting, what was the goal of it, where are we with that?
Thank you very much for interviewing me today. Actually, this visit was one step of many. As you know, Syria has been detached and distanced from the world for a long time, at least for the last 15 years. And we have to re-engage and we have to reconnect as we are building a new state that is free, that is peaceful, that is friendly. So it would be eventually we have to connect with everyone. And Russia is a superpower and we cannot deny that. So you could consider this visit as a manifestation of this kind of re-engagement. The results usually in those kind of activities are not clear right away. It's a cumulative process. Now this is the first step, and then there will be steps coming soon, and it will be related to what had taken place. Again, it's Russia is a major player, and we cannot ignore its existence, and we have to deal with it.
I'd love to sort of bring us now to DC. You've had a bunch of meetings this week, I'm sure, about the sometimes years-long, sometimes decades-long restrictions on the Syrian economy that have been sort of enacted here in Washington, one of which is the Caesar Act, which I believe was put in place in 2018 or 2019.
Yeah.
The Senate pushed it forward last week. Looks like it's going to go to the House. What have you been hearing about Caesar? What are the prospects of repealing it? These are sort of for the audience, sort of restrictions on trade with Syria, effectively secondary sanctions. But I wonder if you could sort of say more on the status of Caesar.
Well, as you know, it's a legislative process, and it has to go through Congress and then the Senate and the President. I think we have a good case for this to be successful, because this is pretty much is a punishment for the Syrian people. We cannot work under uncertainty. When you're building a new state and building a new economy and introducing a new economic system, you cannot build that on uncertainty. Even investors from the outside, they cannot come into Syria and act and work on shifting grounds. So this uncertainty has to be completely eliminated, and we do have that case because today Syria is completely different from the Syria that was before. We are now building a neutral country that is friendly to everyone, especially neighbors, and we deserve a chance for this rebuilding, which is not an easy task. It's going to take a lot, and it will take a lot of help from our friends, our neighbors as well. It seems to me, and I think you probably sense it as well, there is a consensus now in the whole world that Syria should be a stable country. Syria will never be a bully in the Middle East like it was in the past. So this stability call, I think, necessitates that Caesar's Act should be completely removed so we can do our business right.
Just for the context of what you were saying of the scale of the task that faces you, I mean, I think, Dr. Hasiri, you wrote in The Economist a few months ago that the Syrian economy is maybe 50% smaller than it was in 2011. Unemployment stands at about 24%. Inflation is a problem. Wealth inequality is a huge issue. I'm curious, in your meetings here, when you talk to multilateral development banks, American officials, et cetera, what is your ask of them? What is one or two things they could be doing, like immediately or soon, that would actually release some of the blocks on the Syrian economy?
Thank you very much. Very important question. Actually, what we are asking them is to be part of our plan for construction, not reconstruction, because reconstruction means that we want to go back to what we had. What we had was very similar to Cuba and other countries under sanction regime. Here we are building actually institutions which never existed before. We are adopting policies which we never adopted before. That's why now we need technical assistance. We are asking for technical assistance, and we are asking for support. You know, what happened in Syria on the 8th of December, I think from geopolitical perspective, is only next to the fall of Berlin Wall. So there is a huge potential for Syria and for the whole region. As His Excellency mentioned earlier, now everybody thinks that Syria should be stable. Stability is critical for the whole region and for the world. That's why we are working within a vision which would work not only on dealing with the challenges you mentioned, but rather on releasing the potential of this strategic geopolitical location of Syria. And this will have spillover not only on us, but on the whole region and on the Levant. What we are asking, we have ambitious vision, and I said it since last April. We would like to have central bank and institution working according to international standards. We would like to drive the financial sector to be integrated, not reintegrated, because it has never been part of the global financial world. We have been under the heaviest sanction regime in the world, even heavier than North Korea. And if you go to the details of that sanction regime, it was unbelievable in its complication and its restrictions. Imagine in the past, some Syrians working in global firms were not allowed to attend the training because that could be considered export of services to Syria. That was the sanction regime. Now we are asking the world to help us, to give Syria a chance, that Syrians may have life and have it more abundant. And this is very important. More specific, in the central bank, we have, based on our vision, we will have a strategy 25-2030, in which we'll be dealing with the different functions of the central bank. Monetary stability, monetary framework, financial sector, stability, payment system, and on all these functions, we need technical support from the international development organizations, from IMF, AMF, and we are working with all of them. Out of this strategy, we have like 20 to 25 projects. Those projects are aimed at having architecture of the financial system that would serve the vision for construction of Syria, being the monetary policy, being the development, the reform of the financial sector, and the development of the financial sector to address the needs of the mega projects we are talking about. Toll roads, we are talking about pipelines, we are talking about mega projects for which to mobilize funding, We cannot depend on retail deposits. We have to mobilize the capital markets as well. That's why we are bringing everybody on board within a strategy which we are crafting this strategy based on a vision, and out of this strategy we will try to allocate the technical support.
And so, Mr. Shah, I want to talk about FDI in a minute, but just sticking with you, you're talking about sort of the functions of a central bank, the core of which is managing monetary policy and inflation. You've talked in sort of different fora about the idea of having an inflation target, which seems to me to be quite an ambitious thing to have so early in the process. But have you thought about what your inflation target would be? When do you want to implement an inflation target?
Okay, then inflation targeting should be medium to long term. At the moment, the main anchor in the economy is exchange rate, and we have managed and were successful in realizing this stability in no time. It's like 6 months now. We have exchange rate. There's appreciation of 30 to 35% in the value of the Syrian pound, and now we have stability movement within reasonable range. So that puts us in a situation where we can next look for inflation targeting in the medium term. It will not be in the short term. However, from now, when we raise this stability in exchange rate, this is not what was out of the blue. We are following policies to realize this fiscal discipline. Since the fall of the regime, no single pound was lent to the Ministry of Finance. Next, we will not fiscal discipline in the situation like in Syria. It's wide scope. We need to be successful that this fiscal discipline would cover not only financing the budget deficit, but rather to reform SOEs, to reform the subsidies system in Syria. We have still subsidies in power. We have still subsidies in bread. So we need to deal with these subsidies properly, and to deal, of course, this is not an easy task, to deal with the potential social consequences of removing subsidies. But we do realize that in order to have inflation targeting, we need to deal with the parameters, different parameters, which affect the inflation rate. Also, removal of the sanction regime would help us in this, because there was a huge cost related to the sanctions in terms of imports, exports. I mentioned this, every US dollar outbound used to cost like 30 to 40 cents to be put back into the financial system, to be used for import. And every dollar inbound was used to cost like 20 to 30%, just to get it into in cash, to go back into the financial system and be back as payment for imports. So I think all these policies together, and above all, I have to mention this, and we have to credit this to the Syrian leadership, the political policies, okay? Because we know that we say it always. Good management does not fix bad policies. Now we have foreign policy which give us foreign policy which gives us the comfort, okay, as when we craft our economic policies, monetary policy, fiscal policy, or foreign trade policy. These foreign policy is conducive to having economic policies which would be effective in achieving their targets.
And Mr. Ashar, turning to you now, FDI is such a priority. You've talked, several ministers talked about it, but you have too. I imagine one of the things we're talking about this. What do you need to do to be courting FDI? What are the kind of questions, the obstacles? What are the questions you're getting in DC this week?
Actually, we have to start from the base. We have to build the base. We have to work thrive on building the appropriate environment for investors to come in and feel safe. And as I said, we don't want them to be, acting on shifting grounds. Now, what we did, I think this is important to know, that we have changed our economic system. In the past, we were called socialist, but actually we were not even close to socialism. We were pretty much chaotic. And today, what we're trying to do is to restructure this whole economic system. And we had so many choices because we have so many experiences around. You have South Korea, you have Singapore, you have Malaysia. So two main choices. One is called balanced development, and the other is big push. Now, when it comes to big push, maybe several projects we can get here and there, but it's not enough for a 65 unemployment rate that we have in Syria. And for the balanced type of development, you need financial and natural resources, which we don't have at this point. We came out of the wreckage of the previous regime. So we opted to do something a little bit unique, is to go right to the cell of the economy, the individual, the shop owner, the smallest economic cell in the economy, and try to empower them in a way that fits our limited budget, in a way that fits our expectations as well, and then we'll find a way to link them together. Now that takes us to the concept of small and medium enterprises. So our priority number one today is to focus on small and medium enterprises, and we can do it. In addition to that, that would not be enough. What we need to really move this wagon here, we need technology. And for the last 15 years, we were completely detached as far as technology, as far as economics, as for everything. So we have to catch up again. The beauty about technology is something you can import immediately. It doesn't take the huge infrastructure to import technology or to instill technology in your economy. So today we're searching for partners, and we were very successful in finding few partners today that will come and conduct training, conduct educational courses, so we can move ahead and include and embed technology into those small cells in the economy. That will put us at a higher level, higher layer in terms of economic development. And on the social side, when we do that, push and promote small and medium enterprises, we are pushing something more significant, which is the middle class. The middle class in Syria completely disappeared. The disappearance of middle class started 60 years ago, and the war came and completely finished it. So when you promote small and medium enterprises, emerges there, your middle class, that would be a significant part of our social cohesion as well. So we have parallel objectives. One is economics, one is social, and as His Excellency said, the most important is to have macroeconomic balances. We have to have fiscal discipline. We have to have a clear monetary policy. We have to have an independent central bank. We have to solve these problems that we've been living through for self-serving reasons, that all ministries are fighting for interest and fighting for control. So what we're doing today, we are restructuring the government. We merged many ministries together, like my ministry today is a result of 3 ministries: internal trade, external trade, and industry. By restructuring our administrative system, coupled with economic empowerment tools and social cohesion factors, I think Syria would emerge as a more promising country than what it was. And on the political side, when we regain the lands that we lost because of the conflict that we had in the northeast of Syria, where all our natural resources are, then we will have enough financial resources to more push for this infrastructure and base building for investors. Now, foreign investors are coming to Syria because they see Syria as a promising country, and it's very hard, to say blanket, statements. Each investor has his own risk and reward equation. Some investors are willing to take more risk than the others. In addition to that, there is an emotional part of this whole thing. This is a new country. It's a newborn baby. It's embryonic, and people would like to come in and help. And most of those investors who are coming into Syria, which is a very beautiful part actually, they know exactly how much we suffered. We lived hell for the last 15 years and for the last 60 years. The last 15 years, it was physical. We had prisons. You've seen Sednaya. You've seen how people were thrown on the floors, cut into pieces. We used the saw on them. Everybody knows that, so they're coming with emotions. They're coming with excitement, with sympathy. And this is something we're capping on, actually. We're not begging anything from people, but we are offering opportunity. Today, Syria is not a story of destruction. Today, Syria is a story of hope, of rebuilding, of opportunity.
You talked about finding partners. I guess the biggest financial sort of backers so far have been Gulf nations,
Yes.
paying off World Bank loans, helping rebuild the power grid, all kinds of different things. What are your expectations for Gulf investment in the next 5 or 10 years? Do you think it'll increase? Do you think this is sort of, it'll come more in the form of human expertise, continue to be financial backing? How do you see it playing out?
With the baggage and the burden that was on us in the past, now it's gone. The normal thing is to have a partnership with Gulf countries. This is our destiny. It's not a choice. It's not an option. We have to have that kind of relationship. And those guys are coming with the same mentality, with the same excitement. Syria can be a wonderful corridor between, the east, the west, the north, and the south. And we do have natural resources. We have the labor that is needed. So all the investments that is coming now from the Gulf country are coming really in a very strong and trustful way. So the onus is on us now is to rebuild the trust and the confidence and to prove to them that we are worthy of investing in our country and becoming a partner. We're not looking for people just to invest. We want partners because we believe with partnership that we can do wonder and the whole area would become much better. So this is our concept of investment. And as far as loans and aids and donations, we're not looking for that. But of course, we're not going to refuse it if it comes. But what we're trying to push people for more investment than lending us. I mean, naturally, at the end of the day, you have to borrow. Today the world is completely different from before. It's not cash-based. So we will, but in a very sensible way, in a fair way, without any pressure, without any hint of control. So again, what we're trying to do today is to build a state from what we know today. We're not going to venture into adventures and take a risk because this opportunity will not be repeated for Syrians. Believe me, if we miss this opportunity, Syria is gone. You will never be talking about it. It will be diced and sliced. And we are cognizant of that. And we're so careful to do it the right way. And sometimes we are accused of being slow or not being able to produce and to deliver. But I always say, please give us the time. We are emerging from scratch, from ruins, from wreckage. So we are taking it step by step. The same thing applies to politics.
Well, both of you, thank you so much for this. This was a fantastic discussion. And I'm sure everyone in the audience would wish you only the best of luck.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Joining us now is Goldman Sachs President John Waldron and Liz Hoffman, Business and Finance Editor at Semafor.
Hi, John.
Hey, Liz, how are you? Whoa, these are comfortable chairs.
I plan to keep you here as long as we can.
Yeah.
Thank you for coming. Let's go back to April 4th. If I told you then that we'd be sitting here in October with stocks at record highs, bond spreads as tight as they are, gold also at a record high, what would you have said had happened in the intervening 6 months? And how did sort of your expectations coming into Liberation Day and the sort of chaotic weeks that followed bear out to here?
Well, I wouldn't have predicted it. I think if you said Liberation Day to here, would this be a likely outcome? I think most of us would have said not a likely outcome.
Things are better than you thought they'd be.
Sure they are. I mean, we were more talking about prospect of recession and tariffs throwing the economy into a negative contraction and worrying about the impact, and we haven't seen that. Now, it's possible we haven't seen it because the impact of tariffs takes a lot longer to actually run through the system, and we haven't seen the impact of rising prices. And most of the tariff impact has been borne in the supply chain, not to the end consumer. So it's possible that that's going to be to come, and that has an impact. But to your question, I think the tariff policy initially, as stated, turned out not to be as negative. And actually, I think they've pivoted a little bit off what was initially, kind of promulgated. And so the outcome in some of these deals is kind of just fine versus what his expectations that might have been a lot worse. So I think that's part of it. Part of it is the U.S. economy turns out to be a heck of a lot more resilient than a lot of us thought. U.S. consumer turns out to be pretty resilient. And to your point, the wealth effect does have an impact, particularly on the higher income strata. And I think you're seeing that play through the economy.
That people look at they feel richer.
They feel richer, but they are on paper doing better because assets have appreciated.
When you look at, so I think it's $250 billion or something the Treasury has collected. What is your sense? You guys had some research actually about this that was interesting. What is your sense of where that is coming from? Corporate earnings have been pretty good. Corporate guidance is still pretty good. The inflation numbers are not off the charts. Where do you think that is coming from to sort of dig into that supply chain a little bit?
Well, I think, first I would say, I think we should still be worried about inflation. You're right, it's not off the charts, but it's still hovering, kind of at or near 3%, which is still a reasonably high level of inflation. And if we don't get the growth, then we're going to have problems, in purchasing power capabilities and in terms of what's, really going to happen to the end consumer, which drives a lot of the economic growth, certainly in the United States, but also in the world. So I think inflation is to be worried about. I do think that what's going on is companies are sacrificing margin. So now you could say on Liberation Day, I don't know this to be a fact, but I think at or near peak margins for most companies around the world. So we were running at a very high margin level. I think some of that margin has come off because companies have absorbed. Some companies have a lot of pricing power. Other companies have some, but not all. So I hear varying things from CEOs I talk to. It's either I've passed along 20%, 40%, 60%, and rarely 100%, but some of them. And so I think that what you're seeing is just an absorption factor. And you can see it in the earnings. You hear some of the automakers talk about the dollar amount of impact on tariffs to their bottom line, which is over $1 billion, $2 billion kind of numbers. These are big numbers. So that's what I think is going on. But I think the expectation ought to be that there will be rising prices because I don't think that's sustainable. Either tariffs come down, which is probably not likely, or you're going to start to see people increasing prices because I think that is the only way you can maintain profitability, particularly with rising equity markets and rising multiples. You're going to need to continue to find ways to navigate that.
You talk to CEOs all the time. What's their sort of level of confidence, stability, sentiment, and how is that? What's the directionality?
I have to say it's kind of surprisingly good and accelerating. And that's another thing I wouldn't have predicted if you had asked me on April 4th. We see it. You just saw us all, all the big banks announce earnings. We all talked in our own way about M&A. And what we see is good quarters in M&A, but also more importantly, what we see for the forward, what we see in our backlog and pipeline, very, very strong. I would say increased large cap consolidation kind of activity. So for the last 10 years, even though the M&A markets have been pretty good, primarily focused on more mid cap and upper mid cap deals, a lot of private equity transactions, but you really hadn't seen these kind of end game consolidating transactions. Think Union Pacific, Norfolk Southern kind of transactions.
These are bet the company deals that
well,
you wouldn't do if you weren't.
I don't know that they're bet the company, but I think that they're end game consolidating where you're really trying to get to a place in the industry where you've got a few large players because people I think generally feel like scale matters more than it ever has. It's kind of a winner take most environment. AI is obviously influencing that. If you're going to create a generative AI rewiring of your business and take a lot of cost out, you'd actually rather do it on a broader canvas. So if there is a deal that you want to do, you'd rather go do that and then put the AI on top of that platform. And shareholders are generally pretty supportive of these transactions. So it's relatively logical to put these companies together and actually gain the synergies. And so I think you'll see more of that. So I would say sentiment is increasing, improving. people are a little bit worried about the geopolitics, as they should be. I do think the Trump administration, with its tariff policy, keeps you off balance because you never quite know exactly what the next move might be, and so that uncertainty weighs for sure. But that uncertainty was at a very high level in April, and today, while it's still there in the background, I think people are choosing to be more convicted that there's a fair bit of growth. AI and the investment spend is leading people to think that there's an enormous amount of runway for growth, and they're investing into it.
Are we over-investing in AI? Is this an AI bubble?
I don't know that I would call it a bubble. I think, first of all, it's way too soon to call it anything. I think we're in the very early stages of an enormous amount of investment that's going in the ground, so to speak, in data centers and power and all the things that support compute. Those that would be on the side of this is a generational change in the way we all do things believe that there's an enormous need for compute power, and we're not even scratching the surface of the amount of supply that we need to generate that compute. Those of us that are worried in the financial markets that this looks like other things we've seen before are worried and use words like bubble. I think you're not going to know for some time to come. I think the data center investment that we're all watching right now is 2, 3, 4 years out in terms of getting it finished and trying to determine how it all gets used. The thing that I watch and think about a lot is the demand curve of companies like ours in terms of using it, the adoption time and cycle versus the supply. And will the market suffer if that continues to widen? Because right now I actually think it's pretty wide. And I think it might widen. The issue for firms like ours is the cultural change of actually adopting the technology is the long pole in the tent. The technology will move much faster than firms like ours can adopt it because we have to go rewire the way we've been doing things for decades. And I think we will do that, but I think it's going to take longer than what the technology can deliver in the shorter term.
How are you guys using it? I mean, you hire a couple thousand young workers every year to do things that a lot of AI can do pretty well now and will do really well really soon. So how are you thinking about retooling your skills?
We just this week announced something that we call One Goldman Sachs 3.0. One Goldman Sachs is really our mission to be client-centric and holistic in how we serve our clients and deliver better value proposition for our clients. 3.0 is really our way of retooling the firm and starting to automate and make the firm more resilient, more scalable, more investment for growth, and allow us to serve our clients more effectively with more technology. So a good example that I always like to use is onboarding. When we onboard a client, whether it's a private wealth client, an institutional client, or a corporate client, that process can be fairly painful, pretty manual, lots of paper, takes too long. It's not a great experience for the client. If we can take that process and use generative AI to automate that process and take a lot of that paper, if not all that paper, and many of the people that we're using to do it from a human standpoint out of that process, the experience for the client is materially better. That's an example of how we're using it. All the surveillance that we have to do inside our firm to surveil what's going on to make sure that we're doing the things that we should do, that the regulators want to make sure that we're doing, and they're right to want us to do that. All that is pretty manual at this point. That would be an example. We're obviously a lending institution. We lend a lot for a living. All that lending is very document heavy. I would say it's pretty manual. And so if you get into some of these, what I'll call front to back processes in the firm, we are pretty curated, pretty bespoke in the way we do them. We're pretty manual. It's not a factory. It's not automated. The more we do that, the better we become, the more scalable we can become. We can put more volume on top of that platform, and our relationship with our clients should get better because we're actually delivering a better value proposition.
But for AI to deliver the sort of broad economic growth that kind of needs to justify the investment right now, I think most people understand that a lot of companies will be able to do a lot of what they do today cheaper, more efficiently, with probably fewer people. But that can't be where it ends, right? Railroads didn't just get stuff somewhere faster. It opened up the entire West. You can make the same argument about the internet. Like, what are the things that, I'm asking you to predict the future, I guess. What are the things that you genuinely can't do today that you think AI will
Well, I
let
think
you do?
it's in our world, just speaking narrowly about our world, I think it's insight, analytical power, ability to get to better solutions faster. So that's the holy grail for Goldman Sachs, is can we get to a better answer, better solution for our client faster than somebody else can. So it's a better answer and it's given in a quicker time frame. Then we're ever more important to the client and they want to do more with us, and we are giving them better answers and they're getting better outcomes. That's a virtuous cycle. So I think it's the analytical power of delivering better insights, better answers, better use of data than we can do on our own. And that I think is quite powerful. What we don't know is we kind of know a little bit of what jobs might be destroyed in that context. We don't know what jobs would be created in that context. And I think that's not unlike other revolutions we've been through. And time will tell.
We had you last year, and I asked where your clients were putting their money. You said the U.S. and Japan, and obviously a lot's happened since then. Pretty good bet, actually, on both over the last year. What's it look like now? What's interesting to you globally?
I still think the U.S. is attracting the marginal dollar of capital. I do think clients are hedging their bets on the U.S. mostly through currency. So we don't really see outright selling of U.S. assets, but we do see people maybe being a little bit less willing to be completely long the dollar.
This is the dollar hedge trade.
Completely long the dollar, right? So if you think about the last 5-10 years, the best thing to do would be to put money in the U.S. and to own the dollar and be very willing to just be kind of naked long the dollar. That was a very good thing to do, and the U.S. really performed exceptionally well. On the back of Liberation Day, there was a little bit more of a question about whether that was exactly what you want to do, and the dollar has obviously been weaker up until more recently. And we see the expression of a hedge, expressed through currency, and so people want to be a little bit more careful about how much long dollar exposure they have, because I think the long dollar exposure got very significant in the world, more than normal, and now it might be returning a little bit more to a normalized state. But I still think the U.S. is a very attractive place to invest. We see incremental dollars still going into Japan, India. This year, China. Wouldn't have predicted that necessarily, but I would say this year, if you look at the capital flows, we see a return back into China. That's coming from the U.S. to an extent, a little bit Europe, the Middle East, for sure. I think that if you looked at the flows from the Middle East into China, they're pretty significantly up.
What sectors in China?
It's kind of, everybody wants access to the consumer if they can, because they think that there'll be a transition to consumer spend, even though it doesn't feel that way right now, but there's the expectation that'll happen. And then I think in the key sectors, whether it's life sciences, AI, automation, robotics, anything you can get access to in that arena, you're seeing people want to have a position. Look at Alibaba stock as an example, which is probably mostly an expression of their AI strategy and their cloud strategy, attracting a lot of incremental capital.
This is a bet that Beijing is going to have to do more on the stimulus front than they've done so far?
I think there's, generally speaking, a bet that they will stimulate the economy more. They have chosen not really to want to do that. But I think it's also a bet, candidly, on, particularly in the more strategic sectors, that China's making enormous investments and making a lot of progress in these industries of the future. And so if you're allocating global capital, you want to have some ability to have a play there, which is why I think the likes of Alibaba have done really well this year, because there's a sense that there is a lot of progress being made, and you don't want to be completely unallocated to that.
Looking around the world, Secretary Bessent yesterday sort of said there might be a private sector opportunity or solution for Argentina. Is that interesting to you? What would that look like?
I don't know that I want to comment specifically on that, but we do what we can to help in situations like that, provide capital if it's in the interests of the U.S. government, and if it's something we think we can be helpful in. So I think it is interesting. And if we can be helpful, we will be helpful.
Okay. One more in the time we have left. We've seen some rumblings in the corporate debt world over the last couple of weeks, some slightly esoteric off-balance sheet messes. Do those feel like a canary in the coal mine to you? Do they feel like a one-off?
Yeah.
How are you
I have to say, I've been enjoying the back and forth between the cockroaches and the.
Oh, well, I was hoping you would add your voice too. I think we've had John Gray and Jamie now on opposite sides.
It looks to me like the private credit guys and Jamie are having a little bit of back and forth.
Would you like to weigh in?
Well, I would weigh in, but I'll weigh in the following way. I don't really understand why we're talking about private credit as one thing and lending in the banking system as another thing. There's one system. This is lending more broadly. I don't know that I would make a comment that one or the other has higher or lower standards of care and diligence. I think the thing that we've got to worry about is, does this early sign of I don't want to use the word distress, but early sign of weakness in some of these subprime situations, is that a canary in the coal mine on the fact that we're in a two-speed economy and that those on the lower end of the economy are suffering, and you're starting to, and there's been a lot of lending in there. And so if there's been a lot of lending in there and there's weakness in consumer capability and wealth and health in there, we're going to have more of a problem. It doesn't mean we're necessarily going to have a recession, but we definitely could start to see some negative events in credit. And I think we've had an explosion of credit extension mostly in private credit, some in the banking system, but mostly in private credit over the last decade, where you've now got the private credit industry that's about the same size as the high yield market and the leveraged lending market. So you've now got $4, $5, $6 trillion, depending on how you count, of credit extension, out there. And we may and probably will have some defaults there, and it's not going to be pretty when it happens. But I don't know that I would call it one or the other. I think everybody in that system will feel that to an extent.
Well, we'll keep an eye on it. Thank you so much, John. Always a pleasure.
Thanks for the time.
Ladies and gentlemen, that concludes our morning program. Please return to the pre-function space for a lunch break. Our program will resume at 1:30 p.m. Our program is about to begin. Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. Our program is about to begin. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Semafor co-founder and CEO, Justin B. Smith.
Welcome to the Gallup Great Hall and to the final afternoon of the 2025 Semafor World Economy Summit. this is going to be an abridged welcome remarks because I'm sure some of you have heard me several times hawking various things like Semafor's value as a news brand and how great Gallup is and our partners and so on. But this is an afternoon with two different content tracks, as we call them. Right now we'll be having a series of conversations on a very timely subject, which is digital assets and infrastructure. And then a series of conversations to close the day on obviously the one conversation that seems to be so ubiquitous, not just here during IMF World Bank Week and at the World Economy Summit, but across the world right now, which is AI and economic competitiveness. So if you missed any of the sessions, you can go to semafor.com, where many of these sessions have been captured. So the newsworthy ones have been captured in video and in article format, or on the social media channels that Semafor has. And please sign up for Semafor's email newsletter briefings. Before starting, do want to say once again, thank you to our founding partners, Bank of America, BCG, and OpenAI, our presenting partners, the Business Roundtable, PwC, Public Power Corporation, TIA Wealth Management, and our experiential partner, Genesis. Thank you so much, and enjoy the afternoon.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're pleased to begin this afternoon's program with our digital assets and financial infrastructure track. Please welcome Leif Abraham, co-founder and co-CEO of Public, and Edward Woodford, founder and CEO of Zero Hash. Semafor's business reporter Rohan Goswami leads this conversation.
Trade you.
Here we go.
Hi guys, thanks for joining us. So briefly, Zero Hash, I would say plumbing, a really important infrastructure for some of the world's biggest institutional investors, among other things, but very much, the infrastructure that girds out how crypto moves from traditional finance to the investor. You, on the other hand, your firm, Public, a lot of conventional investing, but for the last few years, a big part of your business is also crypto. And, briefly, I guess, Edward, starting with you, you deal with so many regulated institutions. You have so many, different factors that go into things. What's your perspective the last 10 months under this administration versus the previous administration? How do you feel?
Yeah, short is very positive. I think what I break down as has occurred over the last few years is everyone's familiar with regulation by enforcement, but I think there were equally as pernicious things, what I would call regulation by implication. So agencies sending letters to highly regulated institutions saying, if you do something in this space, you'll have a problem. And then secondly is regulation by rulemaking, very, very niche accounting bulletins. So for example, SARB 121 made it very, very difficult and very challenging for firms to offer crypto services. So it has been incredibly positive to see that walk back, both from regulation by enforcement, regulation by implication, and regulation by rulemaking. And I think we're in a really good space now. We're both originally not from the United States. We've both decided to build our businesses here, and it's great to be able to continue to invest here in the United States.
I want to talk about the business environment a little bit later. You're not unfamiliar with regulations yourself. And there is something to be said about having a well-regulated financial sector in terms of boosting investor confidence. Do you feel like the crypto space needs a little more regulatorily induced confidence?
I would say 100%. And I think one of the main reasons why even just like the US financial markets are like the major leagues in the world is because there's the rule of law, there's proper regulations around financial disclosures and all these things. And that is why people like to invest in the US markets, or one of the main reasons, right? And so I think that sensible regulation actually is therefore also good for business. So not just good for investor protection on one end, but that also helps to build trust, which then brings more people into those markets or protects the ones who are there. And I think at the end of the day, certain regulation, I would argue for my business, for example, are also good. Like we obviously also regulate the broker-dealer on our general investment business. And in that, for example, that I'm able to market that there is SIPC insurance on your accounts is actually a very good thing. Like I'm thankful for that because it actually makes people more confident and more comfortable to put their money into the markets and therefore grow their wealth and so on. And I think structures like that are currently missing in the crypto space, I think generally speaking are good, and therefore this notion of that there's even now more of an open conversation of like how can we get to those types of policies in the crypto space as well, I think is a positive thing.
Positive. It's rare to hear a CEO say more regulation might be a good thing. Edward, do you agree? Do you think there needs to be more regulation?
Yeah, maybe I'll answer that from a policy perspective.
Sure.
So I think in the United States, we've obviously seen the momentum with the Genius that was passed and what that's done from a stable coin adoption perspective. I mean, just to be very, very clear, crypto is regulated today. It just happens to be at a state-by-state structure. And we regulate a lot of things in the United States by a state-by-state structure. Gaming, and a lot of other pieces. So, for example, Zero Hash is regulated in 49 different jurisdictions in the US. The others, Montana, for example, doesn't have money transmission laws. So we also have a state-chartered trust. We're also a bit license holder. So this space has been very, very regulated in many, many different ways. I think in terms of what's missing, and you can argue about is state or federal better. I think these conversations always exist. But I think the key point, at least from Clarity Act, that we're very excited by, is just real clarity and codifying what is a security and what's not. Because that effectively gave agencies the ability to take a very expansive view. And I think there's obviously clear consensus now that a lot of these crypto assets are not securities. They are spot commodities, and that should be codified in Clarity.
There's been a remarkable correction between the Gensler SEC and this SEC. Do you think the pendulum is starting or could swing too far in the other direction, where if investor protections are good for investors, they promote confidence, that you might end up in a place where we're actually under-regulated or not regulated consistently enough at the federal level?
Yeah, look, I think there's always a balance. Crypto is a volatile asset. Personally, I think giving people access through their primary accounts, so for example, Zero Hash, it was announced that we're going to be powering Morgan Stanley for their crypto products in H1 of next year. I think that's a good thing, right? And Morgan Stanley can decide to put the rails around what portion of your portfolio is into crypto. So I think it's always a balancing act. Look, the core fundamental principles that I think are clear. We clearly do not want this asset and mechanism and technology, like any technology, to be misused. And that largely is AML, KYC. And there's been a huge drive in this space to eliminate that as much as you possibly can through on-chain transaction monitoring, information sharing through, for example, the travel rule structure that exists in the United States. So for any amount above $3,000, we have to report it to a centralized group, and there's name matching and other things that are done. So I think there's been a huge momentum. I think there's always a balancing act. But I think the biggest thing that's needed right now is clarity and codifying what is a security and what's not. Ultimately, this is technology. So there will be security tokens, and there'll be non-security tokens, because this is a technology that can touch absolutely everything.
I mean, to your point about volatility, most cryptocurrencies are speculative assets. And you can't really say the same for most of the S&P 500 for your blue chip stocks. Those are relatively stable, certainly not the gyrations that you might see in Bitcoin.
If you go down that list, we'll have a discussion. But
sure, I mean, absolutely, for sure, once you get into smaller stocks. But generally, I'd say most Americans' baskets of funds, if they're in index funds or ETFs, there aren't the wild kind of gyrations you see in the markets. Do you really think that if there were more expansive and robust consumer protections, financial regulation, that you would actually see an uptick in the number of consumers or investors on your platform having crypto in their portfolio?
I think it's not just about the uptick, it's also about everyone who owns it already.
Okay.
And I think there's this massive thing of that crypto has been essentially maybe the first asset class that was born retail. And so the first people who owned it, the first people who made money of it, the first people who maybe lost money of it were regular retail investors. It wasn't, Wall Street and hedge fund in Connecticut or whatever. And that's also a thing where, the whole regulation by enforcement from, previous SEC was, I think, actually a huge mistake because, for example, SAB 1-to-1 was a thing where suddenly a bunch of players and competitors of mine and so on were just shutting down the crypto offerings, liquidating everyone at a time where the crypto markets were super depressed. And so a lot of people actually lost money on that, right, for example. And so if you think of it being something where it's about investor protection, I think it actually happened to have done the opposite. It did investor harm. And so it's not just about, opening up the markets and getting more people in. It's also about protecting the people who have been there for a long time already. And because there is already so much, so many so much, AUM, for lack of better wording, in those assets already. And then obviously, you can have your personal opinions on, which coin is, very speculative, or, some gambly thing that doesn't make any sense, or something that, might be the next gold. And you can have your opinions on that, but that by side, the reality is there's a lot of people who are in it, and you have to at least try to protect these people as well, and you have a responsibility there as well. And that falls into educating them around it and giving them context that they, hopefully understand that what they're doing is, closer to the casino right now than maybe the financial markets. And on the other end, you have to also make sure that, as that is possible, and we're living in a country with free markets and so on, that you're trying to protect the people as well. And so I think it goes, in kind of both directions, so to say.
The traditional financial markets and crypto are starting to converge. I mean, Larry Fink, I think 2 days ago, said, right, that tokenization of assets, right, would transform global finance, which is a pretty big thing for the first or second largest owner of public equities to say. And yet, as with so many things, at least in the fintech space, we seem to be lagging behind Europe. Now, Europe, there are many reasons why you want tokenized stocks, right? It's a less liquid market. Give me your thoughts on why you think, on tokenization specifically, we are still our adoption rate is so low relative to Europe, or the utilization is so low.
Yeah, so I think maybe what you're referring to is in Europe there's a clear DLT tokenization framework that exists.
Yes.
And that is clearly where a lot of the innovation has occurred. So for example, Robinhood has done their tokenization in Europe. I think it's that clarity. I mean, I do think that the SEC here has provided a huge amount of clarity in terms of making the fundamental point that the ledger that this stuff is ultimately moved on does not make a difference to the underlying asset. This is simply a decentralized ledger. And I think it's important to remember that when electronification of markets occurred, there was pushback on that as well. So this is simply a new mechanism of transferring the assets. Now, of course, there's nuances and different market structures that get created. There's a big debate right now about best execution between tokenized and non-tokenized assets, and I think that's got to wean itself out. But I think the U.S. clearly is the home of this, and I think that with the current clarifications that are being provided, I think just this morning, the chairman of the SEC effectively said tokenization is here in the United States. I don't really know what more we can ask for.
So you think it's a positive road ahead. But again, the fact that in Europe I can own tokenized, I think the S&P 500, most of the S&P 500 tokenized, is a little surprising. Do you think that there's actually a need to tokenize equities for U.S. investors? Do you think we really need to do that? For the end user, for the investor?
Let's go there. So I think high level, for a business like my own, there's a lot of efficiencies that come from tokenization. Your tech stack becomes simpler. A simpler tech stack also means, it's less prone to error, right? And bugs and whatnot, et cetera, et cetera. So there's many benefits from that perspective. On a customer's perspective, I'm not skeptical, sounds heavy, but I would say right now tokenization in terms of tokenizing US stocks, bringing those to, into outside the US, there is obviously a certain regulatory arbitrage that is, can be used to make that happen. And for the US and the US markets, that is generally, I would argue, a good thing. Get more people into the US markets. I think it's generally good for all of us. Within the US, I would still argue that right now, the way tokenization works, and just technically speaking, it's still that it is essentially a wrapper that sits on top of the traditional financial system still. It's still traditional custody. There's actual real shares underneath of it still, and so on. And so within that, I see many benefits for actually companies like myself in the future. What it really means for an end investor, I think, is still a little skeptical. Because also on the other hand, if you take it out of the traditional financial system, you don't have perfect regulatory frameworks yet for those tokens, then for example, things like SIPC insurance, which I have mentioned earlier, does not apply to your crypto token of a stock. It only applies to you actually holding a real stock in your brokerage account, for example. And so there are still, I think, things where, tokenization, generally speaking, is a technology. That by itself is a great technological leap for certain, reasons. But that by itself is not the answer. There's still, there's still also a regulatory issue that needs to be solved to, bring that really to life. And, so just tokenizing something, I think, is not the solution because there's still a lot to be done.
It strikes me, we're talking about SIPC insurance, we're talking about, increasing access to tokenized assets, but one of crypto's original premises was not helping the debanked, but the unbanked, and actually democratizing access to finance, making it easier for impoverished people to transmit and move money. And certainly there's been some, I'm not sure how meaningful, but some progress on that front, but certainly not, I don't think, at the level that the industry said it would be at this point 4 or 5 years ago. Why do you think that is?
Yeah, look, so I've been building crypto since 2017, and I think that certain things have moved faster and some things have moved slower. I think part of it is the adoption and the distribution. Ultimately, this is a technology, and so really this is about, you need two sides. So I'll give you one example that really excites me and that I think has accretive value, right? So just to be clear, I think there's accretive value in allowing investors to buy Bitcoin. It is one of the best performing asset classes out there. It is, there's a ton of reasons why you should include it when you look at like Sharpe ratios and other mechanisms. But I'll give you one example that we power today. So one of the critical things, we live in an increasingly interconnected world, but our payment stack isn't. So, for example, if you've ever used Fiverr or Upwork or any of these instances, we have about 50% of our workforce is actually not in the United States. The movement of funds into those people's accounts can take a lot of time and a lot of cost. And I think ultimately, crypto and allowing groups like remote.com and a bunch of others enabled them to offer stable coins into people's accounts can allow them to be paid more quickly. And that's really, really important because a lot of these people live right on the edge. And so if you make the ability to move value more quickly and more cheaply, the whole construct of how we pay people starts to change. We should be able to pay every Uber driver, they should be paid after every single ride, right? We all provide basically credit to our companies, right? We all get paid every 2 months, every month. We're extending credit to our companies. And so it's okay if you are in a good position. You don't even think about it. But this whole concept of payday loans and other constructs can go away when we make money and value more easily transferable and cheaper to leverage. So I think we're starting to get there, but it has to fit into the existing frameworks that exist. You have to fit into the existing EOR platforms. You have to tie into a ton of different things, right? Just because there's value doesn't mean people to execute. But I think we're starting to get there. I do truly believe that every two-sided marketplace will offer crypto as a payout, as a stablecoin payout within the next 18 to 24 months.
In our last moments, we're talking about the least banked people. Your customer base is pretty affluent, is pretty well-to-do. They're savers, they're investors. What are you seeing from them in terms of whether their share of wallet in crypto has gone up or down since the election?
I think there were two major milestones that kind of brought the adoption curve up for us heavily. One is Bitcoin ETF launches. And again, that's, for example, another wrapper, just the other way around, where then suddenly you can actually have things like, SIPC on your crypto holdings and stuff. That was one big one. We've actually seen, even from a flows perspective, how large, generally speaking, on a per user basis, larger dollar amounts go into ETFs than the direct coin. And the second one was definitely after the election. So literally, it was November 16 or so, that all of our charts started to go up, and that has not dropped yet ever. It's even more slowly keeps growing. And I think where that came from was a little bit the understanding that, okay, the asset class is growing up. It becomes more mature. There's going to be more clearer rulings around this. Therefore, it's also going to, be likely safer for me to put money behind this now. And I think that's what you saw. It's I think it was kind of like a curve of confidence, for lack of better wording. They didn't saw on those charts.
Well, brilliant. Thank you both for joining us today.
Thank you.
welcome Arjun Sethi, co-CEO of Kraken and chairman of Tribe Capital. Rohan Goswami, Semafor's business reporter, moderates this conversation.
I hope you guys missed me. Arjun, you wear an astonishing number of hats. 5 different companies you've co-founded. You're a VC. And you're also the co-CEO of Kraken. And you took that job in October of 2024. Great timing.
Yeah, a year ago.
A month before the election. And I think I want to start there with President Trump. There was a story in the Financial Times today that the president's family has made something like $1 billion off their crypto investments. And even as his administration has been so helpful and positive for your industry, there are, I think, pretty widespread questions about the risks that come with having a president that makes so much money off this. Do you think that the president's involvement in the space undermines investor confidence in the whole space altogether?
I think it's well, the question is like a catch-22 question. Look, I think there's existing precedents of, like, you separate the president from the family or previous entities. And look, I think rule of law is pretty established for commodities, securities, corporations, et cetera. So it's not, I don't know the specifics of how much they've appreciated in their crypto holdings, but if you were in crypto over the last 10 years or even the last 2 years, there's just a great appreciation for it.
Yeah. You have a very clear vision about how tokenization, about how democratizing finance can actually do wonders for everybody. And the regulatory framework that has been built up over the last 10 months, specifically around stablecoins, it's done a lot to get us there. It's a good start for you guys anyways. What's left on your wish list? I guess, what are the 3 things you want to see from this administration in the next few years?
I think it's less from the administration because, so if you take a step back, worldwide, people have already sort of made statements around what crypto is going to be, what's the future of Rails. You see this. In fact, if you just look at US technology Rails, we've been so far behind for 20, 30 years, and it's kind of interesting. US has this habit of falling behind, and then we kind of leapfrog, fall behind, and leapfrog. And you can just think of mobile, LTE, 5G networks, et cetera. So the same thing is happening in the payments ecosystem. So I think we're doing a good job by saying, okay, great, we've really fallen behind. But it's not just crypto Rails, it's not just liquidity, but what does it mean to be able to, akin to the internet, program capital that's 24/7. It's fully liquid, it's transparent, and it's open. And I think when people use these words, they kind of gloss over it as if it's not important. It's extremely important because, for the first time ever, you're seeing worldwide adoption of new products and technologies at a faster and faster rate. With that comes good and bad, but what's great about it is that it's just better for the consumer. It's more of their own capital that they own. I think it's really important, especially when you think about your own sovereign property rights, when you start thinking about your own collateral or assets, it's yours. And so companies like ours or other companies in the ecosystem are kind of fighting for that model, and so that we can win on an open level playing field rather than regulatory monopolistic companies.
I mean, to the point about collateral, if I own a home and I want to borrow against the value of that home, I have to go get a HELOC or mortgage my house, and I can't readily tap into that capital. Is there a world where, as we start to tokenize more and more assets, I could theoretically borrow against the value of my house to pay for my coffee?
Yeah, I think it's more first principles than that, which is if you look at any asset that you hold anywhere, it's fragmented like liquidity. So if you've got your home, it's illiquid, fragmented, where you got to work with the bank or the relationship that you might have, and they're trying to look at you holistically to say, am I going to make money off of you? And then you think about like equities, commodities, where your savings account may be, checking account may be, like all of this stuff gets like what I call very walled garden. And it's actually quite limiting. And in the US, we're much more forward about our financialization of services and financialization as a whole. But outside the United States, even in places like Canada, UK, Europe, they're even further behind, where this stuff is even more locked. There's less liquidity, and it's even more fragmented, which, to be frank, creates a lot of systemic risk per category, which is why we see this happening all the time.
Say more about that on the systemic risk part?
Yeah, I mean, it makes the companies that are involved, the sovereigns that are involved, the institutions involved. Like, I feel like I've been saying this for the last couple of weeks, but if you take a look at even the repo markets here in the United States, it's a highly, highly concentrated marketplace, and it's not 50,000 participants. It's like 10 or 30. And so I don't think people realize how concentrated and systemic this is in the first place. And another thing, with a lot of the hats, I do a lot of banking and financial services outside the United States. Countries outside the United States are used to volatility, so their risk management actually is better, so they see less failures, and so it's not something we talk about. For Kraken, our largest counterparty risk are the banks in the United States. We've lost over $100 million of our balance sheet or our customers, where we have to make our customers whole or ourselves because there's banking problems, reconciliation efforts. They lose something in between all these old rails. It's problematic, and I think a lot of people don't talk through these pieces. When you've got something that's open, transparent, programmable, you can look at the contract, you can look where the risk lies, you can look at what the concentration looks like, and you can make risk management moves, not quarter by quarter. You can do it second by second.
Right. To your point about your many hats, right? It seems like fintechs generally, neobanks specifically, have done incredibly well in basically every major economy except the U.S. Right? Major developing economy, I should say. Peer-to-peer, person to business. Why can't we figure it out? Why can't we get it right here?
So there's a couple of reasons, and it's not necessarily bad. Like, we're also the only capital market where you're able to have access to capital and provide debt, et cetera. Is that you've got a bunch of folks in the middle. It's not necessarily good or bad. It's just we've created this post-World War II system that's worked well enough for us, and it's hard to unseat it or adopt or evolve it or even revolutionize some of these parts because, frankly, the incentive alignment isn't there. If you don't have anything, then you're able to build it, which is what you see in Mexico, Brazil, India, all these Southeast Asian countries that they didn't have the rails, and so they're, again, leapfrogging, where it's kind of like they didn't have landlines, they didn't have DSL, they didn't have T1 lines, so they just moved over to mobile, and so they're much further. We have the same problem with the post-World War II banking system, is that we're still stuck in it, and we haven't been able to leapfrog, and so part of these initiatives that you see at the House, at the Senate, and at the White House is like, hey, this is the friction that we have in the ecosystem. How can we sort of enable this so that everyone has the ability to, there's this term that a lot of people use, like, hey, the future is already here, but it's not evenly distributed. It's the exact same thing here in the United States. We use the word underbanked, but in some cases, it's not just underbanked that you don't have a bank. It's that, hey, why can't I provide, the average individual a 13% yield? Why is it not available? Well, there's just all these rules and restrictions. There's not enough disclosure. There's not enough transparency. But you get more participants, you're able to start offering those products.
Let's talk about yield, because it does seem like so much of the profit and the lucrative part of the crypto space specifically is hoovered up by quantitative trading firms or actual big institutions that have desks that trade these assets. I mean, these are volatile assets. How do you, when crypto's premise, part of the premise was making finance more equitable for everyone, how do you solve for that? How do you reallocate so much of the profit that goes towards these big guys, towards everyday investors?
Well, you're looking at one specific part of the ecosystem, like those same participants, market participants that create stability and liquidity in the ecosystem are the same participants that are in the traditional FX and traditional equities. So it's less about that. It's more about you have multiple participants in one global liquidity system, which actually takes out risk from the system. Okay. So before it was BTC, ETH. Now it's BTC, ETH, alt assets, tokenized assets, et cetera. The more and more assets that you have on one single unified collateral system and global liquidity, actually the less risk in the system. And I think that's something that people don't see, which is even over the last week, we had our biggest drawdown in liquidations in crypto history, but in an instant, we're back to normal at the same pace as the way in which you look at traditional markets, which creates, again, that stability, trust, and transparency.
Let's talk about traditional markets. Even as historical legacy financial institutions have moved into the crypto space, crypto participants are also moving into the traditional equity markets. How do you beat those guys at their own game? What's your edge over TD, any of the big guys?
That's the easiest answer. The easiest answer there is, how do you go back to the first principles, even on what this country was founded on, which is property rights. Mm-hmm. It's mine. It's sovereign. And I should be able to make the decision off of my own capital and property. And so what does crypto solve for that? Which is let's take tokenized equities. Why is it important? Well, If you own equities here in the United States, you give it to a broker, they make money off of you to do securities lending and a couple of other services. Well, in crypto, if you got a tokenized asset, you could you could hold that token and you should be able to get the yield off the securities lending because it's your assets. And so I think part of it is like if you're removing some of the thresholds of the middlemen in between that make all that money. Again, I'm not saying it's good or bad, it's just been institutional. Then you're bringing back more accountability and rights to the individual, more power for them and sovereign of their own asset, where they can actually, when I say yield, you're able to make money off of your own asset versus a bunch of other institutions to make money off your asset. And I think, again, first principles, what crypto allows you to do is to be able to bring that power back to the consumer and to the user. So when we build out our company or any of the protocols that we support, that's the premise.
Before, I want to turn to how you think about investing in this space, but on that point, the last panel we talked about how, or at least Leaf's perspective was, investor protections are good for the crypto markets. And when you're moving conventional equities on-chain, when you're modernizing them, in other words, there isn't a framework in place right now that offers the same level of protection that I would get holding something in my brokerage account. Do you think there's a way to solve for that easily and handily with the existing frameworks, or do we need to go out and create new legislation, new regulatory things around it?
No, I mean, look, tokenized securities is securities. That's not a complicated a topic. It's like you want to be able to have the same investor protections and consumer protections that you would have for anyone. It's just more about what is the flow of capital, where is it custodied, those exist, right? And so putting a wrapper and technology around an asset doesn't change what the asset is, it doesn't change the laws around it. It's more about now that I have access to it, or you have access to it, or I can have a tokenized token, again, sitting on my phone, that I'm able to make money passively rather than have 16 other folks make money along the way.
For last bit of time here, let's put on your venture hat for a second. I mean, when you look at the US landscape, I know you're very bullish on India as well, but talking about the US for a second, where do you see the most growth, the most opportunity? It feels like AI is saturated everything. There's no escaping that in any space that you invest in the tech world. But intrinsically, like purely fintech perspective, where do you see the most opportunity over the next year or two?
Look, if you so the themes of today are AI, crypto, and defense. So I'll kind of walk through them one by one. And I think the market's very simply, which is it's either unbounded, we don't know what it's going to look like with massive distribution, or it's bounded. Defense is bounded. You know, who wants to purchase it? You kind of understand what the dynamics look like, and it's like, what is the edge that you're going to have, you know, in terms of internal or external battlefields, however you want to define that. With AI, it's a workflow, and crypto, I think people think of it as an asset class. It's not. It's also a workflow. Is that the more it gets embedded into what you do, or where it's placed and the assets that you have, the more it gets, you know, distributed worldwide. And you're talking about 5 billion plus people. These are also the same people that are getting access to their phone, edge computing, AI workflows. So these are all happening, you know, one by one. If you go very technical into like blockchain and crypto, you can talk about, you know, decentralized computing, et cetera. But these are all working in concert with each other. And so software is software, which is like what's beautiful about it. And then the internet was the internet, which is its global distribution and permissionless, which is what was beautiful about it. And I think with AI and crypto, what's beautiful about it is, again, it's like permissionless innovation to be able to build at the speed of light at some point. And so for me to be able to create my own wallet, my own software as an individual, just leveraging AI or ChatGPT or Anthropic, and then being able to participate in a global, global liquidity or the internet at that speed is, you know, frankly, I don't even think about the jobs that are going to get lost because the amount that are going to get created are times 1,000. It's the other way around, and I think people kind of forget that, which is if you just take a look at the amount of jobs that the internet has created, imagine what happens with worldwide global capital liquidity, worldwide access, and then just more proliferation of AI on top of the internet. Like it's extremely unbounded.
Yeah, this is wonderful, Arjun. Thank you so much for your time today.
Thanks for having me.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Faryar Sherzod, Chief Policy Officer at Coinbase, and Eleanor Mueller, Congress reporter at Semafor.
Great. Good afternoon. Thank you all for joining us. Thank you, Faryar, for taking the time to be here.
Happy to be here.
Fire and I go way back. I used to cover financial services for Politico, and so covering crypto was really all I did for a long time, and it's still obviously all you do. So you've been on the sidelines of the IMF this week, talking about digital assets with folks from all around the world. What have you been hearing? What's stuck out to you?
Oh, it's extraordinary. I mean, policy in the U.S. can always influence what happens in other countries, but I don't know if I've ever, in 20 years of IMF World Banks, seen a kind of a regulatory policy shift have such a dramatic impact systemically on the IMF as an institution, but the global central banks and finance ministries. So with the passage of the Genius Act, the Trump administration, on behalf of the U.S., has made a big commitment to tokenize the U.S. economy. Arjun, in the previous panel, talked a lot about this. But essentially what the administration has decided in a whole-of-government approach is to move the financial sector to tokenized blockchain-based infrastructure. And the Genius Act is the law that created the US dollar token as the settlement instrument for value transfers in that new ecosystem. And you're now seeing some of the government agencies talking about issuing government data on the blockchain. So the period that we're in is almost like a compressed version of 1995 to 2001 or 2 of the internet, where things are moving online and people are figuring out what the role they have to play with it. We're now in that period where everything's moving on chain and countries are trying to figure out what to do, in particular with regard to their currency.
Is there a sense that the U.S., despite everything that's happened in the last 10 months, is still relatively far behind the rest of the world?
The U.S. fell far behind. It was a strategic decision the Biden administration did, which is to essentially try to push the crypto sector offshore for reasons I think history will not judge well over time. And so what you had over the course of the 4 years of the Biden administration, you had the U.S.'s share of open source code software development, for example, go from, I forget the numbers now, something like 36% of global development down to into the low 20s. So they were actually pretty good in what they were trying to do, sue companies like us, withdraw banking services from individuals that were in the crypto sector. I had members of my team who couldn't get home equity loans, couldn't open bank accounts. And so it was a very systematic strategy that they had to try to drive the sector offshore. The signal that President Trump sent over the course of the campaign and then with his election, and then certainly since he's been in office, has reversed a lot of that. And particularly with the passage of the Genius Act, the U.S. is in hyperdrive moving forward. And now we're hoping to get market structure legislation in Congress. But even without that, the SEC Chairman Atkins is talking about moving capital markets activities on chain. Arjun talked a bit about that in the last session. So tokenized equities, for example. So the movements are going to be dramatic, and other countries have to figure out what they want to do about that.
Yeah. We saw, of course, bipartisan market structure talks collapse in the Senate last week. Democrats provided a draft that Republicans looked at and said, we're not going to do this until the hearing, until there's a more formal context for us to talk about these things. What's your postmortem of that implosion? Whose fault was it?
Well, like you, Eleanor, I've been around legislation for a long time. I always tell people who are new to it that if you actually really want to get a bill done and you don't have a nervous breakdown by the end of it, you really aren't actually involved in real legislation. So the good news is crypto is the most bipartisan issue in Washington right now. So you had the Genius Act passed with every Republican and a very large number of Democrats. I think it was 18 to 20 in the Senate that signed on to the stablecoin law that passed. So think about all the partisan acrimony you see in Washington. The one meaningful, significant policy issue where the parties have come together has been on crypto. And so the good news is on Genius, there was a big bipartisan majority. And then on Clarity, which is the market structure bill the House passed, you had every Republican and 78 Democrats join on. And the good news side of the Senate story is that you've got a pretty unified Republican caucus, and you've got a really energized group of 12 Democrats, particularly overrepresented by freshman Democrats who are really kind of generationally ready to embrace technology and innovation, trying to get it done. Now, there was some drama last week over this DeFi language. I think they'll work it out, and I remain pretty optimistic they'll get a bill done.
There you go. Well, where do they start again from? You know, I know Senator Gillibrand has solicited crypto CEOs to come and meet with Democrats on the Hill to try and mend bridges there. Do you think we'll see CEOs decline that invitation out of frustration with the Democrats' starting position?
I don't know. I mean, we haven't gotten a formal invitation, so we don't know, and I haven't checked to see whether our CEO can attend. But for those who aren't following closely, the 12 Democrats who are trying to get legislation done have asked a bunch of the CEOs to come to town and meet with them. Chairman Scott of the Banking Committee did a similar thing not that long ago, and so I think it would be very positive if they ask, and we'll see if Brian Armstrong can make it, but it's the kind of thing we very much welcome. But on the substance of what's going on, I think if you think about crypto regulation on what we call market structure, there's sort of three buckets, or generally on crypto. One is how you regulate intermediaries like Coinbase and Kraken and others who sit in the middle of transactions. And we should be largely regulated like a regular financial services company. I don't think it's that hard to figure out what the rules are. We custody assets, we custody people's fiat. There are certain rules that should apply to how that happens to protect the markets and what have you. So I think that's pretty doable, and I think there's a pretty good bipartisan consensus on how to do that. The second is what we already talked about, which is stable coins, which is how do you make sure that a tokenized version of the dollar has the integrity and the confidence of a regular dollar. And Genius is a really good framework to achieve that. The third thing, which is more of a mind bender that policymakers are still trying to get their arms around, is DeFi, which is the issue that kind of you had this breakdown last week. And basically, the way to think about DeFi is, as you know, Eleanor, the internet is a decentralized, HTTP and SMTP are decentralized protocols loosely governed by a network of developers and engineers and NGOs that allow us to transfer data. What crypto allows you to do is something the internet couldn't let you to do, which is to transfer value, so a unique digital token. And so the way the internet has democratized access and the dissemination of information, crypto allows the democratization for access to and dissemination of value. And so the issue is, should individuals have the personal liberty to hold and move their own things of value, their auto title, their identification, their mortgage, their gaming points, their stocks, or should public policy force that to be done by an intermediary the way our current system works? And where President Trump has landed is that people should have the right to do that. I mean, on the campaign trail, he said over and over, I will protect your right to self-custody, which on crypto was the most profound thing that he said, but something that most people missed because they didn't understand how consequential that is. And so a lot of the Democrats put a proposal out that basically said there should be no right to self-custody. I'm exaggerating, but the point was essentially there should be a presumption of surveillance, the government, that there are no Fourth Amendment rights, that if I want to store my identity, a token that reflects my religious affiliation, or I'm a member of a disfavored political group, and I store my identity token or my affiliation token on my wallet, there should be a surveillance infrastructure built into that the Treasury could trigger at will. And that's a really big issue that's hard for people to get their mind around because they don't fully have their mind around how consequential this technology is. And I think ultimately the Supreme Court will have to decide some of this. But the battle lines congressionally among folks are, do we allow people to have the autonomy to maintain things of value that are tokenized, which can, like I said, include very personal things? Or should there be an inbuilt government oversight of your personal wallet, my wallet, where I store the keys to my tokens? And we feel extremely strongly that that has to be protected, and that the Fourth Amendment actually protects a lot of that. But very few people understand that that's what the stakes are, and so our job as an industry is just to make sure people understand.
Of course, another fault line we're seeing is this issue of payments on stablecoins by exchanges.
That's
banks
right.
have come to lawmakers and said, we told you we didn't like this in Genius. We're coming back and saying, let's fix it now.
Yeah.
Where do you see lawmakers landing on that?
So again, for the audience, for people who aren't paying attention, who haven't followed this closely, but Congress passed the Genius Act that creates a stablecoin regime. The way stablecoins work is that if I'm an issuer, I have to follow all the requirements of the law, and you come give me $1 and I give you a tokenized version of that $1. I then take your $1 and I buy short-dated treasuries, so I earn the interest off of that. What most issuers want to do is be able to share some of the interest off of that. So if I earn 4% on the treasury, I want to pass 2% back to you. And the banks fought this furiously and won on that issue. They said, which is kind of insane if you think about it. So Congress has now said in law, signed by the president, that issuers cannot share some of the interest that they earn off of the reserve assets backing a stablecoin, which is crazy. Then the banks argued without any evidence that this would deplete bank deposits, because bank checking accounts currently pay an average of 25 basis points or something. And so if you have a stablecoin issuer that pays 200 basis points, then why would people have their money in a checking account? That said, there's no evidence that this will happen. What Congress, in what was settled, didn't do is prevent third-party distributors like exchanges like ourselves from maintaining normal customer acquisition award programs. So, just like you have frequent flyer points or hotel stay points or, restaurant affinity points, we have those. And I think they're critical because they were part of the deal that was struck in Genius. Plus, it's critical for U.S.-issued dollar stablecoins to be competitive to those that are issued offshore. But the banks have put their hands up and said, oh, the entire banking system will collapse if you don't also lock down on rewards. And I think that is a very pitched battle that's occurring right now, and I'm pretty confident we'll win it.
Is there a point at which, especially under such a crypto-friendly administration, lawmakers, the crypto industry, take a look at how difficult it's been to get market structure across the finish line and say, maybe this isn't worth the drama right now, and we just want to rely on regulatory actions, and we'll cross the bridge of enshrining those when we get to it?
It's a really good question. I mean, I think this is the issue for anybody who's trying to slow the legislation down, which is if the legislative process is inherently bipartisan, and so the opportunity for Democrats, Republicans, everyone to have their kind of ability to shape that is what the congressional process provides. What was happening in parallel to what Congress is doing is that the agencies are moving very aggressively to move the financial system on chain, including providing very clear rules around different aspects of the crypto market. So there are some people who are speculating, like, why do we need Congress with all the delays and all the rest, and why don't we just rely on what the agencies do? I think for the long term, for certainty, predictability, the congressional path is the better path. Plus, it preempts state law in a way that's helpful, because you can't have a patchwork of rules. And if you're a developer and you don't know that you violated the Massachusetts rule on this and that, just like in any industry sector, having a uniform federal framework makes sense. But it's a real issue in front of people, particularly as the Trump regulators move very creatively and aggressively in trying to bring the world's crypto markets back into the U.S. and make the U.S., as the president says, the crypto capital of the world.
Well, speaking of the agencies, we don't currently have a nominated chair of the CFTC. Any market structure bill would deal with not only the SEC, but also the CFTC. What is your sense of when we might see the White House put out another name as to who could lead that agency?
I don't know, but we're hopeful that it's very soon. I think having people in seat in the agencies is just good for the system generally, and as you're alluding, it's really good for legislation because members, senators, Democrat, Republican, if they're in an oversight committee of the CFTC, for example, it's useful for them to be able to call the agency leadership and say, hey, we're considering legislation. What's your thought about this provision, that provision? So that technical assistance thing is really important. The CFTC, as you're saying, has an acting chair, but no other commissioners. There was a person, a really talented guy, who was put forward to be the nominee, and his name got pulled back, and so we're sort of in a bit of a holding pattern right now, but we're very hopeful the name will come forward, and I'm sure it'll be somebody really good.
There you go. Well, on that note, thank you so much again for taking the time.
All right, thanks.
And thank you all for listening.
Joining us now is Chris Maurice, CEO at Yellowcard, and Yinka Adegoke, editor of Semafor Africa.
Okay, thank you everyone for being here. This is a conversation that I have with Chris twice a year.
At least.
We do this fairly regularly, where we get to talk about the future of money in perhaps the fastest evolving region in the world, Africa. So Chris, I always love asking you this. For the people who are not familiar with Yellowcard and what you're doing, talk about how you got started in this space, and that sort of brings us into talking a little bit about the way this space is evolving.
Yes. Well, look, first, I got to say, we need to have a talk with Justin afterwards, because that's a lot of hot guys that you guys made me follow. That's I don't know how I'm supposed to compete with that. But yes, so I'm Chris Maurice, CEO of Yellowcard. We are the largest licensed stablecoin payments infrastructure provider for emerging markets. So we operate across Africa, parts of Southeast Asia, South America, Middle East, and we help companies like Visa, PayPal, large banks, large financial institutions use stablecoins to actually facilitate payments in these markets, right? Do something that matters with those tokens. And look, got into Bitcoin quite early back in 2013. Fell fully down the rabbit hole and decided, this is what we're doing with the rest of our lives. Tried a number of things in the States. None of them worked. Most of them were hilarious. And what we landed on was putting a gift card in CVS, Walmart, places like that. You'd walk in, buy this gift card, redeem it for Bitcoin. Started building that out, and then met this Nigerian man at a Wells Fargo in Auburn, Alabama, the capital of innovation, who was sending $200 to his family. And the bank charged him $90 to send $200. And I thought, well, that's insane, right? So I talked to this guy. Hey, have you heard of Bitcoin? It's free, it's instant, it's fun, all this great stuff. And went home and just started thinking, well, what's this guy's mom going to do with $200 in Bitcoin? Right? You can't buy food with that. You can't pay rent with that. What problem is this actually solving? And so I don't think I knew where Nigeria was on a map at the time. They don't teach you nearly as much about Africa as you guys might expect in the Louisiana education system. I know that might be hard for you to hear. But just started doing all this research and trying to understand the country and the continent and the currency and the banking system, and realized if I want to understand Nigeria, I need to speak to somebody from there. And so put out an ad online that said, looking to speak to Nigerian men, which...
It was a different time.
That's, let's just say they didn't want to talk about banking. And so, ended up meeting this guy. This was about the point in my life where I learned that Nigerians are the most convincing people on the face of this planet, because within a month and a half of meeting this Nigerian man on the internet, he convinced me to go get a passport and take the first international flight of my life. Landed in Lagos, Nigeria on a 6-day-old passport, no visa, no shots, and a one-way ticket that we spent all of our money on. So the options very literally were build something that works or live in Nigeria for the rest of my life. So,
and talk about how that business evolved, right? You started out sort of as a kind of, almost like you might say a retail operation, and it's kind of evolved quite a lot since then.
Yeah, of course. Look, we wanted to be like Faryar, man. That's we were going for the full Coinbase experience, and I think the big turning point for us. So we started out as a retail exchange, and 2020 going into 2021, we listed USDT. So the largest stablecoin in the world. We listed USDT as an option, and at this time we were 99.9% Bitcoin, right? Within 1 day of having USDT on the platform, that was 30% of transactions. Within 4 months, it was 99% of transactions, right? Everybody had switched over to USDT, right? And to using stable coins. And so that's what really got us, reevaluating, what is it that people are actually doing with, with the money, right? With the tokens. And, the more that we dug into it, the more that we realized, it's not about Bitcoin, right? Bitcoin's great, but it's about the dollar, right? People and businesses need the dollar. They need better ways to access the dollar, better ways to use the dollar. What I always like to tell people is, if the dollar were a startup, it would have failed years ago, right? Like the user experience of the dollar sucks. Like it's not a fun currency to use, especially for international payments, right? You have correspondent banks and everything has to go through New York and everything has to work on American banking hours and this and that. And all of this for what is the most important currency in the world, right? It's still 90% of 90% of global trade, 90% of invoice settlement, et cetera, is all running through the dollar. And nobody has bothered to fix the experience of using the dollar for, generations now. And so, stablecoins are the first technology that actually does that. And, that is so important for these businesses operating across emerging markets where, the banking systems are just not set up to be able to properly handle the dollar.
I mean, talk a little bit about in your business, and as you looked at stable coins and the kinds of things people were using them for, sort of the classic use cases that you were seeing that really convinced you that this is, the way to go.
Yeah, it was all business use cases, right? So, look, it makes sense. I don't know about you guys, but left alone, I'm not sending money overseas that often, right? Maybe some people are, but for businesses, these guys are making international payments every day, right? Especially on the African continent, right? I mean, you have 54 countries. Everybody's crossing a border in some way, shape, or form, and so there's just a constant flow of international payments. And there's just no reason that money going between Kenya and China should have to go through New York, right? It's using the dollar, so the U.S. is already winning from that perspective. But there's no reason that those payments actually need to be cleared through a New York bank. And so that's the use case that really stuck out to us is businesses utilizing this technology to make payments more efficient for their operations, right? And then now, what's really gotten us excited, especially over the past year, where, I don't know if you guys have heard, but stable coins are kind of hot now. And so, especially over the past year, what's gotten us really excited is the amount of banking and financial services interest in this space. And so, it's so much more, there's so much more interest in adopting this technology to actually improve the infrastructure, right? We talk about the banking infrastructure not being good in these countries. The solution is not necessarily just, rip it up, right, and use something else. Sometimes the solution is, well, the banks need to get better. And this is a technology that actually enables them to get better.
And that's become the crux of what your business is, right? You kind of move from helping that person who wants to, buy second-hand cars and move money back and forth, which you probably still obviously enable, but into this sort of the back end on and off ramp for
100%.
Partners like banks and the rest of them, right?
Banks, large corporates, right? Again, the Visas, the PayPals, the SpaceXs, people like that. And I think it's so much more important as we look out 10 years, right? It's being able to upgrade a bank's infrastructure will impact the lives of so many more people than trying to give every corporate on earth a better solution. And look, what I always love to tell these banks, from their perspective is, if you look back 20 years. In 2005, and you're a bank, and you said, we're not going to have an app, we're not going to do internet banking. Everybody loves doing business in person. In fact, we're going to open more bank branches. Right? That bank wouldn't exist today. Right? Everybody would have moved away from that bank a long time ago. We're at the same inflection point with stablecoins and with this technology, and that really is how critical it is. Where in 2025, if a bank is not using stablecoins, they still exist, right? They're still around, and that's fine. But as you look out over the next 10, 20 years, the banks that don't embrace this technology are just not going to exist because the consumer expectation is constantly adapting, constantly following new technology like the internet, like stablecoins.
Let me ask you about, just because I'm watching time, about regulation, right? Because you've just heard the last 2 or 3 speakers talk a lot about the importance of regulation. Given your unique story, starting in Nigeria, then expanding across the continent and working 54, every one of these countries has a very different set of regulations. What are the big lessons that you've learned in that journey, and how has that, sort of helped you, move into Southeast Asia and Latin America? What are sort of, if you had 3-4 lessons that you've picked up?
Yeah, it's actually been super easy. There's nowhere easier to deal with regulators than. No, I think look, the big lessons that we've learned are patience. Right. That's certainly one of them. But also, I think the big things that we've learned is that the regulators actually do care about innovation, right? It might take them a long time to get around to it in some cases, but good regulators care about innovation. And if you're finding the right people within the governments, the departments, et cetera, they will listen to how this technology is evolving and how this technology is going to impact them moving forward. And I think that's why, obviously, look, the world has changed a lot in the past year. But if you look before the election in the U.S., there was no better part of the world to start a company in stablecoins and in crypto more broadly than Africa, and South America, and some of these places. And again, a lot of that had to do with a very hostile environment in the U.S.
For crypto, right.
But even now, you're seeing the regulation continues to adapt and evolve, right? And we were talking backstage about Kenya. The president just pushed forward a bill that's going to Parliament, and we have spent the better part of a year and a half, 2 years working with the regulators there, helping to draft this. And the bill that's coming through in Kenya is the most comprehensive digital asset bill. Frankly, I think in the world, it's certainly one of the most, right? Because when you look at MiCA in Europe, they completely missed payments, right? You still need to get a payments license on top of MiCA to be able to do, stablecoin payments and crypto-enabled payments. And so, now you have this bill coming through in Kenya that actually captures all of that, right? So I think, these regulators are looking at the U.S., at Europe. They're learning from some of the mistakes that have been made, and they are, putting forward comprehensive legislation.
What could the U.S. learn from some of these countries? Because they've come with less of the legacy, right? So,
yeah, I think look, when you look at the U.S. What the U.S. could learn is, encouraging innovation is what leaves the U.S. in the position that it's in currently, right? And look, this lesson goes both ways, right? But one of the things that I always tell regulators is, if you want the next Google to be a Kenyan company, if you want the next Google to be an Argentine company or a Brazilian company or a Nigerian company, that starts today from a regulatory standpoint, encouraging innovation and fostering an environment in which Google and Apple and Amazon can grow, right? And the reason that these trillion-dollar companies are predominantly American companies is not because America has the best people in the world, or because like all the talent is in America or anything like that. That's never been the case, right? It's because America attracts all the best talent in the world because of an open or more friendly environment for these companies to grow. And so, look, I think the U.S. over the last 4 years hopefully has seen how much of that it's lost, right? And how many of these companies now exist outside of its borders, and hopefully does not make that mistake again.
What's next for Yellow Card in terms of growth now? Where are you seeing most of the growth? I mean, you kind of hinted at it early on there about being the sort of back end of businesses, but talk a little bit more about where that growth is going to come from.
Yeah, man, look, we're just trying to grow fast. Look, every time I talk to Yinka, I say, Yinka, this is great news. We've grown 4x. He says, why not 5? He's very hard on me and keeps me on my toes. And so, yeah, look, I think, for us, the big corridors that are super interesting right now are connecting emerging markets to East Asia. Okay. So we're seeing a lot out of China, out of Japan, out of Hong Kong, out of South Korea, right? Some of the big companies there. and then South America, right? And really looping that in. So that's been a big growth vector for us. We have a lot of great partners that we work with that need those additional markets, right? And so we've been able to go into places like Bolivia and just provide a significantly better service for some of the large remittance companies and others, and they get to offer just a much better experience to the.
But is it still the same? Is it still the same sort of revenue streams? Like it's still the same business that you're doing there all day?
Infrastructure, baby.
Just payments and infrastructure.
That's all I do all day. I don't even have hobbies. I have literally nothing else to do. So that's.
So in terms of the markets that you're excited about the most right now, where you see really interesting things happening and just creates new opportunities for you, where are you thinking about?
Oh man, you're gonna make me pick one. That's you're gonna get me in trouble, man. That's look. I mean, I think the markets. I think outside of like emerging markets, right? The market that's most exciting again would be like East Asia and China, specifically because you're starting to see much more of an openness to this technology, right? Again, you want to talk about lessons that come out of like the U.S. passing something like Genius. China and these guys take note, right? And again, they don't want their companies falling behind, right? China, more than anybody, wants trillion-dollar companies starting in Beijing, starting in Shanghai. And so, these guys are starting to take note, and a lot of the Chinese tech giants, now through their Hong Kong branches, right, are getting pretty heavily involved in stablecoins for payments, for repatriation, for moving money around. And I think look, I mean, obviously a lot of these companies see Hong Kong as sort of their test bed, right, before things actually get into their mainland headquarters. And so I think there's just a lot of opportunity for, again, these big companies that have largely been shut off from the space to start coming into the market now.
And just lastly, we've just run out of time. Last thing just very quickly on regulation, and I asked you about expanding your team, your regulatory team. Is that something that you're thinking about at all, or is that pretty much fixed, and the way you operate now with the general counsel in each country is the way you're going to keep it?
Well, are you looking for a job? I mean, look, I won't tell Justin.
This is all I know how to do, Chris. This is all I know how to do.
No, I think, I mean, look, right now we have legal counsel sort of regionally that handles, various different countries. And then reports up. And I think, this has become a bigger and bigger part of the business. And it's become a more and more successful part of the business, right? You go back 3 years, these guys didn't really want to talk, right? They didn't really care about stable coins. They didn't really know what it was. Now they're the ones calling us, right? And we're doing workshops, and the space has evolved a lot in a short amount of time. And so that is definitely a team that we're looking to beef up and, bring some global talent in, so.
It makes a lot of sense. Please join me in thanking Chris for making time.
Please welcome Republican Congressman Ben Cline of Virginia, who joins Semafor's Congress reporter Eleanor Mueller in conversation.
I am back. Thank you so much, Congressman, for joining us.
Good to be with you.
And not only joining us here, but joining us on a week where the House is out of session.
It is an interesting time. I'll say that, definitely.
Have you been in D.C. all week?
No, just today.
Just today.
Yep, so
what
it
else
caught me at a good time.
There you go.
Well, some things, some of the committees I'm on, the more you can spend up here. I don't have a skiff in my house to talk to the Intelligence Committee, so I have to come up here.
There you go. There you go. Well, you served last Congress on the House's bipartisan artificial intelligence task force. And the Senate actually just last week passed legislation that would require AI chip makers to offer their products to U.S. companies before Chinese ones. Now that bill is going to conference with the House. I mean, do you think we'll see the House sign off on something like that?
I do think you'll see a lot of interest in that type of legislation, making sure that we protect our national interests, our national security, as we encourage the growth and development of AI. It's so critical that we win this, what is essentially a war for supremacy on AI, and making sure that our standards, our technologies are the ones that become globally, universally adopted. It's critical that we win that battle. So I do think that it is important for us to push the envelope there on encouraging growth and development, but at the same time, protecting our own national security interests are also critical.
Absolutely. So my colleague Dave Weigel actually just wrote a story about how data centers are garnering bipartisan opposition because of the role that they're playing in driving up energy prices. Some of those data centers are in your state of Virginia. What do you see as Congress's lane as far as regulating those?
Making sure that our energy supply is sufficient to meet the demand. I think we need to lean in on not just an all of the above policy, but really those areas of energy development where we're going to get the biggest bang for our buck. So we do have to look to fossil fuels, look to those areas where we're going to be able to meet that demand. Virginia is a perfect example. Virginia is leading the way in data center development to meet the needs of AI growth here in Northern Virginia. But at the same time, Virginia's legislature has put in place severe restrictions and a lot of Green New Deal style regulations that are hampering the rollout of these data centers because our energy grid is not able to meet the need. And so we have to have not only this policy at the federal level, but we also have to have conversations with our state partners and make sure that our states are understanding that if they want to develop AI, if they want to have that centerpiece in their economic portfolio, then they do have to dedicate the resources and have the policies in place to encourage that kind of energy supply, that kind of delivery of resources.
You're one of the only House Republicans who still hosts in-person town halls. I mean, do you hear from constituents at all about data centers at these town halls?
The further north you go in my district, and so if you go an hour west of Washington on I-66, you're going to hit Front Royal, which is one of the northern towns in Warren County, one of the northern counties in my district. And then I go another 3 hours south down to Roanoke and Salem. So if you're in Frederick County, if you're in Winchester, if you're in Front Royal, yes, you're going to hear about data centers because you're just over the line from Loudoun County. And if you go down to Roanoke, Salem, you're not going to hear as much about data centers because they're really not looking that far south to locate those. Now, in some places in South Side and in Central Virginia, they have had some conversations with some boards of supervisors about locating some data centers there. And in Botetourt, I do want to mention that they are putting Google is putting a data center there in Botetourt County, but you hear less the further away from DC you get.
Makes sense. Have you had a town hall since the shutdown started?
I have. Oh, since the shutdown started? No, I had one, I guess it was the week before the shutdown.
Right under the wire.
No, I had my last in-person town hall about a month ago, and I pride myself on making myself available to my constituents and having those in-person town halls, but it was after Charlie Kirk's assassination. So one of the things we had to do was balance security matters with that transparency and openness. So we held it in a city of Lexington. We limited tickets to those residents of Lexington City so that I can do town halls in each of my localities. But we have everybody register on Eventbrite so that we know who's coming, and then and we don't turn anybody away from Lexington. But at the same time, we, in order to make it accessible to the rest of my district, live stream it over our Facebook page so that folks and people, if somebody from the media, we welcomed media who were local, but some of the media who weren't able to bring in video cameras because it was in a courthouse. We abided by the court rules. Could sit at home in their pajamas watching it on Facebook.
There you go. That's an option that I take frequently.
There you go.
So you, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, I think you're the only member of the House who belongs not only to the Conservative Freedom Caucus, but also to the Bipartisan Problem Solvers Caucus.
Hey, conservatives want to solve problems too, right?
There you go. The shutdown obviously has been driven in large part because Democrats want Republicans to talk to them about enhanced Affordable Care Act subsidies. They're slated to expire at the end of the year. Where do you see the two parties coming together on that issue?
I think it's entirely appropriate to talk about the failures of Obamacare, the failures of the ACA, why these subsidies were put in place, and what we can do to address the cost of health insurance for our constituents moving forward. But I subscribe to the idea that you can't hold the entire government and those who depend on it hostage over an issue like health insurance subsidies. So you do have to have the government started up again. You have to allow things to move forward under a CR that has been voted on by senators over a dozen times. Let's vote on it again, pass it again so that we can reopen the government. These are Pelosi-level spending levels, not something I'm very thrilled about. But we understand that just to get things back to status quo ante, let's start there, and then we can have that conversation. And I, as a problem solver, and yes, as a conservative, do commit to having that conversation because my constituents don't want to see their health insurance premiums doubled. But at the same time, why are they doubling in the first place? And what were those subsidies meant to cover? The lack of affordable options for health insurance for working families. The fact that Obamacare, for lack of a better term, destroyed the insurance markets. I mean, essentially took away so many affordable options for families, catastrophic care policies, HMOs, things that people who didn't have the money to afford the premium plans could look to for some security are gone. And bringing those back, in my view, is part of that solution. We need to bring back some of those policies to give consumers choice, to enable competition to take place in the marketplace, and then hopefully prices will come down and the subsidies will become unnecessary.
Assuming that we can reopen the government, I mean, Johnson said
Step
on
one.
Friday, yeah, step one. Johnson said Friday that he wanted to have a conversation about more rescissions packages as we look to become more fiscally responsible, I think is how he put it. Is that something that you would support, more legislation that would claw back federal spending?
So I do think we need to curtail federal spending, and I supported the rescissions package because that is something that we looked to address from previous appropriations bills. However, I sympathize with, as a member of appropriations, those who see a whipsaw effect where if you are going to enter into agreement for an appropriations package and then see a rescissions bill come after it that takes away from that, it erodes trust in the appropriations negotiations that are going on. Mm-hmm. So, and appropriations is a committee where you really do have to work across party lines and work on that trust factor. That trust is very important for appropriators to reach those agreements moving forward. So I don't know that as we go forward, as we get Republican appropriations packages enacted, are you going to see as many or as strong of an effort to have rescissions from those Republican approach deals? No, I don't think you'll see as many. But you may see those of us who are fiscal hawks try and say, well, these programs are obsolete, and these other programs are inefficient, and we need to rescind some more money, potentially.
Okay. The Senate this week talked about passing some of those regular order appropriations bills while members are here. Do you think that Johnson should bring the House back to talk about some of those same things?
I think the Speaker is doing exactly the right thing by allowing us to be at home in our districts, with our constituents, talking to them about the reasons behind the shutdown, the fact that we have to have 60 votes in the Senate, and we have 52 out of 53 Republicans voting for open government, and we have 3 out of 47 Democrats voting for open government. So being able to be home explaining that to our constituents is important. And when the Senate does decide to come back, I'll be ready to talk about appropriations packages. I am one of the conferees on the minibus that is under negotiation right now. And hopefully when we get back, I think largely those issues have been resolved and we're ready to move those packages, as well as defense appropriations and a number of others. I'm disappointed that the Senate isn't moving faster on defense appropriations. It was a hopeful that we could see that bipartisan spirit that happens in appropriations break through this impasse that we have in the Senate with the government shutdown, but alas.
Alas. Johnson also said last week he wants to try and do a reconciliation bill before the end of the year. My understanding is it would be much narrower, it would maybe slip to the beginning of next year. Are there things that are top of mind for you that you would like to see in a package like that?
I know there were some tax issues that were left on the table under Reconciliation 1.0. A lot of what we wanted to do was ruled out of order by the parliamentarian in the Senate. That was disappointing. So trying to do that again in 2.0 wouldn't be part of that solution. But I do think that fiscally, as we try and keep pace with the administration, what the executive branch is doing in reshaping and reorganizing government, I think a lot of that can be reflected in another reconciliation bill and provide some efficiencies moving forward. The Republican Study Committee is an important large caucus that has a majority of the majority in it. It's kind of the conservative conscience of the House. I'm the vice chair of that under Chairman August Pfluger, who's doing a great job, and he has a budget chair, Beth Van Dyne, who is working to really shine a light on the inefficiencies that can be addressed through another reconciliation bill. So I wouldn't put it past the speaker to try another one. I would be supportive of that, and I would think there'd be a lot that we could put in it.
All right. Well, on that note, thank you so much again.
Oh, yeah.
I really appreciate
Thank you. Appreciate the opportunity.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, our program will now take a short recess. Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. Our program is about to begin. Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. Our program is about to begin. Ladies and gentlemen, our final track, AI and Economic Competitiveness, will now begin. Thank you to OpenAI and PwC for their partnership. Please welcome Dr. Ronnie Chatterjee, Chief Economist at OpenAI, and Justin B. Smith, Co-founder and CEO at Semafor.
All right. In some ways, this is sort of the panel that I know a lot of people have been asking me, when is that conversation with the chief economist with OpenAI?
Was that my mom backstage? She might have made her way back there.
No, it was not your mom, unless she was incognito. But anyway, we're really delighted to have you. Dr. Ronnie Chatterjee is, as I said, the chief economist of OpenAI. Probably one of the most interesting and challenging, but also kind of historic jobs one could have right now, across the world. So, how are you holding up?
Well, first, thanks for having me, and I really appreciate everyone being here. For Semafor, it's something I read a lot because it connects a bunch of different themes that I'm seeing in my career that make it really exciting, but also really new and dynamic. So a lot of my work was academic. I'm an economist who studies technology and innovation, and a lot of my work focused on sort of the rise of things like the internet, new medical devices, and a lot of history going back to the steam engine, electricity. So I had a template to understand some of these new technologies. I also worked in government, and I ran the implementation of the Chips and Science Act program. And so I thought a lot about the supply chain for AI in terms of building the data centers, hardware, associated software, energy to make these things happen. And now I'm actually at one of the frontier labs at OpenAI and thinking about how we're going to put all these pieces together, right? And how is it going to affect our economy and more broadly our society. So it's a fun place to be. I'm learning a ton. I get to work with great people, but I really feel like it's using every different part of my career together all at once.
Well, it is truly a historic position in many ways. Obviously, I think there's no conversation in business or policy that's more central, ubiquitous, sort of urgent than the question of AI, how it'll affect jobs and productivity. I mean, it's even almost like a family table conversation at this point.
Yes.
So we're going to get into that, and would really look forward to hearing some of your perspectives. And so I know that OpenAI does a lot of research into this. Obviously, you care a lot about the sort of the responsibility of what you're doing. And I think there's a recent study that showed that 81% of work-related ChatGPT sort of prompts or usage was around two activities. One, getting and interpreting information, and the second one, making decisions and solving problems. So question for you, if the near-term growth comes from enabling those tasks rather than, in theory, replacing jobs, what's the playbook that CEOs, leaders, policy leaders should follow in the next year?
So, I mean, the reason we wrote this paper is to try to inform sort of leaders and organizations for how to think about how AI was going to change their firms, but also how it was going to change the job market. And when I came into the job, I mean, the question I had is the question I wanted to answer in this paper with our co-authors, including an external co-author, David Deming at Harvard, who worked with us. And the question was, how do people use ChatGPT? And you might say, you know, what a dumb economist. He's going to spend all this time. I can just tell him how I use ChatGPT. But actually, you might not exactly tell me how you use ChatGPT. And being able to use classifiers, not reading the messages, and understand the essence of what people are using this tool, which really has no precedent in so many ways, right? Because there's not actually something that ChatGPT is designed to do. When you build a product, you're a product manager, you say, are people using it to get the value that I thought they would get from it? With ChatGPT, there's no thesis necessarily of the only thing you need to do with it. There's many things you can do. So I wrote this paper to try to figure it out. And what we found was there are really three top use cases right now in terms of our platform. Our platform has about 800 million weekly active users. So when you're reading about other studies like this, I think it's important to think of us as sort of like the largest. I mean, 10% of the population is using ChatGPT. And so we're going to give you a more representative view of what the world is doing. So you shouldn't think necessarily as much about specialists, let's say coding tasks or something in healthcare. You should be thinking about the entire market. That's what we're trying to do with this large sample. So what we found is that the number one use cases are seeking information, going out and trying to find the answer to something, right? Sometimes people use web search for that. They're also using AI. The second thing is practical guidance, right? Guidance is really important to make choices in the economy. That's not going to show up in GDP, but it's going to help you make a better decision. And we call that consumer surplus, which there's enormous consumer surplus from ChatGPT. And the last one is writing. As a dad of three, I was a little nervous to see writing. You know, when I think about my kids in school, I don't want them outsourcing their essays to ChatGPT. But 2/3 of writing right now is people submitting things they've already written and trying to improve them or summarize them. And so when I saw that, I stopped thinking about my kids and started thinking about my parents who are immigrants, because man, if they would have had an editor to help them write like a better cover letter or negotiate a raise with their boss as people who, you know, wasn't their first language in English, that could be really useful. And I think what you're seeing with writing is a lot of people, you know, sort of improving what they write. And I'm already seeing that in terms of emails and notes I'm getting from people from all around the world.
Fascinating. So let's talk about I know that you have some interesting data on this, the narrative between replacement versus enablement, and would love to hear your thoughts on that. But also that most organizations are still using AI primarily to reduce either time saved or cost reduction. And I'd love to know what metrics you think are the best to actually capture whether AI is raising the quality of work as opposed to some of those other metrics I mentioned.
Well, this is going back, Justin, to that dinner table conversation that people have on AI, which is AI going to take my job? Is it going to replace me? And that is reflected in a lot of the discussions that we're having globally around AI and in the media. I think what we're finding right now, and this is honestly not surprising for a lot of economists who study technology in the past, is it's more of a complement to workers. It's more of an accelerant to what you're doing rather than a substitute. And we can go maybe at another time deeper into why that's the case. But what we're finding is it's a decision support tool. It's a co-pilot. It's someone helping you make a better decision, not doing your whole task end to end. There's a couple reasons for that. One is humans are pretty flexible. We've gone through a lot of different technological revolutions. And just because you can write down the list of tasks in my job today and say, AI can do that, doesn't mean that AI will do that. It also doesn't mean that once AI does this, and this goes back to your firm question, I might add a whole bunch of other things to the task list. You know, my dad is an economist too, and if you look at the list of tasks he did in 1985 and what I do today, completely different job. And that's true for a lot of different professions. And so as technology changes, what we do at work also changes. Inside firms, there's obviously a focus of how we're going to get people to save time and money. But a lot of firms are using this for new value creation. So you think about drug discovery. If you're a research scientist trying to come up with a new drug, you have to make novel combinations. Science is like an endless hallway with all these doors on either side, and a scientist has to choose where she's going to open the door and look behind and spend her career. AI helps us decide what problems to solve and which doors to go behind and where to spend your career. And so I feel like you're going to see a lot more firms in the innovation space and otherwise developing new products and services. That will ultimately be the measure of the value creation that comes from AI, and that will be a much more powerful accelerant of GDP and other top-line economic indicators.
And is that going to be after the time saving and the cost reduction, just naturally? I mean,
when you see how companies use it first, it's a lot like how humans use it first. We have a natural way of interacting with the chatbot. We ask it a bunch of questions. Then we start to say, could this thing book my airplane ticket? Could it plan my whole vacation? Actually, I could do an end-to-end workflow with this. It takes a little time, right? And we're all figuring that out. And I will say, as someone who has trained a lot of people to use ChatGPT, not all of it's always obvious. It's the same thing in firms. You start with the things you're already doing, the existing workflows, filing an expense report. You apply ChatGPT to that. But eventually, you start thinking about brand new workflows you weren't doing before, or really re-engineering what you were doing in a fundamental way. And that takes change management and leadership from the top, which is my advice to a lot of CEOs. If you want to take this seriously, you have to have a change management plan to go along with your AI implementation plan. And that's how we're going to unlock the value creation. Leading firms are doing that, and you'll see a lot more, I think, over the course of the next year or two.
So just exactly to that point, it's almost like there's a whole new vocabulary, a whole new sort of way of talking about this or understanding human behavior. And I know you've done studies about this notion of two types of prompts, like an asking prompt versus a doing.
Yeah.
And would love to hear more about that, and especially get a sense is AI better at asking or doing, and what qualifies an asking or a doing prompt?
Sure. 3 kinds of prompts that you'll see: asking, doing, and expressing. Asking and doing are by far the most prevalent. And right now, asking is ahead of doing. And I think that reflects the idea that the agentic capabilities of AI are still developing, and many people are learning how to use them. If you saw what we did at Dev Day, we released sort of a new agent kit that will allow people to do things, particularly small businesses and entrepreneurs, that we really never could do before. And that's going to, I think, change the way people use it to do or accomplish tasks. When I classify messages, I might think about asking as basically trying to ask a question, like what is the capital of Nevada, and getting an answer. Doing says, go do this thing for me, and output a spreadsheet, maybe using a tool. As people get more comfortable with AI, they trust AI more, and they understand the capabilities, I think doing will probably start to rival asking in a more serious way. You also might have some combination, ask, then do, then ask again, that we can pick up from multiple turn prompts.
And so what percentage is asking versus doing at this point? Is it?
Yeah, I would say if you think about over a third of the messages are still asking, with doing very close behind. It depends on which sample window you look at. When we did the paper, it's changed a little bit since then. But the doing is something I think is going to increase over time. That's one that we're watching closely.
So just one last question. Obviously, everyone's concerned about sort of inclusion and making sure AI is available to all sections of society and so on. And small companies in particular, small firms, public agencies sometimes lag in AI adoption. But I think some of the research you've done has suggested they have the most to gain.
For sure.
And so if you were advising like a small business owner or, I don't know, a mayor of a small town, something like that, what's like a pilot project we recommend? How would they use ChatGPT and OpenAI to improve service quality or get other benefits?
I think about the mayor of the small town I grew up in, and they'd always say, hey, we need another person in marketing or comms to tell the story of our town, right? And it's a real thing. But it was hard to hire that person, and it was seen as a luxury. Well, with ChatGPT, and this is the element I think people are missing, a lot of times we don't necessarily have the humans lined up, or we can't afford them to do that kind of work. In this case, like if you're a small town mayor, you can create sort of a whole marketing and comms plan yourself. And I'm seeing this with small business owners. Sometimes they say, well, I can't afford to hire another person to do this, or I need a consultant to help me with business strategy, but I can't afford one of these expensive management consulting firms. Now you can do these things yourself and complement your skills. And maybe teach yourself to ask different questions, and maybe then you will procure a service provider when the time comes. So I feel like there's an opportunity to expand the aperture for small business owners, someone who is in a small town is trying to get something done. You may not have the funds to hire a whole new person, but you might be able to use AI to go part of the way and answer some questions you couldn't otherwise.
And how do you, I mean, that's obviously an incredible opportunity.
Huge.
How do you accelerate that? I mean, is that policy? Is that businesses?
we need much more training on how to use AI and its capabilities. One thing I realized, when you work at the organization, you realize you work with a bunch of 25-year-olds who like teach you how to use it. And that's what everybody needs. I wish I could give that gift to everybody. I sit with a bunch of 25-year-olds who teach me how to use ChatGPT and the API and Codex and Sora and everything else. And when I go around the country and do like workshops and seminars with people, I try to say, hey, there's this really good thing called deep research. This was before it was bundled in GPT-5. And a lot of people who could really benefit from deep research don't use it, don't know it's there. And so I think the training can help unlock it. We do have to work together, though, with workforce development boards, educational institutions to figure out what the right stuff to teach is and what's durable. Like a year ago, everybody was telling me we got to teach prompt engineering. And I was a little bit skeptical, but I thought, okay, now ChatGPT can write your prompts. We don't need to teach that. We need to figure out something that is durable when it comes to AI skills, and that's why we're launching a program called OpenAI Certified to deliver those skills, make sure people have assessed a certain level of quality, and hopefully match them with jobs that require those skills. And so that's something OpenAI is doing, and we've worked with a lot of partners to do that, including Walmart. And so I think those are the kind of initiatives I expect a lot of different organizations to get involved in.
Great. Well, listen, fascinating. Good luck with your travels and this important work, and thank you very much for partnering with Semafor on this event.
Thank you for having me. Great to be here. Thank you.
Joining us now is Zig Serafin, CEO of Qualtrics, and Reed Albergotti, Technology Editor at Semafor.
Okay.
Hi.
Zig, thanks for being here.
Yeah, good to be here, Reed.
So I want to start off with a very basic question, because I don't know if everyone here knows exactly what the ins and outs of Qualtrics, but what is experience management? Can you just define that for us?
Yeah, in very simple terms, we help companies understand things from the customer point of view at scale. And so some of the largest, biggest leaders, cutting edge brands, virtually in every industry is partnering with us to be able to just sharpen their customer experience and then be able to create more empathy, connection, speed, real-time ability to be able to build connectivity and connection with their customers, especially where things matter. And ultimately, it's about loyalty, building deeper loyalty for their business or any organization that they have.
Yeah, and so because of that, and I think as all of your customers are starting to implement these AI, solutions, I think you have this interesting vantage point. We're hearing this narrative out there that companies are not getting ROI on their AI implementations. Is that true?
Well, I think that people are not thinking big enough about what AI will do. There's often this saying that says that you end up overestimating what happens in the near term, but in the long term, you end up massively underestimating what happens. And a lot of what we see right now in AI, all of us, is that we're seeing people trying to improve the speeds and feeds, efficiency, better operationalizing of what takes place in an organization. But the real opportunity also will lie in understanding human beings, connecting with people, with what drives a relationship, what drives deeper connection between a human or an organization and a human being.
Mm-hmm. Can you go into detail on that, this human connection part of it? What does that exactly mean?
Well, it's a lot of what people tend to look at data-wise today. We chase transactions, we chase how often someone was on a website, what the click-through rate may have been, what the store visits may have been. That's what happens, right? If you step back and say, well, why are those things happening? So what drives behavior or intent, and what's the context you have to understand in order to do that? And so you think of that as the experiential context, right? What drives preference? What drives interest? What drives emotional connection? What drives discontent or friction? And that differs based upon the human being, right? And so if you look at some of our customers like Delta Airlines, they've been focused on building a deeper connection throughout the journey. And when you think about the journey, it's not just when you're in the flight. It's the website experience. It's the ability to find what you want. It's the app experience. And you don't look at these things in particles. It's an important world that we live in now, which is us as customers. Any one of us here in the audience would expect the organization to understand us collectively in a connected way. But that's not how businesses grew up. They grew up in particles, right? The way that they understood people. You measure the call center interaction, you measure the website interaction, but none of us care about that, right? We just want, like, what's the what's the one experience that shows up, and are things working correctly or not? So we help bring all of that together using AI.
Yeah. Delta's an interesting one because airlines you don't always think of airlines as like the best customer experience, but how are they using AI in interesting, innovative ways?
I mean, they're an interesting brand because, they're in a commodity business. It's the same metal, it's the same airports that they use, right? You see what makes the ultimate difference. And they focused first on enabling their people, right? And how do you scale the culture, the value of how their people show up on the front line, the gate, the gate agent, the flight attendant, the person that's in the call center supporting you. And then you step back and say, okay, understanding the moments that matter the most across your interaction with Delta and being able to have consistency in not repeating the things you may have not done right, or being in a position to be more proactive when things don't go right. Scaling that ultimately builds deeper loyalty. It drives premium, it drives growth, and not surprisingly as a company, if you compare all the airlines around the world, they're not the biggest, but they're the most profitable, fastest growing on a consistent basis, and all of that comes down to experience.
So another question is, as you see how customers are using it and how much they're using of this generative AI, are we in a bubble right now, do you think? And how do you see it playing out?
Well, there's certainly a lot of enthusiasm, but I would say that what we are seeing in our data, we have about 17,000 customers around the world today, and we have about 30% of those customers have adopted some AI capability in our platform. Of our top 50 customers, our largest ones, 90% of them are using AI capability. But the magic of AI comes to life when you actually focus on contextually applying it to pragmatic problems on a daily level. Not chasing, revolutionizing the world, but rather saying, hey, just reduce the friction of this part of the experience. Get specific to the domain, whether it's a hospitality experience, a restaurant experience, an e-commerce experience, and be able to do things more efficiently, but also do it in the right way, in the way that your brand wants to express itself in those moments of delight or moments of fixing things. And that's where we see traction gaining, is the more you actually end up applying AI to use cases that are everyday pragmatic things, the faster you actually create pragmatic ROI, and then you can build on that.
Mm-hmm. But what does that mean when you think about the promise of this? The ChatGPT moment was sort of like, well, this is going to get to this point where it's a general technology, right? You could just tell it to do anything, and it's going to replace people and all this stuff. And now you're kind of seeing, well, actually, no, it's more like these narrow use cases. Like, does that tell you that actually maybe this isn't as big of a market as we thought, or the amount of money companies are spending on data centers is not really warranted? Does that tell you anything?
It tells me that those pragmatic use cases in accumulated form are actually going to create a massive lift, and quite significantly so. When you look at one industry to another, one way of thinking about this is, the last 20 years of technology innovation, if you built the best code, that actually helped you to build trust, and it actually helped you drive innovation as a result, right? If you had great architecture, data is the new code of AI. The more that you understand contextually relevant data, the more that actually has the fuel agent for innovation, because you start with trust, you end up creating something that works consistently, and then that drives innovation as a result.
Mm-hmm. So you do see that. So you don't think we're in a bubble, essentially, is kind of what you're saying.
Yeah, I don't. I think there's a lot of capital spend and pre-investment that's taking place. Some people might be overly enthusiastic about what happens in the short run.
Right.
But I think all of us will end up underestimating what will happen in the medium and the longer run.
Do you, I'm wondering if you, just back to the promise of this, do you sort of track where the capabilities are going? And do you think that we are eventually going to get to, these sort of, I might call it AGI types of capabilities soon, or do you have a timeline?
I don't have a timeline, but I do think that how you automate actions and speed at which you actually would hope things would take place as you understand people better will certainly be where things take greatest effect. And when we think about our business and the work that we get to do with brands around different industries, it all comes down to, what does it take to be able to build deeper loyalty with people? You can use AI to get people into your front door, create the right value proposition, be convenient, be quick in how you do it. But how do you keep them inside your business and with you? It all comes down to the way in which you end up understanding the customer context. And so applying AI to that customer journey, applying AI to actually helping employees to be able to get their job done more effectively in how they support a customer at the end of the day, translates to increased loyalty, translates to significant business outcomes. And that's where the power of AI will actually take greatest effect.
Yeah.
Over time, it will become more and more autonomous in nature. But the unlock towards that goes back to, have you actually earned the right to get more context, more data? And if you do that, you're in that trust flywheel, where trust connects then allows you to be able to innovate and expand the use case.
Yeah. How are you using it internally at your company? And are you developing models, things like that?
Well, virtually every function inside of our company is using AI at some level to be able to assist, make decisions, in some cases to automate. Inside of our platform, we've built a compound AI system which actually allows us to be able to use the fit-for-purpose model based upon the nature of the data set and the task that we're trying to achieve.
Mm-hmm. So would you say it's sort of like bespoke solutions that you've created, or is it more, general?
It's a great question. It's a platform, yeah. So one of the magical things of our experience management system is we built a platform that many different industries are innovating off of, but focused on experiential data. And in AI, what we've done is we're infusing capabilities into that platform so that as we end up improving, let's say, a use case for Google, improving a use case for DoorDash, improving a use case for Hilton Hotels, all of that actually, innovation becomes available to many others. Now, of course, their data doesn't, the things that they're doing with it and how they build their programs is for them to be able to use as their own advantage. But the technology is ultimately continuing to improve, and that's the power of a platform approach to AI.
Yeah. Do you want your employees or do your customers want their employees to sort of like be building their own AI tools? Like, is the vibe coding thing actually taking off? I don't hear as much about it lately.
Well, the idea of what it takes to prototype something or come up with an idea, instead of sitting there and say, I'm going to go build a slide or a PowerPoint on something as a product manager, you're now making it more easy for someone to actually do coding themselves without knowing how to do coding. So the expectation of being focused on new creative thought, the expectation of actually getting closer to what people are trying to solve is higher than ever now, because the tools are actually just raising in their capability set. So every role inside of an organization becomes more capable because you essentially have an assistant that's working with you. And as that assistant gets to know you, through your patterns and the information you're using, you're going to become more effective at your job.
Yeah. I think, maybe we have time for another question. I'd love to know your thoughts on, and I'm sure you have thoughts on this because you have kids, but I do too. Like, what are the skills that you think people need to kind of like enter the AI workforce right now?
It's a fantastic question. I do think you have to have a general appreciation, understanding of how computational systems work. You need at least a taste of like, what does it take to build and process data and build a model and be able to have it go do something. But the real value will be in the next level of understanding people. And so arts will matter. I think understanding sociology, humanities will matter, anthropology will matter. Understanding what drives how people might want to experience the world differently, being able to understand how to communicate and connect with people, because a lot of the more remedial tasks are going to become easier to get done, and that will open up the opportunity to, I think at the end of the day, AI will make people more human, because we'll spend more time on the higher level of value of things, and more of the repetitive things will become automated over time.
Yeah, well, it's an optimistic note to end on. Thank you so much. Fascinating conversation.
Reed, thank you very much. Thank you.
Please welcome Chime CEO Chris Britt and Semafor Business and Finance Editor Liz Hoffman.
Hi, Chris.
Hi, thanks for having me.
Thanks for coming here from the West Coast. We appreciate you joining us. So Chime has an interesting window into how people are spending, particularly how a certain segment of consumers are spending. So talk a little bit about kind of your customer base and what you see from them, really the products that you offer kind of in transacting.
Yeah, I think sometimes there's a misperception that this is a niche segment, but we serve everyday Americans, people that make up to $100,000 a year, which is about 80% of our country. And the business model from the earliest days when my partner Ryan and I founded the company 13 years ago was to serve the needs of not the unbanked, but the unhappily banked, people that had accounts at the Wells and the B of A's of the world and just weren't happy with those relationships, because banks really focus on people that have large deposits and have high credit scores. Most Americans live paycheck to paycheck, and their credit scores are maybe don't fit the credit box of these big banks. So we saw a great opportunity to develop, as a technology company, a primary bank account relationship where people would get direct deposit of their paychecks into a Chime account and then use our card to make their everyday transactions. And so you're right, we have a very keen eye into the everyday consumer. We now have close to 9 million active members. The majority of them use us as a primary account. They do, on average, 55 transactions a month with the bank account. And similar to what the banks just reported recently, the earnings that came out this past week, we see a very resilient consumer, even at the segment that we serve, which tends to be more people that make $35,000, $45,000, $55,000 a year. On a year-over-year basis, we actually see savings account balances being up. And I don't think there's any question that you're starting to see some cracks in the labor market in terms of the reporting, but we haven't yet seen that sort of flow through to seeing increases in unemployment benefits coming to our cards or any sort of substantive changes in spend per member.
People who
they're
are getting
going to
paychecks
restaurants,
are still getting paychecks. And
they're still getting
spending it at dinner.
paychecks. What's around 4.5% is unemployment right now. That's essentially still full employment. So people that want jobs can generally get jobs, and so that really benefits us. We're really a payments-driven business model, which is kind of different. I think people assume that we have a bank business model that's very heavily focused on lending, but we're really more of a payments-driven business model. And we partner with banks, community banks, who hold the deposits of our members in these FDIC-insured accounts. And that's kind of the model that we go to market with.
What are the first signs of stress that you would be looking for? How would we start to see if there were, as you say, kind of cracks in that segment?
I think the biggest one, and we saw this during COVID, is you start seeing unemployment benefit checks or digital checks essentially coming into the accounts. But that's one of the great things about our business model is that because people think of Chime as a primary bank account, that in the unfortunate situation that they lose their job, they tend to get their unemployment into Chime. We got tons of stimulus payments. All the stimmy checks came to Chime, and we gave people access to their stimmy checks early, which sort of helped our brand for sure.
Undying loyalty.
It was like our
after
best
that.
advertising day ever, and it wasn't even an advertisement. But we got more signups than any day, I think, in history when we announced that we'd give you access to your stimulus checks 5 days early.
Sure. You went public recently. I don't think it's a secret that you had planned to go public in the spring, and then Liberation Day happened and the market fell out of bed. But talk a little bit about that decision to go. You're part of now a wave of offerings that has cracked that window back open, which had been shut for a long time of private companies listing. Talk about, I assume you could have gotten private capital if you wanted. What made you want to go public? Everyone says it's terrible to do that. You seem not to think so.
We were proud of, and it was just a seminal moment for our company, just a culmination of being at this for 13 years and so many different chapters of employees that gave so much to the company. So we went public on June 12th. I got all the investment bankers called me and thanked me for being one of the first ones to help open up the IPO.
Did they give you a fee break to do that? Send you a refund
no,
check?
No, but my finance team, they negotiate pretty well. Okay. But for us, it was a natural step. We are creating a generational company here right now that's we're changing. We believe there's a generational shift that's happening in banking. I talked about the banks being focused on, the highest income segment and actually serving that segment reasonably well. But there's this huge segment in the middle that doesn't get served too well. And if you look at brand awareness, unaided brand awareness, if you ask a consumer that makes up to $100,000 a year, what brands come to mind when you think of banking? Chime today, for that population, only trails B of A and Chase. We're the number 3 banking brand, and we're not even a bank. So for us, it was a natural step for us to be a public company because we want to be and intend to be a generational company. It's a fundraising exercise for sure. It gives us a capital stack that gives us more flexibility. It helps with potential M&A that we want to do. It gives liquidity to investors. And it's also a great marketing moment for us. But to your follow-up question, we certainly could have stayed private longer. There's no shortage of private capital, late stage in particular, for companies that have broken out and scaled. But look, we had already raised close to $2 billion in the private market. So after being at it for 13 years, we thought the time was right. And we don't regret it.
Okay. To the extent you do M&A, what kind of things might you be interested in expanding? You've got a currency now if you want to go shopping.
I wouldn't see us as pursuing any sort of transformational deals, bet the farm kind of companies. The business is working so well right now. We reported our first quarterly earnings and 37% top line growth and 23% growth in our active member base year over year. So the business is very healthy. We're making great progress on profitability. But tuck on product areas that we don't participate in, opening up new channels, I think are interesting areas as well. But I wouldn't suspect, you shouldn't expect to see any sort of like transformational deals anytime soon.
As you said, you are not a bank.
Right.
Do you think most of your customers understand the distinction? I ask because there was a couple of sort of fintech hiccups and blowups last year where it was pretty clear that people liked the apps they were using and they liked the interface and the service, but actually fundamentally didn't understand that their money wasn't where they thought it was. And I'm curious if you think that that's an important sort of educational piece of this, or whether you're pretty comfortable being kind of the last technological mile and frankly outsourcing the sort of unpleasant, actual banking business to some of your partners.
I mean, I think this partner banking model has become incredibly mainstream today. So when a Chime member signs up, downloads the app and signs up for an account, they're very aware that they're signing up for a tri-party relationship. It's Chime, the bank partner, and them. And even when you look at like the routing and account number, it says our partner bank's name in there. So I think there's an awareness that the bank holds the money. Chime creates the amazingly easy to use and helpful experience. And we've innovated this new model that we don't require a physical distribution and service delivery model, which allows us to have this cost structure that is a third of a big bank and a fifth of a regional bank. So we have such a lower cost structure that we can deliver far better services, far less expensive services, really free banking for everyday Americans that normally would be paying many hundreds of dollars a year in bank fees. And I'm really proud of the impact that this team at Chime has had. Since we launched our free overdraft service, so if you're getting direct deposit into Chime, you can take the account negative up to $200 for free. When the next deposit comes, we pay ourselves back. Traditional banks charge $30 to $40 for that. Since we launched that service, overdraft fees in America have been reduced by 50%. So I won't take all the credit for that, because certainly there's some people in Congress and senators that raised a voice on that too. But I like to think that we, injected a healthy dose of competition that also is helping to create a more competitive market, especially in a banking category where this small segment of major banks just continue to get bigger and kind of suck the oxygen out of the room.
Yeah, I mean, we had Mark Weidman at PNC on stage yesterday, and they're sort of right outside of that mega bank and trying to get in and trying to make sure there's competition. And I actually want to ask sort of the service that you provide for your bank partners. These are small sort of local, regional community banks.
Community banks, yep.
That are having a real hard time getting deposits, and that's obviously kind of what you bring them. But as you spend a lot of time thinking about your bank partners and the health of the bank ecosystem, do we just need a bunch of Chimes to be sort of a deposit distribution system for these community banks that otherwise would have a really hard time funding themselves?
Well, our banks really appreciate the business, and they're really good at this business model of allowing a company like Chime, a consumer company, a consumer brand, and really a technology company to go out and be the acquirer of the deposits, which then reside at the bank. And it's a win-win, right? Consumers get low-cost banking, free banking. The banks get essentially close to free deposits. And then they use these deposits to fund their local lending operations. So we have one bank, Stride Bank in Oklahoma, and they use these deposits to help fund loans for farmers and trucking companies and these sorts of things. Our other bank partner, Bancorp Bank, uses it to fund commercial lending opportunities and so forth. So it's a symbiotic relationship as it relates to those banks. We also use the InterFi network for our savings accounts to also go to other FDIC-insured accounts. So,
sort of the marketplace for deposits.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
So we think we're a helpful participant. I don't have the formula to solve all the challenges in the banking sector, but I'm proud of the role that we're playing, both on the consumer side, but also to help some of these banks that have partnered with us.
Yeah. I mean, sort of early in the fintech revolution, kind of early 2010s maybe, sort of when you guys were born, there was a real kind of benevolent mission statement for a lot of the firms, and I'm struck actually that you guys are still kind of doing that, but a lot of the most successful names in fintech went pretty quickly up market. They went pretty quickly to lending products, to advice products that have much higher margins. Revolut has built this giant business, largely with a customer base that's like, white collar expats kind of who want to get paid in the currency and kind of go back and forth. Exactly. Yep. And you haven't. And I guess I wonder, can you sort of forever resist that temptation to go up market, to add some of these higher margin products? Some of that ultimately may require some regulatory, jumps on your end. In terms of SoFi eventually just became a bank because they wanted to do high margin stuff. I mean, how long can you
We've already moved up
on this?
market quite a bit. I mean, when we started this company, it was mostly 20-something-year-olds, signing up, because they'll sign up for any app. They'll give anyone their social security number.
That's good marketing advice.
But as we've mainstreamed, we now look like America. And so the average age is a little older, more like in the 30s, the median age of 34 or so, like median age in America. And our fastest growing segment right now is actually the 75 to 100K earning segment. So even though I say we aim to serve people that make up to $100,000 a year, we're not arbitrarily limiting ourselves there. We're going to continue to offer products and services that appeal to people even beyond that. I think that our focus on this demographic, the majority of people that they struggle a bit with their finances. They have stress. They want to have a partner that they know isn't going to sneak a fee on them when they're not looking, and someone that designs products that actually helps what matters most to them financially, building their credit, getting access to short-term liquidity, avoiding fees always. It's a much larger opportunity than, I mentioned we're close to 9 million actives. There's 200 million Americans that make up to adult Americans that make up to $100,000 a year. So we're less than 5% penetrated. So anytime someone says, why don't you go to this country or this continent, I say, we've barely scratched the surface here in America. And I truly believe that that's a feature, not a bug. You get spread out. You don't necessarily understand the needs of segments and some of the nuances of different countries and so forth. I'm not ruling out eventually going international, but we have so much opportunity in this segment, and we think the needs, even as you go slightly higher, in big cities, if you make even a little over $100,000, a lot of those folks are living paycheck to paycheck too. It's not just the people making $30,000 a year that are paying the overdraft fees to the big banks.
Weirdly, Americans still seem to like bank branches for reasons that I've never totally understood or I thought would dissipate, but they haven't. Is that at some point going to be a limiting factor to your growth? People say, I didn't see a chime. I don't totally know what this is.
I think there's a subsegment of people that certainly appreciate some element of physical presence, especially for your money, right? It's a trust product, which is why you've seen innovations like Cap One doing cafes and that sort of thing. So I think there's opportunities for us to do things like having physical, not necessarily branches, but physical presence that we'll explore to serve some segments. But I would sort of counter the point. I don't believe that this notion of people really desiring to go into bank branches is really a thing. I'm not sure that's really true for the majority.
They're just marketing?
I don't know. Lollipops? I'm not sure.
Lollipops.
Certainly for some larger transactions, you might want to talk to someone in person, but why couldn't you do that over FaceTime on your app or something?
One more we have time for. AI. This is the AI track. We should have gotten to this sooner. How are you using it in your business? What does it let you do that you couldn't do before? Is it going to continue to push fees down? Talk a little bit sort of how you're thinking about AI.
Yeah, I mean, AI is everything in the company right now. One of our partners is Sierra, Brett Taylor's company, and he came in and gave a speech to us, a working session with the leadership team. And the way he described it was AI is basically giving all of your employees like an Iron Man suit, right? Just giving us all superpowers. And I just thought that was a really good way to frame the opportunity in terms of internal productivity. And so now we're using it, and everyone starts a task by thinking like, how could I make this happen faster with AI? We're seeing the impact. We're seeing much faster output of product development, not just on the engineering side though, like also across the company, whether it be for recruiting purposes, just using AI to make people's tasks work better. And then in the experience for our members themselves, we've seen great success. So we now have 70% of interactions from our members are handled by our voice-powered AI bot. And not only
What's
is
the LLM behind that?
It's a combination of LLMs, and then it's sort of integrated through Sierra or Decagon, two of our customer service reps, but it uses a combination of LLMs. But the impact has been amazing because it's not, I think a lot of people assume like, oh, it's a great cost save and everyone's going to be efficient and more efficient, and that's absolutely true. But not only are we substantially reducing the cost to serve, but we've doubled satisfaction scores on the interaction because the systems can anticipate what you're calling about, get access to data even faster, and make you more knowledgeable about whatever question you have, even faster than the best trained customer service agent that's out there. So it's a really exciting time. We think going forward, the opportunity is to use this deep data advantage we have. We have all these primary accounts. We run our whole tech stack, and we've reached enormous amounts of scale now with close to 9 million actives. So we see a world where you have this partner in your phone that helps give you advice on how to manage your money and be even more interactive, sort of like a co-pilot for your finances. We think we have the unique opportunity to do that, and that's what you should expect to see from us at some point in the future.
All right, we will have you back to talk about it. Thank you so much, Chris.
Thanks a lot.
Please welcome Sasin Ghazi, President and CEO of Synopsys, who joins Reed Albergotti on stage.
All right, it's good to see you.
Great to see you.
So Synopsys helps companies, it's a chip design software. You help people design chips, which is a big topic lately. I'm wondering how is AI changing your industry?
So we are the $100 billion company that no one have heard of us. So it's good.
Have you guys heard of the company? Like,
See?
Yeah, you guys.
So when you used to describe that we provide software for semiconductor companies, it was not well understood. Semiconductor is one of the most complex engineering tasks, period, because of the pace of complexity and evolution to keep up with the pace of innovation. So you need massive automation in order to do it. Otherwise, a human trying to design 100 billion devices, 200 billion devices in a small area of silicon is impossible. Now AI is a fantastic co-pilot for these engineers to deal and tame that complexity. So that's what we do. We provide software to support our customers' R&D to design these complex chips. And recently, with an acquisition we've made, we work all the way up to a system level. So if you're designing a car, a robot, etc., you use our software as well.
Yeah, and then so as AI, sort of takes over, I guess more of what these chips are doing is running, generative AI models. Is that sort of one way things are changing?
So think of it this way: chips existed for 60 some years, so it's nothing new. However, the various applications in which you're using the chip in your phone needs to operate very differently than in your laptop or in a data center. Definitely an AI chip, given the massive computation it needs to do at a low energy, there's a level of complexity in designing it that you need a certain sophistication in automation and software in order to do it. So it's an interesting loop. We provide AI and software to our customers to design the AI chips, given the complexity of what they're designing.
Yeah. When we were in San Francisco, we were talking about your work with Formula One, which I just thought was fascinating. I don't know if there are any Formula One fans here, but can you tell me how are they using, the software, and what are they doing? What are they doing with these chips?
So Formula One is a good example, but it applies to anything that is intelligent system. Be it a robot, a drone, an EV. The co-engineering between different domains of engineering, from mechanical to electrical to electronics, becomes very important. So if you imagine a Formula One car that you want to tune it to maximum performance, you start at the software level. That software is running on various parts of the car, be it the engine, the transmission, the fluid dynamics, the tire selection, the track, the weather. Is such a complex engineering task. So instead of doing experimentation by running a car on the track with different conditions, etc., you'd create a digital twin for the whole system. So that means you model everything. You model the car, you model not only the car. Inside the car, you have multiple models, the track, the safety of the driver, then you simulate everything. So from a cost point of view, is much cheaper. From an ability to optimize at the system level is possible. None of this was possible without accelerated compute. So if you go back 6, 7, 8 years ago, if you did not have those massive, fast compute that you can use for AI, it will take too long to simulate.
Yeah.
So that's what we call re-engineering the engineering of these intelligent systems.
Yeah. And you also mentioned just regular automobiles earlier, and that's an area that's really changing fast. I know one of the areas that you really focus on is helping people design like edge, what you call the edge compute. What do you think the sort of regular cars, not Formula One cars, are going to look like in terms of like the compute on board in the future?
Yes. So if you were to buy, let's say if you have a car that's 10 years old, and does not have to be EV or not, it can be combustion engine, and the car of say 2025, there were always a bunch of chips in the car, but they were not orchestrated and architected in a way that they work with each other, meaning you have a chip to open and close your window. Then you have a chip for your cruise control to make it adaptive. So you have various chips to control multiple things. Now the car is designed similar to your computer or your phone. You have central intelligence in the car, that's the brain, that is communicating with your infotainment, reading if you're tired or not, etc. So there's tons of compute in the car. Now you add a whole other level of complexity if you want to make the car autonomous, because then it operates in a real physical world that is changing. If somebody's crossing the street, if another car making a turn that's unexpected, etc. That's a whole other level of computation that is required. What we do is same as the Formula One car, is provide these engineers that are designing those holistic system, the tools as well as the models in order to create it.
Yeah, that's interesting. So basically, like when you talk about like chips for the windows, those were very low-tech chips. But I think what you're talking about now is fewer chips, but much more advanced ones in these cars, right?
They're very similar to the chips that are in your smartphone or data center, because they have to do a lot of computation.
Right.
Now the key is, how do you lower the cost of these chips? Because cars are cost sensitive. How do you design the chip with that complexity at a lower cost?
Yeah. And how do you do that? What's happening there?
This is where AI comes into the picture. How when AI there are different views. Will AI take my job, or will AI accelerate what I do? In our industry, there's always a shortage of talent.
Yeah.
And that's not something we foresee, that the talent all of a sudden is going to be abundant. Right. So therefore, how do you design these complex systems with engineers, human engineers architecting them, and with as much assistance you can get through AI, either Copilot or in the future agentic, to deal with that complexity?
Well, you mentioned the talent, so I got to ask you. I mean, I know, there's huge discussion right now about H-1B labor in the U.S. And obviously talent's hard to get. Is that hurting you right now? Are those policies hurting you? Are you feeling that at all?
So Synopsys is about 30,000 employees, and we are in 38 countries. In my mind, what made the US so special when it comes to innovation and when it comes to entrepreneurship is the diversity of talent that you can get. And Synopsys actually is a very good example of that. Even though we're headquartered in the US, and in our headquarter we have not only headquarter, anywhere, many offices in the US, we have a very diverse talent pool. And we want to make sure that will continue, because that's what helps us continue on that pace of innovation that is required. Yeah.
And now, you also mentioned the complexity of this software. It's so complex that actually it's very tightly controlled, right? You can't, it's very limited in how it can be sort of deployed in China, for instance, right? So what's happening there? I mean, this is another huge topic in the chip industry. How are we doing, in the race with China and the technology race, and are they catching up on chips, do you think?
AI is becoming a national security for many countries because of the way it's going to change the way you work and the way you live. And semiconductor is essential to make that technology practical. And when you hear leaders talk about that we want AI to be built on a US stack, AI stack, what does that mean? You need the chip, you need the software, then you need the high-level system and AI models. The US today is leading in all fronts. Now, it depends what application you're using that AI for. For medical application, for a car, for a drone, for a robot, etc. There's a different race happening. So today, our leadership in semiconductor is essential to build that AI stack on the chips that are being manufactured here. Now, Synopsys, as I mentioned, we're a global company. We have customers in China. Whenever there are certain restrictions from the US government, we very quickly ensure that we are within the guardrails of these restrictions. And like any company, you follow the market. Where the market is available, we encourage for us to continue having access to that market in order for us to continue leading.
Makes sense. Before we run out of time, I want to ask you about Intel, because that's another big topic in the chip world. Do you think that they are going to be able to get this fab business, especially like the advanced chip fab business in the US, off the ground? Will they be successful?
The quick answer, yes. And the reason yes is Intel has the talent. They know how to build chips. They've done it for decades. They invented Moore's Law, which is the rhythm in which the industry follows. And so they have the talent, they have the technology, with the investment that is being funded to enable that further innovation to the most advanced technology. Absolutely, I have no doubt they'll be able to do it.
Yeah, but they have the talent, but they haven't been able to do. They've been sort of failing. So what's going to change now, do you think?
What happened was Intel's
I know we're very short on time, so just give me a quick one. Yeah.
See, no, because you asked for a quick one, I'm struggling with it.
Novel question, but good. Yeah.
No. The process technology of semiconductor was moving every 2 years to the next node. And then there were different applications. Mobile is different than compute, different than automotive, etc. And Intel has very good technology for certain application. Now, expanding it for multiple applications will take further tuning and investment in order to do it.
All right, well, we're out of time, but that's really interesting. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Vikas Agarwal, Chief Technology and Innovation Officer at PwC Advisory, PwC, and Justin B. Smith, Co-founder and CEO of Semafor.
Thrilled to be here. Vikas, thank you so much for partnering with Semafor on the World Economy Summit, but also to give a sense of the responsibilities that this gentleman has. PwC is one of the largest consulting and advisory companies, really, frankly, in the world. 40,000 employees in the US and 4,000 partners. I had the opportunity to go to the partners meeting in Las Vegas, and it's like they took over most of the town. And just, it was just the scale of what you're doing. And it feels like you're almost advising every single company on the planet on some level. It must feel like that to you when you're feeling very tired after traveling like crazy all the time.
Absolutely. It's large, it's wide, and expansive.
So Vikas is the Chief Technology and Innovation Officer, and is right in the heart center of these conversations with companies about deploying artificial intelligence, AI, as a tool for efficiency. And of course, so no better position to be able to answer the question of where AI is actually changing the game in real ways, creating new sources of competitive advantage or revenue streams, not just cost savings, because everyone hears about cost savings, everyone hears about save time, but what about revenue streams and competitive advantage?
Absolutely. I think one of the things that we've observed is everybody is very, very focused on super automation, but they're not as focused on super intelligence. And how do you really get smarter with this technology, and how is this technology going to make your people smarter to generate more revenue generating ideas, whether that's directly with your customer or whether that's new service lines that you could be launching and things that you can be doing from that standpoint. We also find that there's a lot of tone from the top, in terms of organizations and CEOs that are really embracing this and people that are following along. Like, I use our CEO as an example. He is one of our highest users of ChatGPT inside of our enterprise, and he was at our partner summit vibe coding and kind of leading from the front and showing people.
He was vibe coding himself.
He was vibe coding himself an application.
Wow.
And we actually had a leaderboard that he won.
Did you teach him how to do that the night before?
No, he went in like every other partner and was doing it. But I think that where organizations are leaning in to show how these tools can help you think differently, can help you really expand how you think and multiply your ability to see around corners, that's where we're seeing organizations really take the turn in using the technology differently.
So super automation versus super intelligence. I think it's a very clever frame for sort of describing what percentage of your clients are doing the former versus the latter.
I would tell you 80% are focused on super automation because everybody is obsessed with cost. Everybody's obsessed with cost out. They're obsessed with what we hear about being able to replace large operational functions, whether that's in the finance department, it's in the HR department, it's with banks and compliance. And it is a good use case, and it is a good area that we're going to see significant transformation in. But we think there's just as much opportunity on just how it's going to make financial advisors smarter, how it's going to make investment bankers be able to put a better prospectus together, how it's going to transform supply chains, and how you can use it to think ahead of your supply chain problems. And I think that's where the reasoning models can really help you think about things differently.
And so for the 20% that are doing super intelligence, is that because there's a CEO at the top who's saying, hey, let's not just look at AI from a cost reduction perspective, but let's look at it from more creative, revenue-focused purposes?
Absolutely. I think some of the best practices we've seen is where they really take AI out of the IT organization, and they've thought about AI as a business function that's going to transform the business. IT is there to build the foundation, to get the tools, to get the technology right, and there is responsibility in the business with line leaders and with AI leaders who are really there to think about how this is fundamentally going to transform their business, thinking about this technology as electricity that's going to flow through everything that you do.
And will there at one point down the future, when AI has been able to sort of take out all the costs possible with those ratios be flipped, where 80% will be on superintelligence and 20% on automation?
I think so. I think you're going to see
and how far away would that be?
I think the pace of change is I think going to be driven by smaller competitors coming in who do this stuff. I think that's where we see a lot of new startups focus. They're focused on those superintelligence use cases because they see a market opportunity there. And I think a lot of what we miss too is the new economies that are going to be created. So when you think about what AI is going to do to allow financial advice to happen to people who could never afford it, consulting to come to people who could never afford it, farmers who can get better information who couldn't, that's going to just spur so much growth potentially in those sectors at a different level. That's also going to spur a lot of business opportunity for businesses that can keep up.
Fascinating. And from a boardroom perspective, what are the blind spots that you're seeing that CEOs may have on AI right now, either risks or missed opportunities that could potentially undermine competitiveness?
Yeah, look, one is figuring out the accountability layer. I think we hear a lot about these POCs that never make it to production, and one of the root causes that we see is just around who is accountable. And the accountability can't just sit with technology, and it needs to sit with the business owner or the functional owner to actually get the adoption that you need. You know, I still see a lot of people that are working off old scorecards, and I think the scorecards have changed. Even looking at us as a consulting business, like us and lawyers have used utilization and billable hours for years to judge how we look at performance and how we look at an individual. And AI kind of flips that. Like, you don't need to just measure somebody on the hours that they build, but you want to measure somebody on the productivity that they provided and how they use the AI to do that. So that creates a whole new set of metrics that you really need to look at and think about as you think about where your business is going to scale.
And who's responsible for creating those new metrics?
I think that's the open question, right? And that's where it's got to be. That's where IT is not the one who's just laying the foundation. Is not going to do that. The business has to do that. But then you need the right skills and expertise in your business, because sometimes it's not their traditional HR leader who's going to be able to do it on their own. You need somebody with that AI passion and that AI expertise, really advising and empowered to help make those changes from the executive level down.
And inevitably, is it mostly coming from, is that type of work coming more likely to happen in companies where the CEO is driving the adoption?
Absolutely. The culture has to happen top down. It has to be a priority. And that becoming an AI native company has to be something that the entire executive team, thinks about and is obsessed about if it's going to happen. Because there is so much with, I think, people and the lack of agency with AI, the fear of it taking your job, that if people aren't seeing the optimism and the excitement from the top down, you have so many headwinds against you from getting to where you need to get with adoption.
And what about the workforce? Obviously, our partners here at Gallup are one of the most advanced trackers of sort of workforce trends. And when it comes to redesigning workforces, reskilling people so that AI actually boosts productivity without burning out culture or talent, what are you seeing there?
I think the biggest thing is teaching people the new muscle that they need to use to kind of to challenge and review the knowledge that's coming out of AI. That's where we're heavily investing in all of our associates and all of our seniors up to our partners to teach them, how do you use this stuff to become more productive? How do you go and how do you even question and have the objectivity to look at the information that's coming out of AI, know what to rely on, know what to challenge, how to prompt in different ways, and even with our partners, how do they dream and imagine and create prototypes and actually show things that they wouldn't have otherwise and kind of get off of PowerPoint decks.
So our friend from OpenAI, the chief economist, was saying that if he wants to learn this the most or the most rapidly, he goes to the 24-year-olds at OpenAI. Is that the same thing at PwC, where you have the partners
absolutely
bringing in the first year?
It was funny. I had a team of associates in with me just telling me about how they talk to their assistant, like how they actually converse with the AI. And and I started doing it. I started in the morning. I would get back from a run, and I would actually talk to my AI and start talking to it. And it's a very unnatural thing. The first few times you do it, you're kind of like, what are you doing? Like you're sitting there, you're talking to you put it in conversation mode and you're going through it, but then you start to get used to it. You can sit there on your way back and you can write emails, you can brainstorm, you can do different things, and it starts to become very natural. But the idea came from a group of college kids who were just starting, and I said, what are you using this stuff for and how are you using it?
Fascinating. And lastly, just last question, we've talked about a number of things, but what broadly are other strategies, other key things that you're seeing companies do now to get ahead in this space?
Absolutely. So I think one thing is just this obsession with the last mile. So it's really like it's very easy to get 80, 90% there. It's hard to get to the last 10, 15%. And when you think about getting this stuff to adopt at scale, you have to really see it through all the way. And that string is really thinking about the things that you develop, the adoption that you're getting, and then the financial impact, both top line and bottom line, that it's having, and making sure you're pulling that string all the way through. I also think that it's not good enough to follow on this topic, that any major organization needs to be thinking about leading and thinking about how they are partnering with these hyperscalers and with others that are coming up with these technologies. And we're seeing this all the time right now, that people are jumping ahead in this agentic world that's going to be coming at us, and how they're thinking about new ideas and different things. Like we just saw the payment protocols put out. We saw a company that went in and actually said, hey, people can go check out and now buy items from us. I think we are merely months away from the first bank being able to just open up an account through these chat interfaces. And I think it's just going to change how people interact in the world, and your business model has to be ready for it.
Great. Well, listen, thank you so much for your insights. Please join me in thanking Vikas for joining us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Please welcome Federal Reserve Governor Stephen Moran and Semafor's Business and Finance Editor, Liz Hoffman.
Stephen, thank you for joining us.
My pleasure. Thanks for having me back.
You have a different job than the last time we had you here.
Slightly different.
Yes. So the White House's economic projections are 4% growth the next couple of years. The highest projection among Fed officials in September, which one might assume was you, perhaps not, but they're anonymized, was 2.7%. So I wonder what you make of that gap between where the Fed thinks the economy is going and the assumptions that are baked into a lot of the budgetary and spending decisions coming out of the White House.
Sure. So I don't know where that 4% number comes from.
It's the CEA, I think their latest.
No, I don't think. Well, maybe they put something out since that I'm not aware of, but I don't think the number
is significantly higher than where most of the Fed is.
Yeah, they're not that high, but yes, they're higher than where the Fed is, but higher, we're higher than the highest dot at the Fed, which is what you're saying, right? And so that's a good question. So let me say a couple things, right? One is the forecasts are sort of for a different purpose, right? The CEA forecasts are for, that I worked on in my previous job, right, are for the sake of analyzing specific policies. So if you change policies and you hold everything else in the world equal, what happens? Right? And therefore we can compare the world with the policy change to the world without the policy change. It doesn't account for shocks to the economy that may be developing in real time that come from outside of these policy changes that you're studying. The Fed forecast is about trying to predict what's actually coming in the very near term, because you need to have that prediction to make monetary policy. And so, for example, one thing that I've talked about recently that's been a change that's been a potential change to my outlook, and definitely a change to the balance of risks, in my opinion, that has developed in the last week or so, has been the China's reneging on the deals around export controls of rare earths that were made in Geneva, London, and Madrid earlier in this year, and that's the type of thing that wouldn't fall in the all else equal assumption that would go into the CEA forecast, because you're just studying, you change the tax bill, you change the tariff revenue, you change the regulatory environment, and that's it, what happens in this world versus not that world, right? Whereas in the Fed forecasts, you would be thinking of changes that occurred, shocks to the economy that hit outside of the specific policies that you're modeling. And you would be marking that to market as you go along, to account for things that happen that are unexpected. It's a different purpose for the forecast, and so you'd expect the outcomes of the two forecasts to be different as well.
But is there a risk that the White House's assumptions are presumably baked into the budgetary process, baked into the OBBA and which things, that if they're too optimistic, what happens?
Well, I expect that they will update the forecast as time goes along, and that's, I think, what tends to happen.
Two obvious arguments for cutting rates would be that the job market is weakening and weaker than we think, or perhaps that inflation is either more stubborn, or that the flow through of tariffs is going to eventually kind of start showing up in inflation a bit more than it has. You haven't really made either of those arguments, and neither really has the White House. So what is the clearest case that you have for why interest rates should be significantly lower, assuming you were that bottom dot on the plot in September, which I think is probably a fair assumption.
It is a fair assumption.
Okay, confirmed. Making some news here. Significant rate cuts from here is sort of where you think we ought to be. So why?
Sure. There's two reasons. One relates to inflation. So I'm more sanguine on the inflation outlook than a lot of my colleagues on the Federal Reserve. Part of that is because I expect significant disinflationary pressure to come through the shelter channels. Housing is the biggest expense for most people. It's 45% of core CPI, about half that of core PCE. It's the most salient cost of living too, is the rent check or mortgage that you write every month. And there are reasons for thinking that the way that this is calculated is that the actual rent increase hits you when you renew your lease. And so if the rents that you see on Zillow or markets, or market rents if you're actually signing a lease, are running at a given level, it'll take a while for you to catch up to that. Because you have to wait to reset your lease once a year, once every 2 years, once every 6 months, whatever it is. And so there's a lag with which the actual change in market rents hits measured inflation. And until measured inflation catches up to actual market rents, there's a significant lag, right? That lag is finally closed, which means that measured inflation can catch down to where market rents are, and those rents have been running about 1% a year. The other reason why shelter inflation is going to come in materially lower in my expectation is because of changing population policy. We had significant inflows of immigrants in previous years. That inflow has come down probably to negative this year, and once you count the deportations that have occurred. There's significant economic evidence that immigration causes increases in shelter costs, because for most things, if you add one person to the economy, most markets don't necessarily change the supply-demand imbalance. You have an additional worker, but that worker is also consuming goods and services, food, shelter, other things that create labor demand. And so there's not necessarily a strong inflationary pressure through most channels. Housing is the exception because the housing stock is relatively fixed in the short run. And if you airdrop 10 million people into the country, you're going to drive rents up. If you take 10 million people out of the country, you're going to drive rents down because the supply of housing is relatively fixed. And this channel is, in my opinion, very important and a very significant driver of inflation. So I'm a lot more sanguine on that outlook. The other reason I'm more dovish is because neutral rates, the rate that's neither accommodative nor restrictive, has, in my opinion, whipped around a lot this year and last year. And so the increase in population growth last year drove the neutral rate higher. The decrease in population growth this year is driving it lower. And that means that policy was much looser last year than people thought, and cutting, in my opinion, was a mistake. This year, policy has passively tightened as the neutral rate has come down, and cutting is the right move.
You think that the sort of resting rate should be lower than it is? So that accounts for some portion of your
Yes, my view is that the policy rate has become much more restrictive this year, and so therefore we have to get close to neutral in a fast way, because the longer you stay very restrictive, the more you raise downside risk to the labor market.
Okay. We talked in the spring when you were here about the idea kind of tariff assistance, kind of inverse of the sort of trade adjustment assistance that governments gave workers in the 90s when their jobs were shipped overseas. Is that an idea that we should be? I haven't heard much about it, and as the tariffs start to, really run through, particularly small businesses, supply chains, things that just aren't economic anymore, is that a policy you should be pursuing?
So, at the Federal Reserve, we run monetary policy, and something like that is really best directed to some other parts of the government, like USTR or the Commerce Department or the White House. But what I will say is that I think that the downsides of tariffs have been nowhere near what people predicted. And I think if you go back in time, there were people, very, very prominent people, former Treasury Secretaries at prominent investment banks, predicting inflation spikes that were worse than COVID, predicting recessions that were going to hit imminently. And these predictions were littered out there in the media and in the financial world all through the period from the election until the summer of this year. And so I think that the aftermath of the tariffs has been nowhere near as bad as people predicted. In fact, the way it's played out has been a lot closer to how I predicted it would be, which is that there would be no real material signs of growth drags, no real material signs of an inflation spike. And it seems to me that it may yet materialize that you see significant inflation from tariffs, but it has not yet materialized. And I think the evidence from 2018, 2019 was the same, that there was no material increase in inflation as a result. So the burden of proof in this case, I think, is on the data. And I think that the world has been slowly coming closer to my position on tariffs.
But how long do you think either foreign suppliers or companies can continue to swallow the costs? Eventually, aren't they going to start to get passed on?
No, I think that there's a literature in public finances, a field of economics called tax incidence theory, right? Which basically studies how the burden or the benefit of a tax or a subsidy or regulation or any policy is really shared between suppliers and consumers. And it ultimately goes down to which party is what economists would call more elastic, but we could think of as more flexible. And that's because the more flexible party can change his or her behavior to avoid the burden of the policy. And so the easiest way to understand this is to think about property purchases. If you're looking to buy a home, and the town you're looking in says we're jacking up property taxes by 30 grand, you might say, I'm going to look 2 miles down the road across the town border and buy in the town that's not raising property taxes. And in this case, you're flexible, you're elastic, you can move your demand across the town border, but the house is stuck. The house can't move. And so the seller of the house has to drop his price to attract a buyer because nobody wants the house with the additional $30,000 a year cost from the taxes. The burden of the property tax gets capitalized into the price of the house, and the seller bears the tax. This is not controversial economics. When you think about this in the trade context, who's more flexible? I think it comes down to, again, as the importer, we're more flexible because we can allocate our demand across borders. We can buy from a country that we have a better trade deal with. We can make stuff at home. The producers, their factories are stuck in place. The factories can't move across country borders. And so this means that the burden of the tariff will ultimately fall on the exporting countries based on the relative elasticities that are estimated in the literature. I really think that this is the basic economics of the situation. It may take some time for that to happen. But in the long run, that's what's going to happen.
Do you think that AI broadly is deflationary? I mean, I realize that we're not asking about AI Fed policy, but as you think about kind of what it's going to do to the economy, certainly at the moment it seems to be jacking up electricity prices quite a lot, but there's a lot of promise on what it might be able to do more cheaply. Do you think it's broadly inflationary, deflationary?
I think AI has the potential to really raise the productivity growth rate in the economy, which would be great. I think it's very difficult to anticipate exactly how it's going to shake out in the labor market. The history of America is one of endless technological innovation. And every time that happens, people are terrified that the innovation is going to destroy the labor market. But it ends up has always to date ended up creating new jobs in categories that we may not have thought of. And sometimes it creates more of the job that you think it's going to destroy. So, for example, I find the parable of the bank teller to be a super interesting one. When the automatic teller machine was introduced, everyone was saying, we're going to lose tens of thousands of bank teller jobs around the country. But what actually happened was the cost of operating a bank branch went way down because you only needed a couple of bank tellers, instead of 10 or 20 to run a branch. And so the number of branches exploded.
So we had a lot more branches.
So you had an explosion in branch quantities, and the number of tellers in the country actually went up.
And that was true until about 2010, and it's been falling pretty dramatically since then. So the parable goes, it's a great parable as far as it goes, but what is the end point of its usefulness?
Well, but then new jobs end up getting created. And the reason why then the number of branches starts going into reverse is because we start having banking on our phones and computers, and we don't need the physical locations anymore, right? But then other things.
So we get people creating banking apps for your phone.
Well, what I'm saying is there's always new uses for inputs of production. There's always going to be use for capital. There's always going to be use for labor. And when you create better ways of using it, you wind up creating more opportunity. And so I don't know exactly how AI is going to shake out. I don't think anybody does. And if anybody sort of gave me complete certainty about how AI is going to shake out, I'd probably laugh at them for being a hubristic fool. But what I do know is that we're always surprised by human ingenuity and innovation, and so I'm gonna hold judgment on exactly what this looks like.
If we get a huge surge, so the Fed has two jobs, and one of them is maximizing employment. If we get this huge surge of productivity where we get, growth is great, but it is sort of jobless growth, is that a problem? And how should the Fed be thinking about sort of the two jobs that it has?
Well. there are a lot of cross currents in the labor market now, as you're aware. And we were speaking just a few minutes ago about changes to population growth. And I think it's worth emphasizing that population growth is usually something that changes only very, very slowly, because changing fertility rates happen with cultural changes and medical technology changes that move fertility rates only very, very slowly over time. But we've had the biggest population growth shocks of our lifetimes in both directions in the space of just a few years. And we've had bigger changes to population growth in 3 years than we might expect in 30 years. In both directions, which has been completely crazy. So there are a lot of cross currents in the labor market that make it a little bit difficult to read. And so you can imagine that with much, much lower net migration, or potentially even negative net migration, that you might get a situation in which the economy is growing, but the headline number of job creation looks a little bit lower. But that doesn't necessarily mean it's a bad economy, right? Because we could have very material economic growth from productivity growth, from wage growth. We also could have people working more either because they're working more hours, because some of the incentives from the tax bill that was passed over the summer are what economists would call intensive margin as opposed to extensive margin, which means that if somebody has a job, they work more hours. And so if you think about something like no tax on overtime, right? These are some of the people who are the most responsive to incentives in the country, because that's why they're working overtime to begin with. And they are giving them an additional incentive to work even more overtime. So this is a case in which somebody who has a job is working even more, right? And so there are sources of additional labor supply on the intensive, and I think also on the extensive margin of folks who are on the fringes of the labor market who will get pulled in, as well as higher unemployment rates in the cohorts of Americans that are actually the most substitutes with immigrant labor. Younger Americans, if you look at the unemployment rate in the 16 to 20-year-old bracket, it's about 13%. If you look at it in the 20 and 24% bracket, it's I think 8.5 to 9%.
But is like the Fed worried about some scenario in which like 30% of people are unemployed, but like we're all rich because the robots do everything?
I am not worried about that scenario.
Because you don't think it's going to happen, or because it sounds okay?
Because, so I don't. So first of all, I don't. What is Congress assigned us pursuit of maximum employment, right? Right now, I think that 30% unemployment is deeply incompatible with maximum employment, right? Okay. But in a world in which technological change is like so wild that something like that is happening, I think you'd have to sort of say, okay, what actually is maximum employment? I don't know. Like that's sort of a bigger picture philosophical question that is sort of outside of the scope of what's a reasonable expectation for a scenario in the near future. So it's not, like it could be that like if you advance technology, decades, you sort of start thinking about scenarios like that. But for the near term, I don't see something like that as a plausible risk that I'm concerned about.
We'll leave you guys with some philosophical questions, but thank you so much for coming. I really enjoyed the chat.
Thanks for having me.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Semafor co-founder and CEO, Justin B. Smith.
So thank you, everyone, and thank you to Governor Moran and Liz, and to all of the wonderful speakers and the journalists from Semafor who conducted all these interviews live. We're especially thankful to all of you in the audience. Honestly, a lot of faces that we've seen over the last couple of years. Some people I think who've came to the original World Economy Summit 3 years ago. So we're really thrilled that you're still with us, and new friends as well. Not to beat a dead horse, but sponsors are so important for independent journalism, and you've heard me talk about them before, but Bank of America and BCG and OpenAI as our main founding partners, Business Roundtable, PwC, Public Power Corporation, TIA Wealth Management, and our experiential partner, Genesis. So this is the end of the third World Economy Summit fall edition. We're very excited that this is the end of this event, but it continues to be the beginning of so many new chapters in Semafor's young life. As I mentioned, we turned 3 years old this Saturday. Ben and I are going on Squawk Box tomorrow morning to celebrate it with Andrew Ross Sorkin. Hopefully they'll treat us well. But from our inception, Semafor was built as a global brand. We like to say that we didn't we weren't created and built out of a Western capital, which we saw that as a big problem in the existing news industry, but rather we started in Washington, we started in New York, we started in Africa, and now we have bureaus across the Gulf, and we just actually hired our first journalist in Hong Kong, and we'll be soon launching a new product. This is not public yet, I guess it will be now, launching a Semafor China briefing, which will be designed to explain, again, in that typical Semafor way, the complexity and the substance behind China's rise and its impact and role in the global economy. Obviously, the U.S.-China relationship being at the heart of that. So, and one of our journalists, Andy Brown, will be leading that. He's a Pulitzer Prize-winning journalist, was the bureau chief for the Wall Street Journal in Beijing for 10 years. So, lastly, if you're here next April, it'll be our third World Economy Summit Spring Edition. That is the one which is against the backdrop of IMF, World Bank in the spring, which is every year in Washington, D.C. And so that's the larger one. It's actually going to be extending to 4.5, 5 days. And we had 200 CEOs, Fortune 500 CEOs last year, and we expect 400 or more next year. And so we hope you'll join us. And the fall edition next year will follow the IMF World Bank meetings in Bangkok, in Thailand. And so we're pleased to announce that Semafor's World Economy Summit Fall Edition will be in Bangkok, and I hope we'll see some of you there, maybe, I don't know. So with that, again, thank you to our journalists, and thank you to our readers and our audience. We really appreciated your engagement and your attention, and look forward to seeing you very soon. Thank you.